Commission or Carrie and just do that for us, because we're going to need to do 3 minutes.
Possibly. Let me just.
Sometimes the supervisor will run.
It's hard for us, though.
Good morning, staff. Commissioner Price, I just wanted to make sure that we have everybody on the same, just make sure that we have someone keeping track of the 3-minute timer when it comes to public comment, please.
I'm taking care of that.
Thank you, Carrie Ann. Good morning. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning, Eric.
Yes, Eric.
Yes, thanks, Eric.
Good morning.
Thanks.
And good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Louie. I'm filling in for Nicole today.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Can
morning.
you all hear me?
Morning, Scara. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
I have the time as 9:01. Do we have the chair via Zoom?
Yes, Eagle just landed and he is moving over to panelists now.
That was smooth, Jake. Thank you.
Of course, no problem.
I'd like to call the April 8th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting to order. We start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. We have action on the minutes from March 25th, 2021. Do you have any additions or want to entertain a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move that the Planning Commission approve the minutes from the previous meeting, March 25, 2021.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Motion so carried.
Mr. Chair, if I may, while we're waiting, I'd just like to give a reminder that the e-comment portal is up and running, and it is in real time. So participants can also submit e-comments into the portal anytime as e-comment is up and running.
Thank you.
Chair? Chair? I'd like to make an announcement. I'll probably be leaving around 12. I have an appointment for my vaccine. So I'll stay for as long as I can, but I'll have to leave around noon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I would note, Mr. Chair, I believe there will be 4 of us, just 3 of us present here, but you in the ether, so we're good.
Okay. Okay, we'll take up our first item, 905, public hearing, consideration of approving a minor modification, MMU 20-13, original use permit, UP 18-16, under public hearing. Applicant owner, LC Private Reserves LLC, proposed project, a new 3,200 square foot outdoor nursery area for immature cannabis plants, the conversion of 10,000 square feet on previously approved greenhouse cultivation to outdoor cultivation area within the original footprint of the approved cultivation site known as Garden 1, and one A-type 13 self-distribution license that was not available at the time of the original approval for UP 18-36, location 13333 Big Valley Road, Middletown, California, APN 012-006-58.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Porter here, Associate Planner. Like the Chairman indicated, the location of the proposed amendment to an originally approved major use permit. Property is located at Avalon Springs, which is now renamed Kokoro Springs. Chairman indicated it was Garden 1, that's true. It's a fairly straightforward request. They want to add a 3,200 square foot nursery area, which is 36.5 feet by 90 feet in size. That's where the immature plants would be started. And they want to convert from greenhouse to outdoor. I don't believe they cultivated in 2019 or 2020, but they have an option of opting out if for some reason they're not able or choose not to cultivate over a period of time. But that's really between the cultivator and the tax department here. The original approval took place on November 8th of 2018. Applicant applied for 4 separate use permits. This only affects UP 18-16. The operative part of the code is Article 60, which allows for modifications under subsection 33. Referenced in the report is subsection 11, which is somewhat applicable, but it is also in conjunction with subsection 33. They have adequate water, they have adequate facilities on site to accommodate this, and the property is quite large. It's 330 acres in total. They're nowhere near maxing out their ability to cultivate on this fairly large property. So, unless there are any specific questions, I'm going to leave it at that. This one's pretty straightforward. There are minimal changes that are requested, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Eric, this is Commissioner Harris. I just have a basic question. Is there a reason that the applicant chose to go to outdoor cultivation rather than greenhouse?
They never gave me a reason for it. They just submitted the request. They probably do have their reasons for it. I doubt that it's cost. Cost of 10,000 square foot greenhouses is marginal. So,
Thanks.
No, they never gave me a reason for the change.
Good enough.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
Yes, I believe there should be a correction. It said Big Valley Road in Lower Lake, and then getting Big Canyon Road in Middletown.
Yes, that is on Big Canyon Road. It is not
It's
Big Valley.
Big Valley Road. Yeah, that was a cut and paste error, probably.
That'd be it.
Mr. Chair, if I may briefly interrupt.
Yes, go ahead.
Just for clarification, this should be I believe Mr. Porter indicated it was a modification under the zoning ordinance. Should it not instead be a amendment to the permit?
Is that what, is that the correct, Eric?
Could you repeat the question?
Certainly, Mr. Porter. I think looking at the agenda, you had indicated it would be a minor modification, and under the zoning ordinance, with modifications, specifically 60.21, they are used in lieu of revocation, whereas this seems to be more of a amendment, which is under 60.33.
That's correct. That's why I referenced that subsection. One thing I do need to put to the planning commission, however, in the sample motions, it does refer to Big Canyon Road. That should be Big Valley Road. So if you make a motion, make sure to call it the Big Valley Road.
It is Big Canyon Road, so I would like to call it Big Canyon Road. It's not Big Valley Road, so I'm a little confused there. So in other words, the motion looks to be
so the
correct.
motion's- I'm sorry, go ahead.
It looks like the motion is correct. The mistake was Big Valley Road. So
Okay,
I would
thank
like to
you.
read it as
I
Big
appreciate
Canyon
the,
Road.
correction.
It's a minor issue that can be corrected in the course of
Okay.
this.
I feel that as long as the parcel number is correct and shows Big Canyon Road in Middletown, we should be good to go.
I agree with that.
Thank you. Should we have any other questions for Eric, or is the applicant available?
Will you please confirm for me the name of the applicant?
Sure, Eric Sklar, S-K-L-A-R.
Okay, I do see them in the meeting here. I'm going to promote them to a panelist so that they can participate in the conversation.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Eric Sklar. I'm the CEO of Napa Valley Fume, which owns Lake County Private Reserve Holdings. I do want to point in the staff report, it says Lake County Private Reserve LLC. It's actually Lake County Private Reserve Holdings, and it is Big Canyon Road, 1333 Big Canyon Road. It's easy to make these kind of mistakes as we're doing these reports. Mr. Porter's done a great job of explaining where we are. These are just modifications. I'll answer the question of one of the commissioners. I didn't see who it was because my screen's kind of small. We're going to greenhouse primarily because we found that there's just not a lot of power out there. And we want to reserve all the power possible for the potential rebuild of the resort that our partners are working on. So it's really about that. It's just such a remote area, and there's just not a high power line to the property. And so we needed to switch to outdoor, which we're doing very successfully. We have an acre that's been under cultivation for a half acre for almost 3 years now, and another half acre that we planted last year for the first time. This garden is going to be too late to plant this year, but we will plant for next year. And I don't believe we've had any complaints from our neighbors. We've run a really clean operation, hired a lot of people in Lake County to work there. We hire almost exclusively locals. We're really proud of what we've done, and we appreciate your original approval and ask for these simple modifications. The modification on the nursery is, as we know, this whole thing is evolving, right? And so both the distribution and the nursery part of it are because state law has changed. We can't grow seeds from plants in one garden and use them in another garden on the same property unless we have a nursery license. So it's really just for internal use. We're not going to be selling anything to anybody else. It's really just so we can move among the seeds among the gardens. As Mr. Porter pointed out, we do have the capability for more acreage there, and we expect over the coming years we'll ask for more cultivation acreage, but we're just doing it one step at a time, and would appreciate your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Sklar?
I don't have any questions.
No.
Okay, thank you. There's no questions. Let's open it up for public comment.
All right, I would like to remind participants or attendees that you can raise your hand to signal that you want to make a comment. If you have called in, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. Thank you.
Lance,
Jake,
could you close the door?
I'm also going to let you know that there is nobody here in chambers, I believe, that wishes to speak on this agenda item.
And there are no e-comments for this agenda item.
If we have nobody wishing to comment, we'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer a
Yes.
motion I move that the Planning Commission find that the categorical exemption CE 20-67 applied for by Eric Sklar on a property located at 13333 Big Canyon Road, Middletown, further described as APN 012-006-58, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and this project qualifies for a categorical exemption pursuant to SEQA Section 15304, with the findings listed in the staff report today dated April 8, 2021.
I'll second.
You have a second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion so carried.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Porter, for your hard work on this.
Mr. Sklar, we have one more motion.
Sorry.
I move further that the Planning Commission find that the modification MMU 20-13 applied for by Eric Sklar on a property located at 13333 Big Canyon Road, Middletown, further described as APN 012-006-58, does meet the requirements of Section 60 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the modification be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated April 8, 2021.
A second?
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion so carried.
What I said before, thank you.
To note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar-day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission and approval of the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fees must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. or on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. We'll move to our 910 item, public hearing and consideration of a major use permit, UP-40, to consider approval of a commercial cannabis cultivation project on a 77-plus acre property, and consideration of adopting a mitigated negative declaration, IS 19-59, April 8th, 2021, in the Board of Supervisors Chambers, 255 North 4th Street, Lakeport, California. Applicant owner, CUA Enterprise, proposed project 3 A-type 3 medium outdoor cannabis cultivation licenses, requesting 4,800 square feet of cannabis cultivation area, and 1 A-type 13 self-distribution license. Location 25-252, 25-322, 25-372, and 25-312, Jerusalem Grade Road, Middletown, California, APNs 013-017-92, 013-017-74, 013-017-36, and 013-017-31.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think you covered just about everything that I was going to say. We do have adequate water on site. It's served with an existing well and 4 8,000-gallon tanks. This is a new application. To my knowledge, they have never cultivated on this site. It's pretty straightforward. We have not received any comments either in support or against this proposal. We did a mitigated negative declaration that was sent to the state clearinghouse roughly 4 months ago. And again, no negative comments came back on this project. It's fairly straightforward. They're not proposing any buildings that require building permits. I'm not quite sure what else to say about it. They are proposing a fairly substantial cultivation area, over 100,000 square feet of cultivation, but given the size of the property, they're within their allowed area. So the square footage of the cultivation area is fine. It does take place on 4 APNs. That's okay. We would require a deed restriction be placed on any property that's used to make up their land area, so the land cannot be used for other cultivations. That's something I need to note for the record. That is not in the conditions of approval, but it can be added. And the condition would read, all properties subject to this use permit that are not used for active cultivation shall have deed restrictions placed on those properties. That should occur prior to cultivation. And that can be new condition number, I believe it's number A22. Yeah, A22. So that concludes my report, unless you have any questions for me.
Hi, yes, I have a question.
Yeah.
From the letter attached on attachment 3 from BLM, I believe the surrounding properties are subject to federal regulations. How will the applicant manage to deal with that issue?
Well, BLM can't support it. It's still a Schedule 1 narcotic at the federal level. So it's kind of a matter of buyer beware. I mean, if they're going to travel through federal land, they're doing it at their own risk. Although I haven't heard of the feds raiding any cultivators that have to travel through BLM land. I don't believe they have to go through BLM land to get to the site.
Eric, this is Commissioner Hess. I'd like to put a finer point on my colleague's question. According to Mike Wink's letter from CAL FIRE, it says that he would be traversing BLM to access the project site. And
Right.
as you say, that's
Right.
buyer beware, and I agree with you about that. But I have a question for council, Nicole's representative here today. Regardless of the applicant's decision to go ahead and do that, does the county expose itself in any way legally if there is action across BLM lands and BLM were to choose to take some kind of action?
Unfortunately, I would not be able to answer that question at this point. If the commission were interested in perhaps getting a more thorough analysis, my office could certainly take that question up, provided at the next meeting if the commission were.
Well, I don't have an objection to this application. On the other hand, if there is potential exposure to the county, I would like to know that.
And certainly, my office could provide that analysis if the commissioners were interested in continuing this current item to another hearing date and time certain.
Or could you do 10 minutes of research and get back to us?
Commissioner, this would be a topic that I would probably want to review more carefully, seeing as it might expose the county to liability. I don't think this would be advisable to rush it in 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I think we should be prepared to answer commissioners' questions.
BLM land to get to this property. So I misspoke earlier.
I'm sorry, Eric, I did not hear what you said.
Oh, I was just making a correction. They in fact do have to pass through BLM land to get to this site. I just wanted to straighten it out for the record.
And I was aware that maybe there would be a formed sign saying that there would be no liability for the county. I'd like some information on that if this has now come to light. There was also something, I think it must have been from the fire department from Wink, saying the bridge, if that was on their property or if that was the normal bridge crossing over to Jerusalem. So that would be the only other issue I would have a question with. Is there anyone online, there would be a building department fire official, or is the fire department Wink available?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
The chief building official is not on the line for the county. I can speak for that. He does not normally attend the planning commission meeting. If you would like, I could ask him to join. I would share that when this project originally started back in 2019, there was a previous chief building official than who we have now.
Again, I don't oppose the application. I just would like to have more clarity in terms of potential exposure to the county.
And I also feel that this might come up multiple times. So if we can kind of get some type of a letter or some type of identification or hold harmless, that might be something worth looking into as well.
Well, we do have condition number A21. It's, I can read it. Indemnification, the applicant shall indemnify and hold harmless the county and its officers, agents, and employees from actions or claims of any description brought on account of any injury or damages sustained by any persons or property resulting from the issuance of the permit and the conduct of the activities authorized under this permit. But that's geared to the applicant, it's not geared to BLM. So I honestly don't know if we have liability tied to BLM or not.
Thank you, Eric.
Do we have any additional questions for Eric?
Well, on this subject, I would like to say that by reading the same letter that the BLM had stated that they could not control what was done on someone's private property. I think that's how the letter had started, as I remember. And so if we have that being said, I think it said that if you make that choice and it is federally illegal, that's a choice that you're making. But they did not specifically state that you could not grow on the property. So maybe we should look at that letter really quickly.
I'm not questioning, I don't think they do say that the grow cannot be done, but permit applicants should also be aware that transporting cannabis across an existing right-of-way on federal lands to access a private parcel is also illegal under federal law, and violators could face federal criminal action. My question is, how are they defining a violator? Does the chain go back to us because we approved that, or is it simply limited to the applicant's behavior? I'm not trying to make a big deal out of this, but I do have a genuine question.
Is there anyone on council that can maybe clarify Commissioner Hess's concern with the county versus the applicant on who would be held responsible if there was anything to happen?
Unfortunately, Commissioner, I'm the only one currently available, and I think I certainly understand the commissioner's concerns. And as I stated earlier, I think this would be analysis due to the potential liability and questions regarding such that it wouldn't be something that I'd want to do, spur of the moment, top of my head sort of thing. I think it'd be something more measured. And if the commission would like such analysis, my office could certainly provide that, but I would think it'd be more advisable to continue this matter to a date and time certain in the future.
Thank you, Council. Do we have, is the applicant available for questions?
Will you please confirm for me the name of the applicant?
Well, the applicant is Kulai Enterprises. I don't have an actual name to tie to that.
If the applicant is in the Zoom meeting, will you please raise your hand via Zoom? You should be able to find the hand raise button at the bottom of the Zoom bar. I have a Brian Klein here. I'm going to move you over to panelists real quick. Okay, Brian, it looks like... Oh, I could hear you now. Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
No, we cannot see you. Looks like your video is off currently. I sent you a request.
There you go. First Zoom meeting.
Just a reminder to please state your name.
Brian Klein.
Oh.
So Brian, do you have any comments? We're discussing the BLM letter and recommendations regarding the property.
Yeah, we had a question. What about helicopter transport? Would that be an answer to your question?
They have it. It's out there.
I don't,
My comment would be that might be an extreme measure that you don't need to consider if we can answer the question about the county's exposure.
I will
It
go.
was just another option.
Sure.
That's all.
Sure.
Excuse me, Commissioner Price. I believe that the application is not what is in question. I feel that the commission would like to just clarify that if we are to go ahead and give you the green light on this application regarding the BLM lands, that we will not be it's just the applicant and the county will not be held to any type of repercussions to that.
Right, I understand that.
So
and
on our application, that's like we got, our planner was taking it away. And now we've been waiting for communication finalizing our state.
I apologize. I could hear you were speaking, but it didn't look like it was coming from you. Is there someone else in the
Yeah, I
the
have,
applicant?
but one of our partners is on the line with me. He can't access where he's at right now.
I think that on this subject, the county has passed many things past that creek and past that bridge. So this is not the first application. I also believe that the county has looked at this for the last few years as well. And that it should have, I think it's been deemed by letting these other ones go by that it is safe. And I think that letter, I've read that letter, I think there's been about 20 or 30 of those different letters. I believe that it is safe. What was also brought to my attention is that, state highways and federal highways are also throughout California, and the only way to move cannabis through those is going to be on those. So that could theoretically be an issue. So I don't believe we are giving them permission to break laws. I think we're giving them the permission as a land use to use their land.
That could well be, Commissioner Williams. And again, I don't have any objection to the application as it's presented to us, but I'm not an attorney, and while what you say sounds logical or likely, I don't know how eager the applicant must be to get underway and approved, but if it means continuing this item until our very next hearing, which is just 2 weeks from now, and we could clarify that answer through council, because even though there are other applications we've done that, abut or are adjacent to BLM lands, I've never read a comment from both the fire and seen a BLM letter like that before. And I'm just trying to be super careful.
Well, then, I think...
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, please.
And I apologize, something's wrong with my camera. It's not working right now, so you can't see me, but I am on the line. This is Tokar Thomas, the Deputy Director. I would recommend that we continue this item to next week for several reasons. One, I agree with County Council. Two, to transport product, you typically will need to get a transport license. And I feel like we would need a little bit more research to see what will be the potential impacts of having to transport across BLM land. So I respectfully request that we take this item again until a date and time certain. I am aware that this project has been in the works for a while, but it is my recollection that it was primarily held up because of trying to wrestle around this idea of the transporting the product back and forth across the BLM property. And I believe it was Commissioner Williams who mentioned that, this permit is for the land use. And so I just think it's a little bit, I respectfully request a little bit more time for us to iron out this item.
I think that if we do need to wait the 2 weeks, if we had our current council, I think we'd all feel safe. I do want to make sure the county is protected. I would also say, I can't remember on this one if it has self-distribution, but I would like to put out there that they're not allowed to pull any cannabis off that property or bring in any cannabis into the property legally. So in other words, they would not be the ones that would be doing any illegal business because of that. So that's a that's just the reality. So if we make sure they don't have self-distribution, that would probably eliminate it. But again, I do not want to put the county at risk, but they are not legally allowed to move cannabis off that property, therefore not breaking the law. Only a distributor licensed in the state of California would. So it's something to think about right there. That's all.
And point of clarification, they have requested self-distribution, so that is part of the proposal that they've given us.
Again, if you read the BLM letter, and I don't mean to be a stick in the mud here, but should be aware that transporting cannabis across an existing right-of-way on federal lands to access a private parcel, that says to me that even bringing in supplies with which to grow cannabis or seeds or whatever it might be, if you're taking it in to access and for the purpose of growing, that's still problematic. I'm trying to parse things carefully.
Well, then I would like to, I guess, put a motion out there to set this for, you said it's 2 weeks from now, so to our next hearing date. So we can look into it with council or maybe get a waiver signed, ready to be signed. And then, of course, to make sure that the county is protected.
Yes, our next meeting is April 22nd.
Thank you. Was that your motion to table this until the next dated meeting?
Yes, I would like to table this till April 22nd.
I will second that.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion so carried.
Okay, we'll move on to our 9:15 item. Public hearing and consideration of major use permit, UP 19-33, to consider approval of commercial cannabis cultivation project on 335 plus acre property, and consideration of adopted mitigated negative declaration, IS 19-51, on Thursday, April 8th, 2021, at 9:20 a.m. at the Board of Supervisors, 55 North Forbes Street, Lakeville, California. Applicant owner, 3B's LLC, proposed project 16A type 3 medium outdoor cannabis cultivation licenses, requesting 960 square feet of cannabis cultivation area, and 1A type 13 self-distribution license, location 21-210, 21-470, 21-355, and 21-340 Eureka Road, and 18-464 Butts Canyon Road, Middletown, California. APN 014-03-24, 014-0-17, 19, 20, and 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I had the wrong staff report in my hand. Like nothing was making sense to me. Can you guys hear me okay? Terry came in and said that my...
It's a little muffled, Eric.
Huh?
It's a little muffled.
All right. I'll try to talk closer to the camera. Yeah, this applicant has actually two applications before you today. This one happens to be in the Middletown area. It's a pastoral setting. It's a very large site. It's about 335 acres, I believe. Applicant's requesting 16 A-type 3 medium outdoor licenses, and this would also be accompanied by self-distribution. There was one note of concern raised by a neighbor pertaining to water availability. and that should be included in your packet. Otherwise, we haven't received any positive or negative comments. Well, that's not true. Actually, we did receive one comment in support of 3B's application from another cultivator in the vicinity. That came in this morning. As with any cannabis cultivation, we require certain findings to be met. I'll go ahead and touch on those briefly because they actually apply to all of these use permit applications. So we have to make a finding that the establishment, maintenance, operation of the use will not, under the circumstances of the particular case, be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such proposed use, or be detrimental to property and improvements in the neighborhood or the general welfare of the county. Number 2, the site is adequate in size, shape, and location and physical characteristics to accommodate the use. Number 3, that streets, highways, pedestrian facilities are reasonably adequate to safely accommodate the proposed use. Number 4, that there are adequate public or private services regarding fire protection, water supply, sewage disposal, and police protection to serve the project. Number 5, that use is compliant with applicable provisions of the code, the general plan, and in this case, the Middletown area plan. And number 6, that there are no violations of chapters 5, 17, 21, 23, or 26 of the Lake County Code. We were able to meet all of those findings with this application. Further, Article 27 requires 3 additional findings. The use complies with all development standards described in Article 27 is what that translates to. We found it is fully compliant with Article 27 as well as with the other portions of the code that apply. Number 2, the applicant is qualified to make the application. The applicant has passed live scan, and all of their employees are required to do the same. They cannot touch cannabis plants or be in the vicinity of the cannabis plants unless they have passed the background check. And then finally, that the application complies with the qualifications for a permit described in Article 27. And we found that it does comply. It's large enough, it's properly zoned. They've demonstrated they have adequate water to serve the site. It's in an area that's very flat. It's easily 4290 CAL FIRE road compliant, as well as 4291. So based on that, we're recommending that the Planning Commission adopt mitigated negative declaration IS 1951 and approve major use permit UP 19-33. And that concludes my report.
If you've got any questions for Eric?
Eric, did you have a chance to go over the letter that we received from the neighbor?
I did. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but I have looked at it.
Okay.
Is that the letter from the Eberts that you're referring to?
Correct.
Is the applicant present today? Otherwise, I would ask you a couple of questions, Eric, but I could also ask the applicant.
I have a Damian Ramirez that has raised their hand. I'd like to confirm that they are the applicant.
They are the applicant.
Okay, I'm going, Damian, I will promote you to panelist so that you can take part in the conversation.
Eric, one quick edit. There's a reference to South Shore Fire Protection and rather than South Lake County Fire, just to clean that typo up.
Thank you.
And then either for you, Eric, or the applicant, referencing the letter that my colleague raised, there was a question about when it's appropriate to use generators and when it's not. And the neighbor is suggesting that last year a generator ran 24/7 to run the well. And that's not an appropriate use of a generator. And I'd just like to clarify if that occurred and if the applicant understands that those are only to be used in the event of a power failure or some emergency.
Yes, if I may comment on that. I'm Damian Ramirez. I'm applicant. Yes, when it comes to the, first off, with the letter that I received from the Ebers, I was forwarded that from Eric. I went ahead and spent a little over 3 hours responding to every single issue that was raised in the letter. Took a lot of time addressing them all in a comprehensive manner, I feel. Sent it to the Ebers, got a response asking a couple more clarification issues. Mainly they're under the understanding or misunderstanding that 335 acre parcel, the entire parcel was going to be the canopy. As we all know, density requirements limited to 1 in 20 acres. So clearly that would not be the case. If you would like, commissioners, I'd be happy to read my response letter, but before I do that, I can just read to you what I responded specifically on the generators. Generators are allowed on outdoor cultivation operations as long as the proper permitting through the Lake County Air Quality Management District is received. The generator used to power the well has all the proper documentation, and it is a very clean and energy efficient Tier 4 engine. Furthermore, I am working with the LCAQMD to utilize alternative energy in the form of either solar or getting electricity out there within 3 years. It is unfortunately cost prohibitive to implement either of those measures at this time, but I look to utilize different energy sources in the near future. My staff maintains a generator run log where we document the hours and the fuel usage, which we turn into the LCAQMD annually. Last year, we had through the 5-month operation. I understand that it might possibly feel like more, but those are the statistics directly from the generator itself. And once again, I'd be happy to address all the other concerns. It seems like it was well received from the Eberts, not to speak on their behalf, but all I can say is the most recent email ended in wishing me and my family a happy Easter. So I could only assume things went pretty decent after I took the time to respond to all the concerns.
Eric, the ordinance is pretty clear about generator use, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
The ordinance is pretty clear about generator use, isn't it?
I'm looking at it right now.
If I may, the generator usage...
I'd like Eric to just answer my question first, please.
Oh, pardon me, Commissioner Hess.
Yeah, I'm looking at Article 27 right now. I'm trying to locate it. Subsection B, electrical generators. The indoor mixed light cultivation of cannabis shall not rely on personal gasoline. Okay, that applies to mixed light. Let me keep going.
I believe that's how I had read it years ago, and I don't think it's changed. Indoor and mixed light are not allowed to use generators as their full source. Outdoor is. I think that's what Damien was trying to say, but I'd like to see, I don't have it in front of me, I don't have a computer in front of me, so. But that's how
Mr. Chair, if I may share my screen, I have Article 27 pulled up.
Please do.
Can you see my screen?
I can. I'm not sure if everybody else can.
I can see it, but I can't read it.
That's the rub, right? Is this, do you all see the article that's on the screen, and I can make it bigger?
It was originally, and then it switched off, and we went through about 5 different screens. So it was.
Okay, so I got the wrong one. How about now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Article 27, prohibited activities. Electrical generators. The indoor or mixed light cultivation of cannabis shall not rely on a personal gasoline, diesel, propane, or similar fuel powered generator as a primary source of power and shall only allow properly permitted when applicable generators for temporary use in the event of a power outage or emergency that is beyond the permittee's control. Is that helpful?
It is, and it's clearly a reference to indoor.
Well, further on in the chapter, on page 27-155, There's another reference to generators. It's subsection II, 31 II specifically, and it reads electrical generators. Manufacturers shall not rely on a personal gasoline, diesel, propane, or similar fuels powered generator as a primary source of power, and shall only allow properly permitted, where applicable, generators for temporary use in the event of a power outage or emergency that is beyond the permittee's control. That applies to all cannabis. That's not just indoor.
Didn't it just say manufacturers when you read that out, Eric? I think what I've heard from the commissioners is that they're concerned because this is a cultivation and not a manufacturing. So I think what I'm hearing is we should be limiting the use of the electrical generator to emergency usage.
Yes, it does say manufacturers shall not rely on a personal generator.
And I believe that is the case because indoor mixed light or manufacturing is going to require a lot of power. Outdoor cultivation obviously is carbon friendly because, you know, it's not using that power to deal with this. So obviously it looks like there's going to be minimal stuff there. But again, it is a concern, obviously, about some of that noise. I don't know if it's possible to put in there eventually to put a solar system in, if that is possible, if that would come to that. But again, per our ordinance, it sounds like it's an ordinance issue if we have a problem with it. But manufacturing, mixed light, and indoor are the big concerns. We are in a topographically challenged place where there isn't a lot of power in some places. And we did try to say that we wanted the cannabis gardens out of sight in the beginning. So I just wanted to add that to it.
I guess this just must be my day to be contrary, because again, the application itself, I live in Hidden Valley Lake. I know Butts Canyon well. It's well off of Butts Canyon Road. But I'm also sympathetic to what we hear from the community. And while I don't really have the air quality concerns about the generator use, I am sympathetic if 24/7 one's hearing a generator running. And I would hope the applicant understands that ideally generator use 24/7 to power the operation is not ideal and is not really, in my opinion, I was in on writing the ordinance. I'm pretty sure that that's what we intended, that it wouldn't be a nuisance to anybody living near the project site.
If I may, I just want to make a correction that there at no point the generators ran 24/7. Like I said, I have a generator log that I turn in annually to the Lake County Air Quality Management District, and it's all noted on the generator, and it's at a max 5 hours a day. I'd be happy to coordinate with the neighbor with the concern, if it still is a concern, to run a schedule that is more conducive to her schedule. I could definitely make that work. But again, as I read the ordinance and as we have all just reviewed, I think it clearly states that it's indoor, mixed light, and manufacturing where this applies. I would just like to further note that the CFA does have when it comes to energy usage on your permits and licenses, they do require a local jurisdiction authorization if you have a generator that's over 25 horsepower. In compliance with them last year and compliance with the conditions of my early activation, I went ahead and did pay and put the application in for an authority to construct with the LCAQMD, received that, have submitted payment and all of the necessary documentation and reports on the annual basis, and I have renewed it as well for this upcoming year. So with that being said, I'd like to believe that I really am trying to do everything I can to be compliant with all the agencies, and I feel strongly that I am succeeding in doing that. Thank you.
Sure. I just have one other question for the applicant, and obviously interested in hearing from the public too. You're making use of a portable hand wash station and restrooms, and it appears you want to be there for the long term. We as a rule as a commission don't like portable restrooms for employees as a permanent option.
Yes, Commissioner Hess, I'm definitely open to a more permanent solution. I did have the ADA and the hand washing station porta potties, as well as a standard porta potty there to assist in the staff's needs. Now, on a site as in the size that this is, similar to vineyards, for example, when you have concentrated work areas and maybe a specific canopy location that might be further away, I really find it proves to be very convenient for the workers and the entire site design to have one of those standard porta potties that is on a trailer, which I do relocate in the certain areas that are concentrating on work at the time. This is a standard practice in vineyards and other large agriculture, and I really think that's a positive attribute of it. When it comes to blue rooms and the approval or not with this, well, before I get into that, I guess United Site Services has been servicing it. They come right off of Butts Canyon, and it's been working really well this previous year. Of course, I would like that to continue. And then just a brief note on when it comes to the history of the Planning Commission and how they look at this. And I watch these very closely, Commissioner Hess. And as recently as in May, there was a project approved with blue rooms as the proposed sewage disposal. There was no conditions added to build them. Actually, one of the commissioners, I forget who it was, actually suggested maybe to bring in more during the high volume employees. But that was in May of 2020. If you go back to January of 2020, once again, there was a project approved. It had a 40-year-old septic in it, and there were legitimate concern about that and how that would handle the additional people and the intake of the human refuse, as it was a septic that was designed for a single family. And of course, the commercial operation would maybe attract more people than that during certain times. It was the advice of the commission themselves to actually bring in blue rooms and to help supplement during that time. In August of 2019, there was an above-ground septic that was approved, which for all intents and purposes, I believe it was approved. I cut out on my video. I'm not 100% on that, I should say, for the record, but it seemed like it was going in that direction. It was an above-ground septic, which for all intents and purposes is a porta potty or a blue room. On June 2019, there was a project that had a restroom, and instead of remodeling their entire restroom that was existing, the commissioner suggested to add in blue rooms for the ADA compliance. In April of 2019, there was an approved project with blue rooms, and in November of 2018, one of the first projects that the commissioners have seen is, I would think, set an ultimate precedent that there is again a project approved solely with blue rooms with no conditions to add it. With all of that being said, I'm stating the facts, and as I've researched them, I am not against it. As in the generator, I have a 3-year plan to provide solar or work with PG&E to bring electric out for the well. I'm willing to work with that in addition for the blue rooms or to supplement that with a permanent restroom. But I just wanted to make note of that before we went ahead and added a condition that not necessarily standard practice at all times. Thank you.
I appreciate your answers, and be prepared for questions from the commission. I know that some of those examples you cite, we asked about the blue rooms because the existing facilities were actual bathrooms, but they were quite a ways from the work site, and to expect somebody to walk half a mile and back was the reason in some of those cases we approved those blue rooms. Thanks for your responses.
You're welcome, Commissioner Hess.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Question to the applicant. I just wanted to know if you had any thoughts or consideration in regards to the letter, changing the access road from Butts Canyon?
Not at this time. There is I feel an access road that is completely viable, as I'm sure Mr. Porter and Mr. Andrew Williams, who came out and recently inspected the property, could attest to. I think it is the existing one would lower any sort of environmental impacts. There is on south of the canopy, there are identified vernal pools and wetlands. To cut a road through there as suggested, and of course I don't expect the eBirds to understand the level of inspections and reports that are entail with a project such as this, but there are various spots where there's vernal pools. I have spoken to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, CDFW, the Water Board, Department of Water Resources, and while we are fully set back and fully safe from those on the canopy, well thought out canopy location, to cut a road in there seems like a detriment to some pretty important environmental areas that I just don't feel would be absolutely necessary. That's how I feel. As far as transportation goes, as stated in the letter, there was a 20 to 40 trip during the peak hours, peak times during the season. And the sake of just further clarity, I'll just go ahead and read my response specifically to that to give you a more detailed response, ma'am. The anticipated 20 to 40 trips during peak harvest times is an accurate estimate, as you have attested to firsthand. Harvesting will be spread out further if the additional canopy space is approved, which will essentially maintain the same amount of peak traffic. It will just be a couple additional weeks. Based on California Transportation Agency data, the average single-family residence produces 9.55 average trips per day. So if you spread this proposed traffic out for the entire year, it would actually be less than the total annual traffic generated by one house being built down the road. I understand that it is more concentrated at times than the steady traffic a residence would create. However, the total numbers of trips are mathematically less. Once again, I feel the fact that this is only potentially increasing from 8 acres to 16 instead of, as you state, 20 to 365. I hope that sets you further at ease. And that's just alluding to the previous miscommunication that we had with the canopy size. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
So I had one question. So you would consider a 3-year plan for the generators to switch them over to a different source. You did say that because I think
Yes.
that is Hess's concern about
Pardon
sound.
me, Commissioner Williams, please go ahead. sorry, sir.
Yes, I was just going to, I wanted before, so when we were looking at this decision, in terms of conditions, a 3-year plan, or what I was also going to think, if you were if you thought it was a good idea, but I was going to then put out there the thinking about decibel levels, and I'm curious, what size generator are we talking about?
Yes, it's to answer the first question, Commissioner Williams, the authority to construct, when you go through that process with Lake County Air Quality Management District, they do require, if the generator is your primary use, to propose a tentative schedule to supplement it with alternative energy, which I do have, and I did turn into them. In a perfect world, I'd love to get PG&E out there and just run a line right to there. Might be cost prohibitive, depending on solar and the battery costs. I guess that would be a business decision to revisit at a better time. I am not only okay with that, I actually already have it implemented with the LCA QMD, so that's definitely been addressed. And as far as the second question goes, the generator is a horsepower generator. It is brand new Tier 4. It runs relatively quiet for generators. I could be happy to go out and get the testing instruments to check the decimal levels. It is on top of a hill. The hill is north of the property of concern. There is a very strong predominant wind cutting through that valley, as anyone would know that's been out there. And Eric can personally attest to while he was there, because the wind kicked up a little bit. It runs northeast, which, in addition to the far location, I think that actually helps with the noise as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if the commission doesn't have any other questions for the applicant, if I would like to hear from the public, if we have any public comment on this.
Yes, if there's no questions, let's definitely open up to the public. Okay, seeing none, can we get open the hearing to public comment? Jake?
All right, it looks like we have one hand raised at the moment from Eric Sklar. Eric, I've given you permission to speak. It looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yeah, this is Eric Clark. Thank you very much. As an applicant and an operator, I just want to endorse Damian Mr. Ramirez as a really great operator. He's a member in good standing of the Lake County Cannabis Association, and has been really active in participating in it, and is just all around a good citizen who wants to do the right thing. As you can hear from the detail with which he works on these issues and the responsiveness on it. He understands the responsibilities of being a cannabis grower, and I think will be a great contribution to our community as he ramps up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
Mr. Chair, we do have several members of the public here that are ready to speak. If I could have one of you at a time approach the podium, and please be sure to state your first and last name. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Audra Van Patten, and I actually emailed this letter several times to Eric, and also mailed it, but he's never received it. So this is my copy that should have been present. Anyway, starting out, the culverts that are on Eureka Road, there's 3 of them. And they have been compromised due to all the traffic that has come back and forth, to the enormity is understanding. I can't tell you the sanitation trucks, the semis, the numerous, just the traffic, the workers, and it's just nonstop. And so my concern is that's our only way out of that property. And if those culverts collapse, then I don't know what we're going to do. So that was addressed by Jack Smalley, and I don't know if he's still here or not, but he was concerned that that was a problem for this. And I've been on this property. I have a little ranch, and I've been there for 30 years, and I was never informed at all that this was going to happen on the onset last year by Mr. Ramirez. So that was concerning, because by the time it actually transpired, it was too late to do anything about it. I was just hit, bombarded. I was used to having that country road by myself. I had no idea that this was going to happen. Then I was told that they were going to grow celery out there. Well, anyway, it came out that the culverts are a problem. The road, he has put some gravel on it, but with that kind of volume, that road should be paved. I've been subjected to the traffic, the noise, the smell of that marijuana. I raise cattle. I don't know if my animals are going to be subjected to, any harm from that. I personally can't stand it. So, you know, it's very offensive, and I'm just telling you that it's all hours of the day, over the night. 2 nights ago, they were leaving. They're coming in now with hot soil, and they're coming back and forth. They're going to Sacramento to get it, and the last trip out was 8:45 at night. So, I mean, it's nonstop, you know, and I think there should be some kind of, supposedly they're supposed to stop at 7 o'clock. That has never happened. They're supposed to start in the morning. They've started as early as 5 o'clock in the morning. I mean, so living there has now become very, very upsetting and challenging. I mean, it's to the point where I think I'm being forced out of my property. So that's what I have to say. Thank you for listening. And I would like to submit this for your future, for your files, if you would like. And this is my letter that is kind of concise with that. If you need it.
No, that certainly should be entered into the record.
Yeah.
If you would just leave it on the ledge for now.
Okay, great.
Given our COVID situation.
All right.
And that can be made a part of the record, sure.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, did you want us to, does the commission have anything in response to this, to her comment, or should we go ahead and get all the public comments taken care of and then reply all at once?
Yeah, let's continue with the comments, and then we can come back to the applicant if he wishes to address any of the comments made. But let's continue with anybody in the chambers who would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are doing our sanitation for COVID.
Mr. Chair, I would also like to respectfully remind everybody that we have 3-minute time limit for each public comment.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
If you'd like to approach the podium, please do so, and be sure to state your first and last name.
Hi, I'm Doug Ebert. I'm one of the bad people, I guess. Yes, on the generator thing, he runs it 5 hours a day, he says, but during trimming and all that, he doesn't talk about the generator that he has going over there, maintaining his building and operating almost all night long. He has had traffic in and out of that place. I have literally sat down and counted 30 vehicles out there when he's doing his trimming. And that doesn't count the ones going in and out. Those are the ones that are just parked. The road, I personally and Audra have maintained. Audra maintained it for the first 20 years. I moved in 9 years ago and I took over maintenance. She has dumped yards of rock down there. I have dumped yards of rock down there. It's all being squished into the ground. From my place to Butts Canyon is no longer gravel. It's dirt because it's been squished in there. When he started this cultivation, he brought in 800 tons of rock to pave from Audra's Gate up to the spot and make a parking lot. From my place down, nothing. Or from Audra's place down, nothing. 800 tons. Do you know how many truckloads that is? Day in, day out for almost 2 weeks. Okay, that's like she said, over the culverts, over this, over that. That's one. How does he come up with, he doesn't, affect the traffic or affect anything? He isn't looking at the roads. I've never seen him out there. And I watch people that go by. I only live a few hundred feet away from the road. like I said, the generators, him working, don't, when he says, or when they say that you have to be done by 7, last year during trimming, he had people living there. They lived there in tents. They had generator or generators going all the time to keep the lights going, to do the little kitchen that he has.
Chair, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And once we go through the rest of the public comment, if you feel like you would like to have a closing statement or come up and say something else, you're more than welcome. All right, thank you. One moment while we sanitize, and you can approach the podium, okay? Thank you, Sam.
I'll do the next one.
No.
Feel free to go ahead and approach the podium, and don't forget to state your first and last name. Thank you.
Hi there. My name's Lauren Fuller. I live just across the field from Audra and Mr. Ebert on Loconomi Road. And as you guys probably know, Butts Canyon's very flat and it's very open, and this grow is very visible. And the traffic, a lot of times when people are coming and going, they can't find the access road to the property, and so they go just zooming down our road, which is a gravel road. It's a dead end. We have children, horses, bikes, dogs. We use this road all the time, and these people get lost and they just fly down and fly back out. I've been to Audra's property, and it's amazingly beautiful, and this site has completely eliminated any privacy or peace where she and the Eberts live. There's no consideration. There's a gate right there by Audra's property that the people coming and going from this grow, they have to stop, open a gate, drive through, close the gate. Many times there's people waiting there, and they're looking right in Audra's beautiful place. There's no privacy left. They've just eliminated that. And it's a shame, because it's beautiful out there and it's quiet normally out there, and this shouldn't be allowed. There's plenty of room in Lake County to grow pot where people aren't affected. These guys live right there. I live, parallel to them, and our whole neighborhood is affected by this, and they're not using our access road. I mean, they're not going right through our property. These people, if nothing else, they should be compensated for the wear and tear on their road, for their lack of privacy. That gate needs to be moved so people aren't like loitering in front of their property. It's a terrible situation, and I'm just here to support these guys. So, thank you.
Thank you. Just to keep you all informed, we do have someone else who would like to speak on behalf of the public. Just a moment while Sam does his sanitizing. You're welcome to go ahead and approach the podium. Don't forget to state your first and last name.
Thank you. My name's Jan Ebert. I'm the other half of the trouble. Sam, thank you. Awesome job. You got to give credit where credit's due, So I had a couple of things. My husband took care of a lot of the things on the list. In regards to the road, can you hear me okay with the mask? Sorry, I always get nervous when I speak in front of people. I do want to find out who really is responsible for the road. It's a county road, but like my husband said, we've been maintaining the road for years, out of our own pockets. So who is really responsible? And with the excessive wear and tear, who's gonna pick up the bill on that? For Mr. Ramirez, if the project is approved, I don't know how many of your employees smoke, don't smoke, cooking, whatever. The generators, what do you have in place in case a generator sets off a spark? What's in place to prevent any fires? You know, we've had 5 years in a row, I've had to evacuate from wildfires through there. Do you have insurance to cover if something from your project starts a major wildland fire through there? You know, that's a huge, huge concern. You talked about a plan for odor control. What's that look like? We talked in the letter about my asthma, as well as your daughter. What's that going to look like during harvest season? So, you know, those are kind of some of the things. We did cover a lot of things back and forth through our letter. I do appreciate your time with that letter. And as far as not understanding what goes into looking into other access roads, yeah, I'm a little smarter than that. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. And we do have one more member of the public to speak. Good morning. Just don't forget to state your first and last name, please.
Okay. My name is Mary Draper, and I'm here to actually speak on behalf of Damien. I've known him for a while. He is an excellent person at doing his project correctly. He has always paid his taxes on time. He will address the concerns. I know that his neighbors have some legitimate concerns, and I'm sure that there are things that can be put in place. Some sort of road agreement, I think they're really looking for. It seems to me that they're looking for maybe somehow the generators to be quiet. But if it was approved for EA with the generator, and the ordinance says that you can't use it for mixed light and you can't use it for manufacturing or indoor, then obviously he had the right to do this, and it was approved that way. So now that he's got this huge investment, to take that away just isn't fair. But to give him a plan for 2 or 3 years, you know, seems very fair to me. And I don't know that much about it, but I think you might be able to build something over the generator to make it where it's quieter. So maybe that's also another plan. I do understand the neighbors, and I feel compassionate for them, and I think that there might be some things that you can do to accommodate everybody. But Damien is a good player. He does try to do everything that he's supposed to do. He will try to make the neighbors happy. I know he will because I know him. He has the bandwidth to succeed at what he's doing. He is just an all-around, he'll be good for the community, and I hope you support him. Thank you.
Thank you. While we still have it open for public comment, does anybody else want to throw in any last comments before we throw it back to the Zoom world and then back to the commission? If you'd like to, you can approach.
Information that hasn't already been offered, please.
Again, my name is Barbara
Okay, again, my name is Audra Van Patten, and I would like to know about the time. I was told originally that this was going to be only 2 years. If one of you guys could let me know clarification on that?
Go ahead, Lance.
I'm not sure I understand the question. 2 years to get the permit or once it is permitted?
Once they, from last year to this year, like to this year would be the last year, I had assumed, that's what I was told, but apparently it's sounding like he wants to go forever.
Okay, so yeah, these permits do run once they are permitted and then they meet the conditions of their permit. These permits are supposed to be good for 10 years.
All right, thank you.
That is correct. And if I may, I can also provide a little bit extra points for that. Each permit has an annual inspection, and they're supposed to also, not supposed to, but per the terms of the ordinance and their conditions of approval, there's an annual inspection and an annual report as provided to the Community Development Department. There's violations of the annual inspection or the annual report. There are also remediations for the Lake County Community Development Department to revoke a permit if they are not meeting the conditions of approval.
Thank you, Takara.
We also have one comment if we are ready for e-comments.
Yes, if there's no more, anybody in the public in the chambers who'd like to comment or via Zoom, we can move to the e-comments.
I believe we're all, we've said our piece here in chambers. Thank you.
All right, so I'll go ahead with the one e-comment for this agenda item for 3Bs. It was submitted by Jennifer Smith at April 8th, 2021, 9:17 a.m. This is in support. This project has been operating in compliance with state and local laws. There have been no complaints from the neighbors. The owners operate with integrity and are valuable contributors to the community. This project brings well-paying jobs and a positive financial impact to our community. There seems to be a misconception from the public comment about the size of the existing and proposed project. I believe that if the neighbor knew the actual canopy size of the project, that their concern would be alleviated. Open communication between the applicant and the neighbor will surely result in a positive relationship. Overall, this is the type of cannabis operation that we should want to operate in the county of Lake. Signed, Jennifer Smith. And that is the only e-comment we have for this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Can go ahead and bring it back to the applicant if the applicant would like to speak again.
Absolutely. I appreciate all the comments from everybody, both the pros and the cons. I understand and respect the concerns that have been raised. Before I get into my response, I don't know if Eric would like to, but with all of the comments going on, I know there was another neighbor that's very close in proximity to me, and they wrote a letter on my behalf, which I would be happy to read, or if Eric, Mr. Porter would prefer, he could do it. I'll leave that up to you, Commissioner Brown, if you'd like me to read it, and before I address all the other concerns that were raised.
Is the letter in the record?
The letter was, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Porter.
No, it is not, although I am aware of it. I have not received a copy of that letter yet.
Okay, Mr. Ramirez, if you could read that letter, please.
Yes, I'll read it into record. Regarding 3Bs, Damian Ramirez, use permit 1933, initial study IS 1951. Dear Planning Commission, my name is Shannon Sanders, and I own the Sunny S Ranch at 19424 Butts Canyon Road in Middletown. I support and endorse the 3Bs Damian Ramirez Cannabis Project at 2134 Eureka Road, Middletown, and including their property on Butts Canyon Road. Please allow Damian Ramirez and his farm to operate within his legal rights under the county laws. I think that the tax revenues from this project and others will go towards much needed areas such law enforcement, education, bringing jobs to Lake County, and the education of the community regarding this newly regulated industry by providing the public with the facts surrounding the industry to help develop a more educated view of what commercial cannabis cultivation really is. There may be some members of the community that will be against legal cannabis farms, and everybody is entitled to their opinion. But California state law, as well as County of Lake law, considers commercial cannabis cultivation to be legal, safe, and viable industry. I encourage and support Damian Ramirez. Please rule in favor of this project as to not deter future legal operators to conduct business in this great county, which needs this industry to grow into the great county that I know it can be. Thank you for your time and manner. Sincerely, Shannon Sanders. Before I address all the other concerns, when he does speak on the tax revenue, there was a minor correction on the staff report. It stated the canopy as a little smaller and the cultivation area as a little smaller. I want to make sure my full tax area is assessed, as I know it's important for the community. The canopy, from the record, is 696,960 square feet. The cultivation area, which would be the taxed amount, is 709,200 square feet, equaling close to $900,000 worth of tax revenue on this project alone. So moving on to address some of the issues, I will start off by, I don't think it's worth the commissioner or my time to address any of the comments that had misrepresentations within them, but I will speak on some of the items. I did speak to when Audrey mentioned that Jack Smalley came out. I did speak to him, and I've known him for about 5 years now, and he addressed the culvert to me, and he agreed with me when I said that the culvert damage seemed quite aged, and it didn't seem directly caused by the traffic that this project had. With that being said, when it comes to the road, Audrey also said that we actually didn't gravel any of the other areas, and as I responded to Miss Ebert's email, we did. We filled in different certain holes and low spots, and actually I didn't. The gentleman that lives with Audrey actually had his skid steer move the rock from my property onto there. So she is right. I didn't personally do it. Actually, I lent the gravel to her, the person who she lives with, and he did it. So just to address that, as far as the gate being moved, I would absolutely agree with that. The gate is completely understandable that it stops there. I do have a Knox box on it as a county code, as you see, that I try to check every box of compliance at all times, one of which is the Knox box that's registered with the South Shore. And then, of course, I have my normal commercial grade lock on it. I completely agree. I would prefer to have that opened up. There is no reason really for anyone to access the rest of the remaining of parcels. I'm the only one that really conducts anything out there. So moving it back would be a wonderful idea and quite accepted by me. As far as Janice alluded to with my comment when it comes to the, I guess she was assuming I was having a disparaging comment or something. By no means I had any sort of ill intent by saying that. I was just simply stating the facts that a lot goes into these projects, and under a cursory glance, it might seem better to put a road through a different area, but when you dig deep and you look at the environmental impact, it might just be best to leave it as is. I did get the gravel road. I did get clearance from the CDFW to gravel the road, and they were perfectly okay with it. I am more than happy. I have excess rock on my property. I am more than happy to share with my neighbors. I am more than happy to do my fair share of the road maintenance. If, as a previous speaker was asking, if the county maintains it. It's my understanding the county doesn't, and doesn't have is not necessarily made to, and I'm more than happy to do my fair share. I want to do everything as safe as possible and as fair as possible. Lastly, to address the potential for fire, clearly there's potential of fire all over. We're all very sensitive to it in Lake County. I do have a 5,000-gallon water tank that is exclusively filled and exclusively set aside for CAL FIRE. I have a 400-gallon per minute well. If there is ever an issue, CAL FIRE would probably be coming to my property to address it and save all the other properties, whether there was anything started on my land or somebody else. When it comes to liability, of course, I have commercial general liability insurance as any intelligent operator would. And lastly, I would like to thank the people that have spoken on my behalf. And Mary Draper did bring up a quite reasonable idea, which I'm more than willing to look into, with the encompassing of the generator to maybe dull down that noise if that is something the commissioners would like. So again, I understand, I appreciate the comment, both positive and negative, and all I'm trying to do is abide by the county rules, the county laws, the state laws, and stay in compliance and generate nearly $900,000 worth of tax revenue for the lake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I failed to close public comment. Public comment is now closed. Want to bring it back to the board for any additional questions, any action.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I've enjoyed the exchange this morning and the additional information that we've acquired, and I must say that Mr. Ramirez's comments at the beginning, you were very careful to show where you have complied and where we have done certain things as a planning commission, but I was getting the impression that you were demonstrating how much you've done, but not how much more you were willing to do on behalf of the neighbors. So your final comments, sir, meant a lot to me in terms of willing to share the load about road maintenance, relocating the gate, dealing with the generator in some way, a cover. And yes, while you may have 3 years to implement that plan, if you could indicate that you would like it to move along as quickly as humanly possible and not simply rely on a 3-year window, that would be very helpful to hear. And in terms of roads, in terms of fire safety, all of that has to be signed off on by the county and by South Lake Fire. I'm looking at your site plan. I do believe you have defensible spaces established. So in general, those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Hess, and absolutely, I want to address all these issues in a timely manner. Obviously, as everyone knows, there's a lot of expenses going into this, and I intend to make all the upgrades that are necessary to satisfy everyone, because everyone does deserve being satisfied and living comfortably in their home. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and say my 2 cents. As far as you putting a new road in and the environmental impact, I appreciate the concern with what that might be. I would appreciate maybe looking into an alternative road for your traffic that happens to go to your project, just based solely on the impact that it's having on the surrounding properties. I can see both sides. I do believe, Lake County is a great area to cultivate. There's plenty of other places to go. I'm fine with where your project sits. However, I can't not take into consideration the impact daily, whether it's 5 hours or 15 hours, that it has on the surrounding properties. Thank you.
I do agree that the neighbors, I'll start off by saying that I reached out to Damien 2 days ago. I reached out to quite a few people on this list that we have today, especially about the letter, and because I wanted to make sure about this letter, because it was concerning to me. And he had said that he had reached out. I did not get to go by that site. I think everyone has brought everything to the table: the sound, the road, the power, the gate. It sounds to me that Damien would like to address these, and I believe that he definitely sincerely means that. And so I think we do have some issues. As Mary had brought up, there is ways to encapsulate and lower the decibels, and so maybe that is an option that we could put through. I'd have to ask to see if we've had situations like that, but not just encapsulate. We would have to say we'd have to lower it by a certain decibel range, I believe. The road is definitely something where I believe that, watching some of the other planning commission meetings, that the road, and in some cases, I think there was a recent one where the neighbor at the end of the road, the other neighbor said this is not going to be, this is just more than it ever was. So the way I look at this is that I believe that this road should be maintained, at least with that rock right now, by Damien. And if there is a way to put another road in there, it sounds like that would make it happen. But I also don't want to stop this project by any means, because it could take a while to get a road in. But it really sounds like the neighbors want to make sure the whole road is rocked to start off with, and that there is culvert damage, that there will be more culvert damage, it sounds like to me, and that there is enough traffic on that road. So I think that we have to deal with that road issue, the sound issue. Also, whether, I think that mitigating that decibel level would really do it. I don't know if we have to impose solar or something like that. The gate issue, obviously, I wouldn't want someone, a gate right next to my house, and then people waiting to get in that gate. So I think there's a couple things. I'm almost finished, and then we're going to talk amongst ourselves, and I think we might be able to find out anything else. So I think there's some issues that, again, I was not aware of. I did read the letter, and again, it is legal in California to do, but obviously we listen to the neighbors. Everyone in this county is here for a reason, and you chose that spot. So I think there is a way to go about this, and I would, I am the newest member here, so I'd have to ask, what we can do, what we would put on terms of conditions and things. So that is my 2 cents on that.
Other comments?
Any further comments from the commission?
I do have a question for my colleague, Commissioner Price. Christina, are you saying that you would support this application only with additional language requiring a new access road to be built?
No, I'm not saying that I would be opposed to seeing this project go forward. However, if we are going to take into consideration that timeline of 3 years, or to have him in compliance with the other conditions, I'm fine with that. I would like something included, either a road maintenance agreement solely for the applicant, or an alternative route possibly to the project. But that's just, I want everyone, his project is well thought out, well done. However, the impact that it has on the neighboring properties, I feel like we could put our minds together, make something work, not only for the applicant, but for the surrounding properties as well.
Well,
That's my main concern. As long as we have something addressed here now, so that the applicant can move forward with his project, and also so that the neighboring properties can have some type of relief, knowing that if this does get its approval in the next 10 years, isn't going to be something that you guys have no control over, or that they feel. I just want there to be a little bit of compromise. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Well, and it's certainly true that in the past, when commissioners make strong comments about the need for mutual road maintenance, generally the applicant finds a way to agree. And that would certainly be important to me going forward, to understand that it's understood to be a mutual responsibility.
Okay, does any of the other commissioners, Commissioner Chavez, do you have any comment you'd like to make in regards to the applicant before I go ahead and provide a comment?
Sure. So mainly the concerns, as we've all heard today, have been just dealing with traffic. There was one, people living in tents, having the generators running. Having the applicant, agree to, meeting the neighbors in the middle regarding all these issues. It looks like he's willing to do that. So I just want to be able to get the wording right to be able to move this project forward. That'd be it.
Thank you. And I guess, to my kind of final comments is, not to reopen or make additional comment. I support the comments made by my colleagues. I do feel like good faith and good effort is going into this work. I understand that there can be hardships on both sides. And I think as a part of this, we have to understand, we live in the same community and we have to be good neighbors to the best of our ability. And I feel like that's being done. The concerns are being heard, they're being addressed. So I would like to definitely, if we can get some type of language that supports some of the key issues, the road maintenance being one of them. I definitely think, it's important that that's something that is worked out, and not all the onus is put on the applicant to maintain that road. It's a shared road. And I think in terms of being good neighbors, everybody doing their part is important. Regardless of our position on cannabis or this application, applicant has the right to use this land in that fashion. And so I think moving forward, if we can agree to some type of language regarding some of those key points, I'd be ready to accept some action or a motion.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask the applicant directly if our comments harmonize with his view of the project in terms of mutual road maintenance, gate relocation, good faith efforts to bring down the decibel level of the generator and move rapidly on a 3-year plan or less to convert to another energy source. If those are, I think that reflects the bulk of the concerns of the commission in terms of creating some kind of consensus between the applicant and the neighborhood.
Yeah,
agreed.
Yes, Commissioner Hess, I feel those are all reasonable conditions or suggestions rather, and I'm more than willing to do my best to make sure everyone in the community is okay. I really do just want to run a quality project and respect my neighbors while doing it. I think you astutely mentioned every level of concern, and I'm more than willing to work towards addressing all of them in a reasonable and timely fashion. Thank you.
Okay, do we want to take some action?
Commissioners, I'd like to propose 4 new conditions to be added for your consideration. There actually is a condition under Section H, noise, that limits the decibel levels measured at the property line, and it gives certain times of day where it can't exceed 55 decibels. And so condition number 2 is actually intended to protect the neighbors, but I would propose adding condition number 4. Prior to cultivation, the generator shall be enclosed in order to reduce noise output. Condition number H5, within 3 years, the applicant shall find an alternative power source to eliminate ongoing use of the generator. And that would be within 3 years of the date of approval of this permit. Condition number I11, prior to cultivation, the gate shall be relocated in a manner that does not create traffic waiting in front of the neighboring house. Condition number I-12, prior to cultivation, the applicant shall enter into a road maintenance agreement. I don't know if that would be with the county. I would assume so, but we can work out the wording of that as long as our legal counsel doesn't have any objection to that.
The only thing I would note about agreements like that would be that the county should not be forcing an applicant into an agreement with a third party. Otherwise, the commission may impose whatever conditions believes is supported by the record.
Are those all of the updated conditions, Eric?
Well, yeah, I'm still not clear on condition number I-12 about the maintenance agreement. I mean, I guess we could just leave it generic. Prior to cultivation, the applicant shall agree to maintain the road. I don't know what that's going to look like, though, and I wasn't clear on Jonathan Louie's response. I know that we can't do third-party agreements.
I don't think we've said that the applicant alone should maintain the road. Am I missing something? I thought we were talking about mutual road maintenance. Not that we can impose
that's what
that.
I heard as well, Commissioner Hess, and I would also probably recommend that we keep that condition general, since it is, to my understanding, a public road.
Okay, so we can leave that condition general. We'll just have to figure out how that would actually work.
I mean, I know that the people in the audience, I think that maybe one of their concerns is I think that's the biggest concern, and if we're going to leave that kind of open, I think that's one thing. I don't know how they're going to feel. It doesn't look like they want to kind of know how that works out, and I completely understand that. Damien did actually do some road work, and it sounds like he did support some rock, but I think for everyone to feel good about this, you know, I think this has to be dealt with. And I see some hands coming up here, so I'm not sure what we can do. But again, I really feel that that is a key issue here. And I've seen the hands, I've seen some nods that, you know, for them to, I think that for the neighbors to feel like this is not harming them, I think this is something that I don't want to walk away from. So what can we do?
Well, this is not unlike when a tribe wants us to impose make an applicant enter into an agreement about monitoring cultural resources. We can't impose that, nor can we tell people how to deal with this road specifically. But there have been many, many examples of planning commission meetings when once a road or access issue came up and the applicant and the neighbors agreed that they together would work on it, we've left it with that kind of an understanding because we cannot go further in and impose an agreement. And what I'm hearing, I believe, from the public and from the applicant is that there's a path forward to mutual maintenance.
Correct. And if I may, I would recommend to allow the applicant and his neighbors to work through that on their own. As you pointed out, Commissioner Hess, it gets into a little bit of sticky waters when we start enforcing third-party agreements for the county, because now we become an enforcement agency, and that's not necessarily the purview of the Community Development Planning Division. In past, there's a difference between an easement, a shared easement, and a public maintained road. If it was public maintained road, that would be a different situation. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was an easement, it would be a different situation, and we typically try to get the applicants, we strongly encourage applicants to reach out to their neighbors before a planning commission meeting, well before, just to kind of talk through the nuts and bolts of a shared easement, since, you know, shared easement and everybody will be using it. Public maintained roads is a little bit different.
So are we finished with the conditions, Eric? condition language?
My understanding is that we're gonna strike condition I-12, which would be the road maintenance agreement, and leave it up to the, cultivator and the neighbors to work that out, as opposed to us requiring it.
Right, I don't believe we can require it in that sense.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board for some action.
You don't have it on your phone, huh?
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the, oh, excuse me, I'm on the wrong document. I apologize. 10 seconds.
I can make the motion.
Go ahead, Lance.
Yeah, I move that the Planning Commission find that the initial study, IS 19-51, applied for by 3Bs LLC on property located at 21340 Eureka Road, Middletown, and is APNs 014-003-24, also 0114-140-17, 19, 20, and 21 will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a mitigated negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated April 8th, 2021.
And as amended today.
And as amended today.
I second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion so carried.
I also, for major use permit UP 19-33, I move that the Planning Commission find that the use permit UP 19-33 applied for by 3Bs LLC on property located at 21340 Eureka Road, Middletown, and as APNs 014-003-24, 014-140-17, 19, 20, and 21 does meet the requirements of section 51.4 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the major use permit is to be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated April 8th, 2021, as amended today.
I second that.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion so carried.
Okay, I'd like to note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. Appropriate forms and applicable fees must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Thank you, Deputy Director Thomas. I know you were very instrumental in getting this project to the commission in a timely fashion as well. Thank you, Porter, for taking over the project from the previous planner and helping me out with this. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we want to, how do you guys feel? You want to take a 5 to 10 minute break? Do you guys want to continue with our next agenda item?
Mr. Chair, 2 items. 1, we have to read the appeal language, and 2, I would request a 10-minute break.
Okay, I'm open to that.
Are we taking a break?
Well,
Yes, let's take.
We need to read the appeal language from that last file.
So we will reconvene at 10 after the hour?
Sorry, first, I wasn't, let me clarify. I would request that we read the appeal language first, then we take the break, just for the continuity of the record.
The appeal language I thought was read.
Yeah, I did read the language.
Yes.
Oh, my apologies, apologies.
Yeah.
So yes, 10-minute break, please.
Yes, reconvene at 10:10, or 11:10, excuse me.
Okay, I'm turning the mics on.
Maybe we'll get more of those on Zoom for Hidden Valley. Yeah, I couldn't even look at them.
And we are now ready in the chamber.
Oh, that would have been tough for me, man. Yeah, I'm sure of it. Was that? I'm glad I wasn't a school kid during COVID. I would not have learned well last year. No, seriously.
I would have probably repeated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been really hard.
Yeah.
Okay, we're prepared to take up our 9:20 a.m. item, public hearing consideration of major use permit, UP 19-31, to consider approval of a commercial cannabis cultivation project on a 333 plus acre property and consideration of adopted mitigative declaration, IS 19-39, applicant owner Badlands LLC, proposed project 12 type A, type 3 medium outdoor cannabis cultivation licenses requesting 529,560 square feet of cannabis cultivation area and one A type 13 self-distribution license. Location 21518 Bartlett Springs Road, Lucerne, California, APN 016-032-01.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My video is turned off. I can't turn it back on from here. Thank you. All right. Before we proceed, I need to say that this entire property is surrounded by BLM land. And this may be something that we might want to continue for 2 weeks until we get a legal opinion on it.
I think for consistency's sake, we don't have much of a choice. I don't know what my colleagues feel about that, but
I would have to second for that and put it to an April 22nd date.
yeah, without prejudging the application in any way.
Yeah.
Simply over the question of the BLM question.
I will echo that on
um,
my colleague's behalf. I don't feel like we could make a decision on one and not on the other, given the circumstances.
Eric, did you have a comment?
I did. I just want to mention that we had approved a 4-acre outdoor cultivation site on this same property in late 2018 or early 2019. I don't remember which. At that time, BLM was not on our radar. And so I just want to add that for the record, that he does have approval to cultivate 4 acres on that property already.
I believe until we have our council, Nicole, our standard council, and by Takara's recommendation, and by, again, holding consistency, I think we've talked about all the pluses and minuses and possibilities, but I think we do have to hold consistency. So I would like to table this until April 22nd, until we have further information.
I would second that. Again, without any comment on the application itself.
It's been moved and seconded. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
We have a hand raised really fast. Do we want to address Mr. Ramirez? Do you have any standing with this application? And also mentioned we do not want to hear any information regarding this application. We'd like to listen to it on the 28th in its entirety. So I'm not sure what comment you can provide us.
Yes, I would like to just provide a brief comment, not getting into the details of the project. And while I appreciate the efforts of consistency on today, looking specifically at today and the consistency of today, I would like to note that the first project ever approved by the Planning Commission in October 2018 set precedent. It traversed through BLM land. It was a large, and there was 4 separate licenses, all approved. As Mr. Porter alluded to, on April 25th, 2019, I did get approved on this property previously for 4 acres of cultivation. On May 14th, 2020, a little more recently, since at that point BLM was on the radar, to use Mr. Porter's words, once again, a very large project was approved that traversed through BLM land. It had letters, just as the ones that Lance said he's seen 20 of. And most recently, as of December 10th, 2020, another property project was approved traversing through BLM land. And so, with all due respect of the thoughts of the commission, I do, and if we're going to be respecting consistency, I think we might need to look beyond today's consistency and look at overall the commission's stance on it, and historically and the precedent that's been set over and over again. Most recently, not even 5 months ago. Those are just some of the examples. There's been at least a dozen others that traversed through that have been approved. I do not have their dates. I'd be happy to do further research and look into those as well to provide you. I wanted to bring up the very astute point that Mr. Williams brought up, that all interstate freeways are federal lands. Very hard to traverse anywhere through the state with that. And last, I will be more than happy to forego my distribution and transportation self-distribution license. There is no need for it. I use outside CDFA licensed transporters and distributors to not only bring my starts and my seeds on site, but also to remove all product. So at the end of the day, this is a use permit for me to be able to use my land. And when it comes to the BLM, I need to be set back at a certain degree, which the design of my property adheres to. And I want to just remind the commissioner that without the self-distribution license, if that gets removed, you are simply granting me my legal right to cultivate on my private property. It follows every single law in the county and the state. And if there is an issue, like Mr. Porter has said multiple times in previous hearings, as well as this one, 2 projects ago, it is buyer beware. This is a issue for transportation. This is an issue for distributors. It is not an issue for someone who is using their private property to legally cultivate cannabis. So I just wanted to make that clarification. I understand and respect your desire for consistency. I only wish the previous applicant who approached with this concern was able to articulate what I just said. So maybe we could have moved forward in a more efficient manner. This project was early activated last year. In addition to the 4 acres that was already been growing on, this will be the 3rd season of that. And I would like to get this project started as soon as possible. I feel like I have a complete application and I have adhered to all of the concerns. And I would like for it to move forward today with all due respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Lance, you did make a motion. Do you want to continue with that motion, and does have a second?
I could rescind that motion, but I believe that as I said with the last one, I did not see any issues with that, but again, I think there's enough commissioners here that believe that they would like to hear it from council and have this resolved. I do appreciate Damien speaking and addressing the points, but I think a lot of those points were brought up. So the only thing I think that Commissioner Hess again, would like to put this to the April 22nd date so that we do have county council, and I do respect that decision. If something has changed from here, I, of course, am willing to go forward.
Okay, we do have a second. Is our second still in standing?
Yes.
Okay, let's get a roll call.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion so carried.
We're going to move on to our 9:25 a.m. Public hearing consideration of major use permit, UP 14-09, to consider approval of a construction project on a 36.55 plus acre property in consideration of adopting a mitigated negative declaration, IS 14-33, applicant owner, Hidden Valley Lake Homeowners Association, proposed project demolition of the 7,200 square feet existing homeowners association headquarters, and new construction of a 12,483 square foot building that would house the homeowners association office, a restaurant, golf pro shop and lobby, and construction of a new 3,180 square foot covered patio area, location 19210 Hartman Road, Hidden Valley Lake, California, APN 141-371-01.
Eric, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry. Point of clarification, the homeowners association office is not located in either the existing building or the proposed building, but it would house the restaurant and the golf pro shop. The other portions that the chairman read are correct. This is somewhat controversial to the owners within the project, and we got a lot of feedback on it both in 2015 when well, it was submitted in late 2014, but in 2015, we got quite a bit of written comment on it. And then more recently, we've received, as of this morning, a petition with 28 owners objecting to it. That's in addition to about 10 other letters and emails of objection. So there's probably going to be a fair amount of public input on this one. Nevertheless, my job is to look at it in terms of compliance with the code, the general plan and the area plan that applies. In this case, I believe it's a Middletown area plan. So I did that. I reviewed it fairly thoroughly. I guess I need to, just for the record, give a little bit of history on it. Originally, this came in as a zone change, general plan amendment, use permit, and mitigated negative declaration. Determination was made some time ago that the zone change was not needed, that they could proceed with the project without having to rezone the property. Property zoned open space. The lower half of the property, which is where the existing building is actually in an AO floodplain. Floodplain construction is allowed as long as it's not in a floodway, but the footing is probably going to need to be engineered. The homeowners association that made the application is aware of that. And so that should not be any kind of a hindrance towards proceeding with the review and decision on this proposal. So the applicant wants to build a brand new 12,483 square foot building that would house the restaurant and pro shop. They would leave the existing restaurant and pro shop standing until the completion of the new larger restaurant pro shop is completed. Once the construction is completed, they would demolish the 7,200 square foot existing restaurant and pro shop. My best guess on construction is that it would last between 4 and 6 months, including the demolition. They have given us all the studies and data that we needed in order to do a thorough CEQA review and ultimately a thorough zoning ordinance conformance, general plan conformance, and area plan conformance review. I think my staff report is fairly self-explanatory. This type of a use permit is slightly different from cannabis. There are different things that we have to apply to it, which are within the staff report. And there were quite a few different items that we have actually compared up against this proposal that have all been met based on the submittal material. So we did do an environmental review. It was IS 14-33. It's attachment 5 in your packet. We did not receive any adverse comments from any notified local or state agencies. Middletown Rancheria had expressed interest. The Homeowners Association has entered into a contractual agreement with the tribe without any interference needed on the part of the county. I spoke with Mike Rivera with the Middletown Rancheria tribe yesterday, and he is satisfied with the written agreement between the HOA and the tribe, and sent me an email indicating that this project, in the tribe's opinion, is fine to proceed. And so I think that's all I have. Again, there's quite a bit of interest on the part of the residents within the HOA, and I couldn't find any reason to recommend anything but approval on this mitigated negative declaration and subsequent use permit. And so with that, I can entertain any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to withhold until after public comments.
Okay.
I'm okay with moving forward with public comment before I say anything.
Okay, do we all want to agree we want to move to public comment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and open up public comment.
All right, would you like to start in the Zoom room?
Yes, let's start in the Zoom room first.
All right, so the first hand I have up here is from Randy Murphy. Randy, you should be able, looks like you're unmuted there. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yes, Randy Murphy. I'm the general manager for Hidden Valley Homeowners Association and the project proponent or applicant, I guess. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, just checking. So first of all, I'd like to thank the commissioners and the planning staff for their diligent work on this. The project is a long time coming. It's been in the works for over 10 years. And as Eric pointed out a moment ago, there is a small but vocal contingent of project components that have stalled or otherwise created delays via recalls and other tactics, costing the homeowners here several more $1 million than if the project had been done 5 to 10 years ago as originally planned. We're now at a point we can't wait any longer. The Hidden Valley Board has approved the master plan. I recall last summer an attempt to derail the project failed. And I know this, one of the objections was that we needed a vote of the membership, and we have an attorney's opinion that said that is not a correct statement. The original building that currently exists was designed and built in the late 1960s when the community was much smaller. Today's needs are different than 50 or more years ago. Additional dining space, both indoors and out, are at a premium today, and considering potential future pandemic environments. The new project will be the crown jewel for our association and South County overall. Recent demand for property here is higher than it's been in years, and many of the new members or new residents are very supportive of the project. So I'm here to answer any questions related to the project if you have any.
Thank you. Do we want to continue our public comment? I forgot to ask the applicant if he wanted to speak. Is that still the consensus? Move on with public comment? Or any questions for the applicant?
I have one question that I don't know if he can answer, but how many people, I was looking at Google, how many people live in Hidden Valley? I see the population is 5,540, and I'm curious how many are in this HOA?
Yes, the Hidden Valley Homeowners Association most recent population estimate is somewhere between 6,000 and 6,500 residents. There are about 33, just under 3,300 lots, about 2,400 of which are developed.
Thank you. That was very helpful. That will help me make my decision.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment now in the Zoom room.
All right, the next hand I have up here is from Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I'm glad you would talk and asked you to unmute. Oh, it looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Elizabeth Montgomery.
Thank you, we hear you.
I'm a homeowner.
The 3-minute rule does apply.
And I'm in opposition to this project as it is currently planned. First, our homeowners association cannot afford the project. We are struggling financially already. We don't have $8 to $10 million to invest in a money-losing business. The financing is not there. The project may well get started and not get completed. Large special assessments may have to be levied on homeowners who cannot afford them. Property values may be impacted, and the substantial property taxes that the county relies on from HVL may be impacted. It is possible the HOA will be driven into receivership again. I believe that the general welfare of Lake County residents will be harmed by this project. My very personal stake in this is that urgent wildfire safety needs are being neglected in my neighborhood. They are being neglected in favor of this project. Second, this project is in a high-risk flood zone, along with nearby homes, shopping centers, and Coyote Valley Elementary School. The project should not be considered in isolation, but in this context, and also in the context of multiple concurrent developments, in the context of climate change, and especially in the context of already woefully inadequate stormwater drainage infrastructure. Some components of the local stormwater drainage system were only designed for a 10-year flood. Currently, no one is maintaining the extensive culvert and ditch system that runs through the community. Neither is the Puda Creek side of the levee that runs along Mountain Meadow South Road being maintained. The community is awaiting funding to correct a unique and serious problem with the valve gate to a large retention basin, which now traps water on the community side of the levee when the water level in Puda Creek gets too high. There has been repeated flooding in the area, including parts of the project site. First Street Foundation is a more up-to-date and predictive source than backward-looking FEMA maps. It estimates that a 94% risk of flooding for the Hartman Complex project site in the next 15 years, and says that risk is increasing. It lists the flooding hazard for the site as 8 out of 10 on its risk scale in the severe category. I realize that the proposed building will sit at a slightly higher elevation than the current one, but will that be sufficient in an atmospheric river event? There's a statement on page 137 of the drainage study and hydraulic analysis that, quote, no off-site drainage improvements were found necessary and none were proposed within this development. However,
It's been
no
3 minutes,
analysis
so
of
if
the
you can...
off-site drainage systems is presented. In fact, off-site drainage improvements are desperately needed and could very easily have ramifications for the project. The project should not go forward until those needed improvements are made.
It's been 3 minutes, so if you can please wrap it up.
So I just want to take exception to being the member of only a small but vocal contingent. The last election in Hidden Valley Lake went handily to people who felt that the community should have a vote on this project, and the the candidate who was a previous board member who said that this project was a need and not a want, lost. And over 700 people voted to recall 4 board members just in the previous election. So the idea that we're just a tiny minority that speak up is belied by numerous things.
Thank you. We would like to give other people a chance to speak. You've exceeded your 3-minute window, but if there isn't anybody else who would like to speak, we will come back.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Hey, Jake, anyone else in the Zoom room?
Yes, we have Lisa Kaplan.
Okay, and a reminder, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm grateful to the Planning Commission for hearing this and other projects, and also for your consideration of the residents' voices, because we're the people who actually, like you, keep this place alive and kicking and moving forward. So as you know, Hidden Valley is populated by, it's a large concentration of population. And as Randy mentioned, this project proposal has been in the works for 10 years. Well, so why did it take so long? So because this tiny majority that's not actually a tiny majority actually is a tiny minority is actually a significant amount of people. As a matter of fact, I would say that kind of like our political situation in the United States, we're pretty much divided here, except that people are exhausted after 10 years with a wildfire in the middle of it. You know, 2015, it didn't take more than just a few months for this project to go right back on the table and for the contention to begin again. So, you know, I echo everything Elizabeth said, and I know that there are many people who do too. Hidden Valley Lake is comprised of many, many young families, as well as middle-aged families, and we're tired of this conversation, and not very many people even knew about this event today, which is, it's very important. And as you know, it's always a problem for people from the Middletown area to show up over there. Of course, Zoom makes it much, much easier, but it's not part of everybody's consciousness, nor reading EIRs. But when it comes to our pocketbooks, it's like, this is a real problem. Our assessments will go up, and more importantly, the pool, the community center, the youth center, the dog park, walking lanes, all of our real public spaces are being neglected in favor of this building, which is, it's a business, essentially. And so it's like, whereas you can't tell us what to do because we have our own governance, there is a place where what the community feels, and the fact that it's taken 10 years speaks to the fact that this is extremely contentious and it's a big deal. And I want to say too that when this construction starts, it's going to be very noisy. And I'm not really looking forward to my life being disrupted by noise, especially not by this giant thing that I frankly think is overspending. The businesses haven't made their own money. They've been in, they've had, you know, minuses part of the time, and we deserve to have a voice in this. At least 60% of the people should be voting in favor of it, to, like taxes, to have to move forward with their assessments going towards such a building. That's community input. We represent a lot more people than are showing up or than you've seen in those letters. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the Zoom room, Jake?
No, I think it looks like we just had another hand come up from Christina. I do believe the hand we have up from Randy Murphy, he is the applicant, so I wanted to leave that hand up just to identify him there. Christina, I've sent you permission to talk and have followed up with an unmute request. It looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yes, it's Christina Pernisi.
Great, thank you.
Hi, I came in late because I had other meetings, but I wanted to also really reflect on what Lisa and Elizabeth said. I'm a member of HOA here, and the subsidies that we pay in extravagant amount for the current building is obscene. And for them to try and build a larger building that we would have to even subsidize more is unspeakable. So not only is it in a floodplain, which to my knowledge has not been rectified, but the assessments that the members are going to be taxed with, especially in this economic downturn, people have lost their jobs, people have lost their livelihoods, their homes, family members, and this board and GM wants to go through and build a $10 million plus building that we do not need. And like Lisa said, we are only speaking on our behalf, but we're speaking on behalf of a lot of people that do not have the means to get on the Zoom meetings or have the knowledge of what's going on in our community. So I'm very against this building, as a lot of us are. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional hands in the Zoom room, Jake?
It looks like at this moment, there are no additional hands.
Okay, do we have anybody in the chambers who's wishing to speak on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, we can bring it back to the commission. Do we want to hear from, give Mr. Murphy the opportunity to respond again to any of the comments made?
Chair, if I may, as soon as I spoke, we did have other hands come up in the Zoom room.
Okay, let's go back to those then. Thank you.
All right, great. So the first hand I had come back up was from Elizabeth.
Let's not make, is it a new comment from Elizabeth?
Is that she spoke before, I believe, maybe? We do have a new comment from a Bobby Dutcher as well.
Let's get to the new comment.
Okay. Bobby, I've allowed you to speak and have sent you an unmute request. Looks like you're on mute. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Bobby Dutcher, Lakeport. So
Great, thank you.
I've served on a number of different boards of directors for different organizations, and we never get 100% approval for any decisions that we make. But in this case, I would definitely give the benefit of the doubt to the board of directors that represents the Hidden Valley Association and decided to move forward with this project. I think, I was looking at that, there was maybe 48 signatures, in opposition. There's over 5,000 people that live there, and the signatures were gathered by DocuSign rather than, people going out and actually going to the trouble of finding the petition and signing it. So I'm going to really support this project, and I would hope that you approve it and let them move forward finally, after all this time, that you finally start building this building and upgrade the association's improvements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we want to give Elizabeth an opportunity to finish her comment, or do you have new information you'd like to provide? If so, let's go ahead and unmute Elizabeth.
Okay. Elizabeth, I've sent you an unmute request.
So we did check with Eric Porter about whether it would be okay to use DocuSign on that petition. And I just wanted to make sure that you are actually in possession of both petitions, both the change.org petition and the signatures that were added to the HVL Now detailed comment letter.
We have the signature page, which is part of the HVL Now letter. We do not have a physical copy of the other change.org petition you refer to. Were the signatories of the change.org petition all Hidden Valley Lake residents?
I believe that they were, but they may have their phone, if their phones were from a different area code, it may say that they were from some other area.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, please.
Staff did receive the change.org petition in several different manners. We received it via fax and via email, and then I personally uploaded it to the e-comment portal, as e-comment is the county's preferred method for receiving written comments. There was 3 pages that was received. The first page was a letter, and the second pages were 2 pages of signatures. There were no addresses or phone numbers on the copy that I received. It was just the signature page, and I can share that if it is the pleasure. I misspoke. It's names, location, and dates of the signature page. And some are from Santa Rosa, some are from Hidden Valley, some are from Idaho, and I can share that for you all if that's the pleasure of the commission to help.
I did look at it. I don't know if any other commissioners would like to see it. I've already previously viewed it.
Mr. Chair, I have not seen the detail that you have, but I believe the speaker and I believe Tokara when she says they exist.
I would also recommend that we restart her time since we did talk a little bit over her time, if she would like to reclaim her 3 minutes.
Okay, Elizabeth, do you have any additional information you'd like to add? So you have 3 minutes.
No, that's all right. I appreciate your consideration of public comment on this. I hope that you all had a chance to read the more detailed letters.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and bring it back to the applicant. If the applicant wants to address any of the points or concerns.
Mr. Chair, there is that e-comment. I don't know if we would like, I'm sorry for interrupting. I don't know if you would like for us to read it since it is that letter. I would recommend that the letter be actually read into the record.
Okay, please do.
To Lake County Planning Commission, care of Eric Porter, regarding Hartman Complex, UP 1411 IS 1433, change.org petition, Hartman Complex unwise as planned. We, the undersigned, urge the Lake County Planning Commission to carefully consider the potential negative consequences to approving the Hartman Complex project, UP 1411 IS 1433, and Hidden Valley Lake, as it is currently planned. Our reasons for opposing the project include: number 1, location of the project in a high-risk flood hazard zone; number 2, a larger context of several projects, Hartman Complex, Valley Oak Shopping Center, new homes, and nearby cannabis operations, relying on inadequate infrastructure, roads, and drainage, with consequences for traffic safety, evacuation difficulty, and flooding. All this particularly impacts Coyote Valley Elementary School, which is close to the Hartman Complex project. Negative impact on the financial welfare of residents who must bear the cost and risk associated with ill-advised size and expense of the Hartman Complex project. And then there are 2 pages of signatures. Approximately, I just did a rough count, approximately 28 signatures. And this letter is also attached to the e-comment portal if you would like to review the letters, the individual signatures as well. And I am checking to see if there are any other e-comments that were received during the meeting. As of this moment, that is the only petition, that's the only e-comment that we have.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and if there's no more comments, let's close public comment and give the applicant, Mr. Murphy, an opportunity to respond to any of the points raised, if he likes to.
Yes, can you hear me? Am I still on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, just checking. As was pointed out by the one commenter a moment ago, this board approved the master plan in October of 2019 and was approved the concerns by some of the folks raised that issue, and this board is separately elected to govern the business of the association. Many of the comments that were made today and through the submitted comments are based in fear-mongering in the sense of what if the flood happens, what if the association goes bankrupt. None of those things are real. The association is very well financed. We have seen very little impact due to COVID on our receipts of our assessments. So we're ready to go. This project is funded, and as soon as we get the permit approved, then we'll be ready to break ground. The concern about the flooding and the levee, that is not the Hidden Valley's responsibility. We do recognize that it is an issue and are working with the CSD and the county to try and resolve those issues. But again, the issue specific to the restaurant and the use of this property and the construction, we're ready to rock and roll, assuming the commissioners grant this permit.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring it back to the commission. The commission has any questions? I noticed Commissioner Chavez had to leave for his appointment. Do we have any questions for the applicant from the commission?
I do, Mr. Chair. To be honest, I'm not sure whether he's in a better position to answer my question or Mr. Porter. But if my colleagues could go to the 7th letter in the public comments section, and then scroll to the photographs at the end of that letter. The letter's from HVL Now. My question is the current complex building also considered to be in the AO floodplain?
Yeah, Commissioner, it's in the map floodplain.
Right, it's indicating 1% chance of flood, it appears, annually. I'm not sure quite how to read that. But the photographs I'm referring my colleagues to are of the Greenview parking lot in 2017, when it was fully inundated. And if that's the current floodplain status, and it will be the floodplain status for the new facility, what do we do to avoid an episode like the photographs show from 2017?
If I may, Commissioner, I can respond at least partly to that.
Yes, please.
Okay, it is my understanding that part of the flooding was caused because a tree blocked the culvert underneath Hartman Road. So in that specific incident in 2017, the final finished floor elevation for the existing building is a couple of feet above the flood elevation. The new building will be approximately 3 feet higher than that. So.
But what about the new parking lot?
The parking lot is within the floodplain. The design has some improvements to the drainage, but obviously when the creek backs up because the tree blocks the culvert under Hartman Road, all bets are off.
Has that been remedied since 2017?
The tree has been removed, yes, but obviously it could potentially happen again.
Thank you, that was my question.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Williams, any questions?
That picture definitely was the first thing I saw, and I was told that they were going to be doing some type of mitigation, as I had understood it. I don't know if there's any cases with that, whether there was going to be better drainage. I thought that was mitigated. Did I misunderstand that? That was talking to some people who were in that area, besides just the raising of that. I thought there might have been some different drainage areas.
Mr. Murphy, would you care to respond to the comment, or Eric?
Mitigation, I don't think is in the plan. No, there are improvements being made through the filtration of the drainage that goes into the creek off of the hard surfaces. But mitigation in and of itself, that is not part of the project. No.
To me, mitigating it would be improving the drainage. So to me, that's, I think, being slightly addressed.
Yes. And I would like to clarify too, again, even though the water was in that one photo was high, it never got into the building itself. It flooded the substructure, but not the building.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't have another question, just a comment in general. I am a Hidden Valley resident. I did live through that episode in 2017 and the Valley Fire as well. We all remember that evacuation. I don't see a strong enough reason to oppose the entire major use permit. And as a resident of Hidden Valley Lake, I am well aware of the number of recall elections we've had, criticisms of the HOA board and management, criticisms of subsidies for the restaurant and the golf shop. Those are all realities, homeowner association realities for residents of Hidden Valley Lake, but those are not part of our purview in terms of the major use permit application we have before us. And I just want to make that distinction, both in my own mind and for the public, that while as a resident I'm very familiar with those concerns and criticisms, but those do not factor into our consideration of the major use permit before us today.
I appreciate you sharing both sides of that, Commissioner Hess.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely will be noted. I guess, you know, the concern without having any information on how the Hidden Valley Homeowners Association works. I don't know how we can, as you stated, use any information to base our judgment off this application. I am concerned that if there is a number of people in opposition, how does that factor into the Homeowners Association? The pictures myself, looking at them, are very powerful and impactful, and I wonder how that impacts the residents as well. If the culverts aren't being maintained, if there's not being upkeep of those types of issues. So I definitely want to thank you, Commissioner Hess, for your input on that.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, please.
Just to provide some additional perspective, as the applicant did point out, there are going to be some mitigations that will help in the future since it is within the floodplain. Additionally, there are, and we've not talked through this with the applicant, so I'm kind of coming off the fly, so Mr. Murphy, please don't be taken off guard. There are further mitigations that can go along with parking lots to help her with the flooding if we do go through another event like that. So that could be something that we can talk through additionally with the applicant. There's been some really cool innovations in that space with dispersing water quickly. It will have to be up to the applicant to determine if that's their appetite to look into things like that. But staff has looked at the project. It has been submitted, as the applicant has stated. It has been worked through for the last couple of years because there have been a couple of design changes over time. So I think that there might be some appetite there to help with both sides of it. Additionally, it is within your purview as the Planning Commission to hear the information before you today. The application is for the land use and for the rebuilding of the structure so that they can continue through the process. I would caution the Planning Commission, though, if when you do make your decision, to keep it to the facts that are provided to you at hand, as far as the land use. You know, does it meet the zoning ordinance? Does it meet the requirements for the floodplain, things of that nature?
Thank you,
Great.
Takara.
Yes, thank you, Takara.
And
So we,
And anybody speak right now or no?
public comment is closed.
Okay, thank you.
I
Going to
just,
go ahead and bring it back to the board for action. Any
I'm sorry,
additional comments?
one more, I forgot one more point. May I, jump in one more time?
Yes, go ahead.
There was, an initial study also completed. Staff reviewed that material in, coming up with that recommendation. So I would also direct you to that initial study and mitigations as outlined in that initial study when, making your decision.
yes, thank you. And I found that the overall conclusions and mitigation measures that was put out there, I'll just read from what is there. It says the project's mitigation measures for stormwater quality and hydro modifications are sized correctly to meet the state requirements as they are shown by the calculations. The drainage system is adequately sized for the proposed site runoff. And that's when I saw the first flooding, but then I did search deeper in, and that's why I was talking about the mitigation. So I don't know if we can ask for it to go bigger, but again, I don't live there, and so I would defer to you.
Right. A lot of the stuff that has to do with groundwater recharge and stormwater runoff has more to do with sediment collecting in streams and that kind of thing, and water clarity, the Clean Water Act, than it does with flood control.
If the commission has nothing else further to discuss, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yeah, I have no further comments. So let's go ahead and entertain that motion.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the initial study IS 14-33 applied for by Hidden Valley Lake Homeowners Association on property located at 19210 Hartman Road, Hidden Valley Lake, and further described as APN 141-371-01 will not have a significant effect on the environment and therefore a mitigated mitigated negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated April 8th, 2021.
We'll get a roll call vote.
I second that.
I'm seconding a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner House?
Yes.
Should we just skip over Commissioner Chavez since he's out? Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Motion's carried.
Furthermore, I move that the Planning Commission find that the Hidden Valley Lake Homeowners Association on property located at 19210 Hartman Road, Hidden Valley Lake, and further described as APN 141-371-01 does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the major use permit be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated April 8th, 2021. And that was in regards to major use permit UP 14-09.
Second?
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Motion's carried.
Okay, I'd like to note the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. Appropriate forms and applicable fees must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination.
Thank you very much.
Okay, do we want to continue on to item 6? How is everybody feeling? Push through?
I'm ready to go. Let's push through. I'm ready.
I note that here in the chambers, Mr. Chair, there's also been a representative of this application here since 9 a.m. So rather than making him wait any longer.
I mean, unless you want to go to lunch and then come back. No? Okay.
I'm fine. I'm definitely fine. Okay, let's continue with our 9:30 a.m. public hearing and consideration of major use permit, UP 20-80 to place a 150-foot tall cell tower on a 28.61 acre property in consideration of mitigated negative declaration, IS 20-96. The applicant is New Singular Wireless, PCS, DBA AT&T Mobility, owner Michael Worth. Proposed project, new 150-foot tall cell tower at a pertinent equipment within 45 by 40 fenced enclosure. Location 15650 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, California 95423, APN 006-530-03 and 006-530-04. Is this Eric also?
No, Mr. Chair, this is Michael Taylor, and I think we're trying to transition. So if you could give us a few more seconds.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's Mike Taylor, Assistant Planner of the Community Development Department. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity on behalf of the applicant for your consideration of approval of major use permit UP 20-80, mitigated negative declaration IS 2096. And I'd like to share my screen if possible here. I have a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, that screen share should be possible.
Okay. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Let's view. All right, so there's the cover page there. Major use permit, presentation to the Planning Commission, Community Development Department, County of Lake. It's for consideration of major use permit. UP 20-80 mitigated negative declaration IS 2096. The applicant is New Singular Wireless, PCS DBA AT&T Mobility. Property owner Michael E. Worth. Agenda is following generally this format here: permit request, project location, site description, project analysis, recommendations, and conditions. The request application seeks approval of major use permit and mitigated negative declaration for a new unmanned wireless community facility cell tower located at 15650 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, APN 006-53003 and 006-53004, which includes 150-foot tall single lattice co-locatable cell tower and associated equipment, which would including emergency backup generator, which would be housed in a 40 by 45 carrier lease fenced enclosure. The project site is located actually on a previously disturbed area, and the parcel is on RL, which complies with the Article 71 of the Lake County zoning ordinance. Project location is generally at the location of Highway 53 and Highway 20. Area is zoned RL and RR. Most of the properties, this is rural area, so most of the properties in this area are at least 10 acres or more. Recommendation is approval of major use permit UP 2080 with conditions outlined in the staff report. Site description, existing conditions, access is an existing gravel and dirt driveway with a slope of 1.5 to 32%. And a driveway is accessed via Almond Lane from Highway 20. Total acres of the site is 28.61. The actual project is located on APN 006-530-03, which is on the left half of the project site, which is here.
Michael, I'm gonna jump in real quick and interrupt you. Could you speak up a little bit louder? It's a little hard to hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I've got my volume up pretty high here. Let me try this. Cell tower is located on existing strip area. Cell tower area is zoned RL Rural Lands District. Bear with me a minute. Had a here's that. So this is showing, this particular slide is showing an existing pad area which was previously disturbed. Tower location and construction station would occur in this this area here. Staff conducted a site visit and 4290 preliminary inspection on February 11th, 2021. This is the existing road which accesses off of Almond Lane, and then Almond Lane accesses off Highway 20. So this is an existing road which is currently graveled, and it has an access gate. This is part of the existing access road which leads up to the tower. It's currently dirt, and the grades in this particular area are generally ranging from the entry to the top, ranging from 0 to 32%. Another view of the access road. This is a view of the pad again. This is the tower is proposed to be located near an existing PG&E tower. As you can see, there's a PG, looks like a 240 kV, and additional single power poles at the top. The road you're looking at is an existing road that accesses the electrical towers, which is PG&E. Zoning, it's currently zoned, as I mentioned, RL and RR. RL is what the project site is located on in this area here. Can you actually see my pointer?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the tower site is located on 0065303, which is zoned RL, and it's approximately in this area here. This is a site plan of the property. As you can see, this is Almond Lane here, where my pointer is, and then the existing access road, which follows along the east property line. There are some existing structures in this area. There's a dwelling unit, some existing auxiliary structures, and various random equipment out there. But the road starts here. It exists up to about this point where the dwelling is graveled, and then it becomes a dirt road all the way up to the tower. The applicant is proposing proposing a non-exclusive 20-foot wide utility access easement and utility corridor all the way to the top, and they're also proposing to widen the road from beyond the residence, where it is a dirt road, to 12 feet, and also including weather-resistant surface. So staff reviewed the project for concurrence with the Lake County General Plan, Shoreline Community Area Plan, zoning ordinance, and staff determined the project is consistent with the above. Wider communication facilities, new or replacement, are permitted uses in the RL district upon issuance of a use permit. Major use permit submitted by the new St. Louis is recommended to be categorized as a mitigated negative declaration, as staff has determined that all impacts can be mitigated and reduced to less than significant. And this is outlined in attachment 5, which is the proposed conditions of approval, and attachment 6, initial study. So for Article 51, our findings were there are generally no impacts to surrounding neighbors. Project shape is adequately sized. Streets, highways are adequate to accommodate the tower. Adequate public-private service to project. It's a tower, so there is a well and septic on the property, but they won't be using those. It is in conformance with Article 51 and no known violations with county code. As far as Article 71, compliance with development standards, it complies. Applicant qualified to make the application and meets all qualifications of this permit. Staff has determined that the proposed project complies with major use permit findings. Recommendations and conditions of approval of major use permit UP 2080 and the adoption of mitigated negative declaration IS 2096. Staff report is fully outlined in conditions and attachment 5. Conditions of approval aesthetics will be addressed also in the IS lighting, facilities, material signage, federal and local regulations, air quality, taking care of dust palliatives, equipment requirements in terms of diesel emissions. They are proposing a diesel generator, and during construction there may be diesel vehicles. Access and parking requirements, they are providing fire turnaround midway and also fire turnaround at the project site where the tower will be located, and also technician parking. Biological surveys will be conducted. Mitigation avoidance measures will be adhered to, and awareness training and additional applicable permits by state, federal, and local agencies will be taken care of. Cultural resources, there were no significant cultural resources found on the site for Sonoma State, and also in the cultural studies report. No significant comments to that effect, other than deferring to other agencies, so we had not received anything on that. Geology of soils, erosion controls and BMPs will be taking place. They'll be using rolls to control erosion runoff and sediment. They will be submitting for a grading permit upon approval of this use permit to do minor grading out there, and there will be monitoring for sediments and erosion control. The permit expiration would be April 8th, 2023. Any questions, please?
Thank you. Have any questions from the commission?
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, no questions. I know that the last time we were looking at a cell tower application, you had some concerns about raptors and their welfare.
Correct.
And that is addressed in the initial study and conditions that if there's any raptors noticed in the area, that all construction activity will be ceased until we have a biologist out there to survey the area.
Yes, and you know, I just want to say too, this is in reviewing this, it's pretty straightforward. I felt that question was addressed, and so I don't have any further comment at this moment. So if we have no comments from the commission, we'll go ahead and ask the applicant if there's anything you'd like to add, or do we have any questions for the applicant?
He's in chambers. He's going to come to the podium. Be sure to state your first and last name.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Jones. I'm representing the AT&T project today. Thank you all for your time and consideration, obviously in particular Michael Taylor and the Deputy Director, Takara Thomas. She's also worked on this with our Marketing Director to try and get this in front of you. I've been blessed in, I think, the last 3 years, put 2 towers in front of you guys and got them both approved. They've both been built, they're on air, successful, and I know that they've also been co-located on, so I felt it important for me to be here today because this is a priority site for AT&T, being a FirstNet site, which is for the first responders network. Obviously, Lake County is another county that deals with evacuations and a lot of these first responders that, in particular, that need to have their vehicles as a command center. So I'm kind of glad AT&T is going to invest more money in this county and improve public safety. I'm here to answer any questions you guys may have about the project.
Thank you. No questions.
No questions.
Yes, I have no questions either.
Me neither. There's no public comment in the Zoom room?
It doesn't look like there are any hands raised, and Jake, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we do have one e-comment that I have to read into the record.
Okay, please read it in.
Yes, I'm just navigating into it. Sorry about that. That e-comment was submitted by a Miss Donna Makowitz, and it was submitted in via email, and we uploaded it to the e-comment portal. And it reads, "Good day. I tried to make an e-comment on the AT&T Clear Lake Oaks CCL 05772 telecommunications project biological resources assessment report, but couldn't figure out the process. This was to be my e-comment. I hope it will be considered in future projects involving Chaparral. If I might comment, there are errors in the field study report submitted by biologist Cord Hute in regards to Chaparral. Hute states 3.1 vegetation communities and wildlife habitat 1 shrubland alliance. Chaparral generally is thought to be a fire-dependent system based on the many adaptations of its characteristic species and its resilience in form and species composition to periodic burning. My comment, old growth chaparral is a beautiful, healthy ecosystem. It does not need fire to renew or clean out built up or overgrown vegetation. As an ecosystem, old growth chaparral does not need fire to remain healthy. The terms overgrown, decadent, and senescent are value judgments that may be applicable to our managed backyards and urban parks, but not wild plant communities. Old growth chaparral continues to be a productive ecosystem, growing fresh, new growth in its upper canopy every year. In fact, some chaparral plants require the leaf litter and shade provided by older chaparral stands for their seeds to successfully germinate. Instead of becoming trashy or unproductive, as some claim, old growth chaparral in excess of 60 years is actually just beginning a new cycle of life. Hute states the abundance and diversity of wildlife in California chaparral is not commonly recognized, and chaparral habitat supports nearly 50 species of mammals, but none live exclusively in chaparral. My comment, there are 64 essential plants and animals of California chaparral, from the book Fire, Chaparral, and Survival in California. These species are most likely species seen most of the time while taking a walk through the chaparral. Important, the wren tit and California thrasher live exclusively in chaparral and are found and nest in the project area. May I share for the record some chaparral myths besides number one I just shared that are not true. Myth number one, chaparral needs fire to renew and clean out decadent or overgrown vegetation. Myth number two, past fire suppression has built up unnatural levels of fuel, i.e. habitat. Myth number three, large chaparral wildfires are unusual and preventable. Myth number four, chaparral is adapted to fire and needs to burn frequently. Myth number five, chaparral plant species are oozing combustible resins. Myth number six, hot chaparral fires sterilize the soil. Myth number seven, chemicals suppress seed germination under the chaparral canopy allelopathy. Thank you for the chance to comment. Donna Makowitz at gmail.com. Sincerely, Donna Makowitz. And that concludes that public e-comment.
Okay, thank you. With nobody in the chambers, bring it back to close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I have no further comment. If my colleagues are on board, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yes, since this is in the chair's district, he's unable to offer the motion, so.
I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you.
Sure. I move that the Planning Commission find that the initial study IS 20-96 applied for by New Singular Wireless PCS DBA AT&T Mobility on property located at 15650 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, California, 95423, and further described as APN 006-530-03 and 006-530-04, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a mitigative negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed on the staff report dated April 8th, 2021.
I second that. Are we going to get a roll call?
Did we get a second?
Yes, I seconded that.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion to carry.
In regards to major use permit UP 20-80, I move that the Planning Commission find that the use permit UP 20-80 applied for by New Singular Wireless PCS DBA AT&T Mobility on property located at 15650 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, California, 95423, and further described as APN 006-530-03 and 006-530-04, does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the major use permit be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated April 8th, 2021.
I second that.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion to carry.
Lastly, I move that the Planning Commission find that the wireless communication facility applied for by New Singular Wireless PCS DBA AT&T Mobility on property located at 15650 East Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, California, 95423, and further described as APN 006-530-03 and 006-530-04 does meet the requirements of Section 71.13 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and that the Planning Commission has reviewed and considered the mitigated negative declaration which was adopted for this project, and the wireless communication facility be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated April 8th, 2021.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion to carry.
Okay, I'd like to note the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7-calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. Appropriate forms and applicable fees must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Okay, we'll move to our 9:35 a.m. item, public hearing and consideration of major use permit, application UP 18-24, proposing to allow for the development of facilities associated with the campground that offers lodging units, central facilities, and amenities, on-site water and sewer, and other support facilities. The project applicant is Utopia Six Sigma LLC. The Planning Commission will consider adoption of a mitigated negative declaration for this project based on initial study IS 18-24. Project is located at 13444 Spruce Grove Road, Orlake, California, on assessor parcel number APNs 012-012-69.
Good morning. Oh, actually, it's good afternoon now. It's 12:28. This is Tokara Thomas, Deputy Director of Community Development. I will be presenting this item in addition to Marilyn Tremblay, who is Chief Development Officer for Utopia Six Sigma, and Angie Dodd, Vice President of North Point Consulting, who is the consultant engaged by Utopia. So the format that we're going to follow today is Marilyn is going to walk us through a brief overview of Utopia Six Sigma North America, kind of give you a sense of what Utopia is all about and their mission, which is all about really providing expanded access to eco facilities in communities around the world. And then she'll turn it over to Angie Dodd to give a little bit more of a drill down into some of the project details. And then I'll come through on the end to just kind of wrap it up and give some more details about the permitting process. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Marilyn, who will introduce herself and take it away.
Can we, before, Marilyn, before you start, I need to disclose I did attend a meeting at the site on April 2nd, 2021. So I wanted to make that known.
Since we're doing that, I also did a site visit on April 2nd at my appointment was before you, Chairman.
And I also made a visit to the site on the same day at 9 a.m.
That is correct, and I thank you all for disclosing that. I just want to clarify for the record that it was not a meeting. You all took a site visit individually, so we were well within the Brown Act. And so with that, thank you, Commissioners, and Marilyn, if you would like to go ahead and introduce yourself.
I also actually did a site visit yesterday, April 7th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for having us. Very excited to be able to present to you guys Utopia North America. I'm Marilyn Trombley, as Takara said, and I'm the Chief Development Officer for Utopia North America, so the North American branch of Utopia. I have a quick presentation for you guys. I'll share my screen. Here we go. Hopefully all that goes well. You guys see it? Good?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so we are Utopia. Basically, we're a glamping company. So, you know, it's a very new term, glamping. It's basically camping for, you know, camping with all the amenities so for people that aren't necessarily used to camping, that don't necessarily want to carry all the gear with them, it's camping with all the convenience, I would say. So that's what we do. That's actually a picture of one of the glamping tents that we use on our sites. We're not only, I don't think developer is the right word for us. I know everyone comes on this and says, you know, developers at the Planning Commission, but we're actually a designer, builder, and operator of campgrounds. So we don't just design them and then build them. We're also there all the way through the end. We operate them. And that is true for the over 60 campgrounds we have worldwide. So the company was founded actually 20 years ago, and even the first campground that we developed for Utopia is still being operated by Utopia today. And so we're really involved right from the onset when we find a property, but also all the way through the operation. And so that's really important to us to have that, to put that out there. We have been in North America since 2015 with 3 operating glamping campgrounds. We're a family-owned business. We're not just family-owned and operated, we're also family-oriented. So actually, like I said, the company was founded in 1999, so about just over 20 years ago, and Céline and Philippe Bassan are still at the head of the company, and you know, we still talk to them every day. So they're still very much involved. And the girl you see in the center there, that's actually Margot Bassan, the blonde one in the center of the picture there. And she's their daughter. And now, you know, we're seeing a transition happen for that to transition in the family owned business. And in that picture, what's really cool, the reason I wanted to show that to you guys is because, you know, at Utopia, we're kind of one big family. That's all the that's a big part of most of the Utopia staff that's operating the current campgrounds in North America. So that's a lot of the managers from the sites and some of the people that are working on the construction. And we're there with the Allmans, so Kai Allman and Christian Allman, who are the family who owns Six Sigma. So for us, you know, this fit with Six Sigma is great because we think that they're also a very well-run family business that we're really proud to be associated with. And we have grown. So we started 20 years ago. We've grown from a small family-owned business, and although we're still family-owned, we've grown to over 1,000 employees all over the world, with 3 headquarters. Our main headquarters is in Lyon. So there you go, all the French names. That's why we're actually a French company. Just hold on, just one second. I'm just gonna. Sorry, there was a bit of noise. The joys of teleworking. Um, so we've actually grown to 1,000 employees world over. So our main headquarters in Lyon. So we are a French company originally, founded by the two French citizens that I previously mentioned. But we have our headquarters for Utopia North America here in Montreal, and so that's where I'm located. It's a great between Europe and North America. It really allows us to make that bridge. One of the interesting things is actually that Céline and Philippe, they actually honeymooned to North America when they got married and just over 20 years ago. And that's where they got the idea for Utopia. They really fell in love with the great outdoors in North America, and they wanted to bring that back to Europe. And so it's really interesting to see them come back now in North America and bring the concept back here after it's sort of been elaborated out there. So a lot of glamping companies that you'll find out there and a lot of glamping sites that you'll find are really, really oriented towards couples, really high-end, very expensive properties, usually just a couple of units. We're kind of not that. We're very, very family-oriented. Most of the units that we offer are for, have room for kids, you know, and are 4 to 5 people units with a double bed for the parents and then some bunk beds for the kids. We're very much, you know, all of our product is very much geared towards a family guest experience. And so for us, our mission, like our main mission is really to conceive, build and operate these glamping accommodations, but in an exceptional natural settings. For us, it's really important to showcase those settings and for our guests to really learn about the areas where they're coming to visit. So in a lot of places, we'll actually showcase the type of environment, or we'll have signage that's talking about the different types of environments that you can find there. And because it's really important to us to really provide an eco-responsible experience to our guests, and for them to be able to learn about where they are and learn about the environment of where they are, which is one of the reasons we also are happy to be partnering with the Almonds, because I think that they bring that as well, you know, with the books that they've published about the trees and the wildflowers in the area. Obviously, one of our main goals is also to contribute to local development. We're, you know, I cover this a bit later, but we're definitely not an all-inclusive. We really try and showcase local activities and local products. For us, that's really one of the big things that really gives an identity to each site. You know, we don't want everyone to feel the same thing every time they're in a different utopia. We want each utopia to be very site specific, and we want to showcase all of the activities that are in the area and all of the local service providers. So I mentioned we were in Utopia since 2015. We actually started in 2008 by a partnership with the Quebec National Parks Network. So we actually sold them some tents and an exclusive agreement at the beginning, because one of the things about us is that we actually manufacture and prefab the tents in Europe. And so we actually designed them from scratch, and we've adapted them through the years. And so we actually sold them at the beginning to the Quebec National Parks, and it was such a huge hit that we opened our first resort, our first campground in 2015 in Quebec, in Canada, in the Eastern Townships. And then we followed that up in 2017 with the campground at the White Mountains in New Hampshire, which was our first campground in the United States. And then in 2019, we opened the campground in Southern Maine. And then just last week, we actually launched it publicly and started selling for the weekend, for Memorial Day weekend. We're opening the Adirondacks project in New York. And that's, for those of you that know upstate New York, it's right next to Lake George. So it's a very desirable area for tourism. And then we're going to follow that up this summer with our first location in California, Paradise Springs, California. It's in LA County. And so it'll be our first campground that we're going to open on the West Coast. So for us, that's a big step as well. And then hopefully in 2022, Six Sigma, that's why we're here today in Northern California. And then Plant City in Florida, also for 2022. Our approximate goal is to try and open 2 to 3 of these campgrounds a year in North America. One of the big things that we really look at closely when we design our campgrounds, And these are the site plans for 2 existing sites in the White Mountains in southern Maine. For us, the really important things is to have kind of all this, you know, the road access and the parking access on the outskirts of the actual development, because for us, the campground needs to be walkable. It needs to, you know, kids need to be able to play in the road and not be bothered by cars. So for us, it's a kind of like you arrive in your car and you leave your car in the parking lot and you don't take it again until you leave again. We actually have these nice little kind of like push carts that people bring their luggage to the units here. All these orange trails are really just that, they're pedestrian trails. We don't have any vehicular traffic on them besides small service vehicles like ATVs and golf carts. So it's very much, it's a very low impact approach, because we also, we don't want the traffic there, but we don't want the cars there, but we also don't want to have to build out infrastructure that has a permanent impact on the site. And that's also true about our tents. You know, they're very light. You've seen a couple pictures of them. We don't actually, we try and favor reversibility in our product, so that if we need to move a tent or if we need to take a tent out or whatever, we can just disassemble it and move it, and there's no permanent impact on the soil underneath. And so the biggest area here is, this is what we call the life center. So it's where we have kind of a community center, a pool, a kids playground, and you'll see that also on the Six Sigma plans that Angie's going to go into details. That is the area with the most activity, I would say, and with the most, you know, development. Still very limited, but but it is the area in the whole campground that does have the most presence, I would say. And so the rest is really just light units with pedestrian trails. And so those are the main concepts for us when we design campgrounds. And I think you'll see that in the Six Sigma plan as well. Our goal is to have a least impact approach, you know, to the development of these, because, you know, it's not just for environmental reasons, but it's also for guest experience reasons. So that's where our values and our business interests actually come together. For us, the guest experience is the experience of the environment and the nature and the surroundings. And so it's really important to us to preserve that, because that's, you know, that's where our values shine through, and where the guests really live that experience. And then obviously, like I said, we like to contribute to local development. We've done some studies in Europe that, you know, really point out the fact that just because we're not an all-inclusive, because we have very light fare in the bistro that we have there usually, and because we actually have kind of, we have some kind of concierges. They won't book things for you, but we call them guides. And you can go see the guides, and we propose all these third-party activities to our customers. And so our guests actually get out and see all of the areas and see all there is to do, and really participate in the local economy. And so for every dollar spent at Utopia, usually guests will spend obviously, approximately $3 in their surrounding community. And I've made the conversion because this study was done in euros, but ratios stay the same. So I'm pretty sure I didn't make any mistakes. Like I said, we actually partner with local service providers, not only for the activities that we offer guests, but also for the stuff we'll sell in the small camp store. Also, we partner with a lot of service providers for main services for the property. For example, we don't do our own laundry. We actually partner with a local laundry agency, and that's just one example, but we have many of those. And then we also partner a lot with local food producers, because we're big on the farm to table thing. I think most, you know, a lot of people are now. It's very popular. So, and, you know, being in that area, obviously we'd like to work with the local producers around there. And then obviously I always put out this stat, we create approximately 30 jobs at each Utopia site that we build of this scale. Obviously, they're not all the highest paying jobs. We're talking tourism, right? But we do have 5 or 6 permanent full-time positions that are very well remunerated. I'm sorry, my English is not perfect. Remunerated. And so they are pretty, you know, it is significant. And then the rest are either seasonal or part-time jobs that are still, you know, that still contribute to the local economy. And above and beyond the operations, I would say during construction is when we have the largest impact, because obviously we need a workforce, and we only hire locals. So we don't, although we import the tents and the cabins, they're actually hand assembled on site, and we train local workforce to do that. So for us, you know, like that's also something that we really like to do, because we want people to really get involved in putting the site together, you know, and then everyone's very proud after when it's built. And why we're here today. So now you guys know a little bit more about us at Utopia and what our values are. But Utopia is Six Sigma. So we're really, really proud of this project, and we really hope that that we can move forward with it, because we think it's a really great addition to Lake County, to what our Lake County already offers. You know, I think it's going to be a good partnership, and it's really interesting story. That this is the last little tidbit I'll leave you guys with before handing it over to Angie for the details of the project. But we just thought it was interesting to, you know, tell you guys a bit like the history of how we came about this property, because in 2017, it was kind of like just a random meeting between a Utopia employee and he actually went to the Six Sigma Ranch and Winery to visit, and they started talking with the almonds, and it just came out of the discussion, and you know, came from that one discussion, that one fortuitous meeting. So we're really happy to be able to work on this with the almonds. We did one first go around in 2018. It was presented to Lake County Community Development. The project was, the preliminary plans were presented, but we still had, I think, a little bit of work to do. So we went back to the drawing board. We also had to finalize a land lease between us and Six Sigma Ranch and Winery. So we did that in 2019. We finalized the details of our agreement, and we, you know, finalized all of the detailed design, and all. We really looked. We really analyzed all of the constraints before doing that. And then in 2020, we submitted the MUP and lot line adjustment application. So it's where we are today. So I guess I'll just, on that, hand it over to Angie. I'm going to stop the screen sharing because I think she's going to have to share her screen. There we go.
Thank you, Marilyn. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Angie Dodd with North Point Consulting Group, and I will share my screen. Maybe. That's the right one. So you have to let me know if you see the PowerPoint presentation without my notes to make sure I shared the correct screen. Yep.
Looks good.
Thank you. Oops. So the project, as Marilyn said, is Utopia Six Sigma, located southwest of Lower Lake off of Spruce Grove Road. What you see here is a Google Earth image that shows the entrance of the Six Sigma Ranch and Winery off of Spruce Grove Road. As you drive down the gravel road entrance to the winery, you pass through the Six Sigma vineyards, and you would pass through the proposed Utopia campground. And then continue along, if you wanted to continue along to the Six Sigma tasting room, you would drive along the ranch road, you would pass the ranch's winery, various cattle that you would see grazing, and then down to the tasting room. Just a bit of background on Six Sigma Ranch and Winery. It's a 4,300 acre ranch with existing residences, wells, on-site septic systems, a winery, a wine tasting room, accessory structures, vineyards, livestock grazing, and other agricultural uses. The property has a main gravel access road and multiple dirt roads and trails running through it. Six Sigma offers a full schedule of special events, including multiple theme parties, dinners, wine tasting, hiking, biking, bike races, and private tours. The ranch is characterized by rolling hills and flat land. The vegetation in the area is mainly oaks, pine, native understory, and natural grasses. Utopia is seeking approval for a lot line adjustment and major use permit to allow for a campground at Six Sigma. The purpose of the lot line adjustment is to change the lot lines and create a distinct lease parcel, approximately 164 acres, as required by the lease agreement between Hotopia and the Six Sigma Ranch and Winery. The 164-acre Hotopia parcel is currently used for hiking, biking, and ranching with existing gravel and dirt roads and trails throughout. Asbill Creek, which you can see here, flows southeast through the property along the valley. There are several seasonal drainages that drain into Asbill Creek. These flow with a moderate intensity, usually only during rainfall, and are dry most of the year. Marilyn touched on the design development for the project. Complete pre-design technical studies and site assessment were completed prior to conceptual design. Once those were done, a conceptual design development was created and submitted to the Community Development Department for the initial use permit application and review. Once we received community development comments and referral comments, we completed additional studies and site surveys to address these. We went through a couple, due to the timeline from 2017 to 2020, we went through a couple rounds of comments with community development staff, as well as referral departments and agencies. Using all this information, we were able to develop a detailed constraints map so that we can adjust the design to avoid impacts as much as feasible, including staying out of streamside setbacks, avoiding tree removal, and avoiding steep slopes. Low impact development and avoidance was considered throughout the design development. The proposed campground will include, you can see a conceptual map here, will include 129 tents and cabins, including ADA accessible units, ranging in size from 215 square feet to 400 square feet. Tents and cabins would accommodate 108 families and 21 couples, or up to 575 guests if all units are at full capacity. There will be a combination of tents with and without restrooms. Tents without restrooms would utilize a central bathhouse, and you can see up here in the northwestern portion of the project are the tents without services, and then you would have a communal bathhouse to service those tents. And then you can see that there are ADA accessible tents located throughout that have easy access to trails and roads. Tents, as Marilyn mentioned, tents and cabins are hand assembled and would be assembled on wooden platforms. The wooden platforms would be built on pier and post foundations with little ground disturbance. Due to the simplicity of construction, siding of the wooden platforms is flexible. The wooden platforms would be sited, placed, and oriented in the field to minimize impacts and avoid removal of trees with diameters greater than 6 inches. No trees greater than 6 inches in diameter would be removed as part of this project. Final siding of tents and cabins would be done so that no trees would be impacted and to optimize access, shading, privacy, and views. Due to the potential for wildfires in this area, campfires will be strictly prohibited at Hotopia Six Sigma. Hotopia Six Sigma will include a life center that is centrally located to provide guest reception, an activity center, and light restaurant. Adjacent to the life center will be an event tent, outdoor swimming pool, playground, and kids splash pad. The life center, pool area, and event tent will be open only to Hotopia guests. A spa area with hot tubs, sauna, massage tent, and showers is located in a secluded area at the upper portion of the site. This is also a low footprint design scenario where the saunas are little assembled pods, and hot tubs are your standard hot tub sizes. The project includes on-site staff housing, you can see at the upper entrance of the site, including housing for a manager and an assistant manager, and tents with shared kitchen and bathroom for regular staff. All staff housing will be set back and screened from the entrance road. Adjacent to the staff housing will be a technical services building for storage, electric golf cart parking and charging, an emergency generator, and maintenance workspace. There, you can see there are several parking areas throughout the site that provide 172 parking spaces, including ADA accessible spaces. There will also be parking for bicycles and motorcycles. On-site water would be provided by a new well. Well water would be pumped to and stored in water tanks for both domestic use and fire suppression. A permit from the State Water Resources Control Board will be obtained to operate the system as a small drinking water system. Wastewater would be treated via new on-site septic systems. Potential septic leach field locations have been identified on the development plans. The system would include an underground pipe network, septic tanks, and leach fields. Site soil testing has been completed and soils are suitable for septic systems. Septic systems will be engineered and permitted through the State Water Resources Control Board and also signed off by the local environmental health department. Solid waste storage facilities will be provided at 2 locations. The main solid waste facility would be located across the road from the technical services building, and the other would be located adjacent to the life center. Both storages would be fully fenced and enclosed. Electrical services would be provided by PG&E. Six Sigma Ranch and Winery already has an existing PG&E service. A new connection would be made for this project. Also, Hitopia is considering some small solar arrays to augment electrical demand at each of the tent locations. A sign at Six Sigma Ranch and Winery entrance on Spruce Grove Road will direct guests to Hitopia. The campground is about a half a mile down the existing ranch gravel road. This road parallels Asbill Creek and crosses the creek at an existing wooden bridge that marks the southeastern boundary of the campground. Guests will drive down the existing road to the main parking lot, which is identified by a totem at the entrance of the parking lot. From this parking lot, guests will follow a footpath to the Life Center to check in. Upon check-in, guests will be directed to their assigned tent or cabin. Guests will be offered hand carts to load their luggage and personal goods out of their cars for transport to their campsite via gravel and compacted dirt footpaths. Campsites are not accessed by car. Once at Hitopia, guests' cars remain parked unless they go out exploring the surrounding community. Intercoms will be conveniently located at parking areas so that guests with special needs can request assistance. Staff will be available to drive guests using electric carts from the parking areas to the registration areas and to the campsite areas. In addition, guests with special needs will be provided a phone or similar device so that they are able to contact staff for assistance. ADA accessible tents have been conveniently located throughout the park with easy access trails. The proposed project would be constructed over 3 construction seasons. Construction staging areas would be located within the proposed parking areas. Construction vehicles and equipment would be stored in these areas. The majority of the proposed grading would occur during the 2021 construction season to construct the Life Center, pool, main parking lots, water tanks, and staff housing area. The total surface area that grading is to occur is approximately 3 acres. Grading is not required to construct the wood platforms for the tents and cabins. Total permanent and temporary disturbed area would be less than 10 acres over the entire 164 Hitopia parcel. 164 acre Hitopia parcel. Directional drilling will be used as much as possible to minimize trenching required for utilities. Only minor vegetation clearing for clearing, grubbing, and fire safety is proposed. Preliminary grading and erosion control plans were provided with the application materials. No soil hauling on or off site is expected during construction. You can see the 6 major grading areas: the water tanks, the residential or the on-site staff housing, the parking areas, and the Life Center are outlined here, and those are the main areas that will require grading. Grading for roads and buildings would occur outside of drainage riparian buffers and grading setbacks and or within areas where there are existing roads and trails. Since the project will disturb more than 1 acre of soil during construction, the project will obtain coverage under the state general permit for discharges of stormwater associated with construction activity. Coverage requires preparation of a stormwater pollution and prevention plan to protect riparian habitat during construction activities and long-term operation of the project. Best management practices for erosion control during construction include the placement of fiber walls, silt fences, and jute wraps. Bioswales and riprap for energy dissipation would be used as permanent BMPs. Another thing to note is that campgrounds in California are designated as special occupancy parks and are regulated by the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. Because of this, the project building and grading permits will be obtained through an HCD application to construct. The project proposes 3 crossings, 1 road crossing and pedestrian crossing across Asbill Creek, and 1 pedestrian crossing across a minor drainage. These crossings are designed to span the creek and drainages so that footings are located outside the top of the bank. Construction best management practices and permanent erosion control measures would be applied to minimize erosion and sedimentation. A lake and streambed alteration agreement with the Department of Fish and Wildlife has been obtained for these crossings. Additional pre- and post-construction requirements are included in this agreement to protect riparian and biological resources. There are 2 small signs proposed. One sign will be at the entrance from Spruce Grove Road, and the other will be at the entrance to the first parking area. Signs would be designed to meet county sign requirements, and the sign at Spruce Grove Road would be designed and sited to limit so that it would not limit sight distance on Spruce Grove Road. For security purposes, the existing cattle fence along the western and eastern lot lines will be maintained. Cattle guards prevent cattle from entering the Hotopia site from the existing gravel road at the upper end and lower end of the site. Trails will be lit at night with approximately 3-foot tall bollard lights. You see an example here. For limited evening hours, areas around the Life Center, pool, bathhouse, and spa will be lighted to illuminate approximately a 30-foot wide area, using fixtures mounted to the buildings and shaded to face downward. All lighting will project light downward and comply with recommendations of the darksky.org, as well as local and state laws. Fire safety measures include storage that will include fire suppression storage that will meet the standards for suburban and rural firefighting. They also include vegetative fuel reduction that will occur around the water tanks, tents, structures, trails, and roads to create defensible spaces and will be maintained following local and state fire standards. There's a state responsible area turnaround for emergency purposes. Campfires are strictly prohibited. Fire risers and hose bibs will be included and located at regular intervals throughout the sites. You can see these green circles highlight approximate locations of fire risers in this one area of the site. Tent materials meet National Fire Code standards for use in state responsible areas. Tent canvases at Hotopia have been tested and meet national specifications for flame resistant materials using camp tentage. All structures will be California Building Code Chapter 7A compliant, which are materials and construction methods for exterior wildfire exposure. A fire protection plan is provided within the Hotopia Six Sigma operation plan that includes employee training on fire prevention and response, as well as good housekeeping measures and equipment maintenance. Management will be on site 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and is responsible for monitoring local emergency response and will be connected with public alert systems, including local Office of Emergency Services, as well as CAL FIRE. If there is a threat from wildfire, the campsite would be evacuated. Supporting documents for the project that have been prepared include a detailed operation plan, a water supply and demand assessment, a traffic impact study, biological resource assessment and botanical survey, cultural resources report, geologic and geotechnical memorandum, soils and setback technical memorandum, and supporting documentation demonstrating that the project is consistent with the existing conservation easement for the property. The proposed project has been designed to avoid impacts to oak trees, riparian areas, and biological resources, and will incorporate a mitigating measures and monitoring program to further reduce the potential to impacts for air quality, aesthetics, biological resources, cultural resources, and tribal cultural resources. In addition, Hotopia and the Middletown Rancheria have entered into a mutual cultural resource monitoring and treatment agreement for construction activities. There are also measures for hazards and hazardous materials that include fire measures, hydrology and water quality, noise, transportation, and wildfire. A note regarding traffic: W-Trans, a reputable transportation firm who manages transportation models throughout Northern California, who are known experts in the field, they prepared an analysis included that the proposed project would result in no significant impacts, requires no warrants for improvements on Spruce Grove Road or State Route 29, and the levels of service would remain the same upon adding project-generated traffic to either Spruce Grove Road or State Route 29. I would like to thank the staff at the county for their hard work on this project. We've been working on this since 2017. Through the process, I feel they've held this project to a high standard and thorough review, resulting in a project that emphasized a low light impact development, as well as avoidance of potential impacts. Lake County, I feel personally that Lake County is fortunate to have an organization like Hotopia operating here. They are stewards of the environment and communities in which they operate. So thank you again, and Marilyn and I are both here if you have any questions of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn and Angie. This is Tokara Thomas again, Deputy Director of Community Development. I won't belabor the points that both Marilyn and Angie laid out. We also have our staff reports and attachments to go through for any detailed questions. I just want to really just talk through the permitting process. I believe Angie did point on this. It's a two-parter because it is campground, so they would need to get local verification, which is here today. And then if they attain local verification, the approval of the Planning Commission, they will continue on with HCD, Housing Community Development, to obtain that permit as well. There was a lot line adjustment that was completed internally, and one of the conditions of approval is that the lot line adjustment will not be completed until this permit is approved. And, you know, really just to kind of talk through the timeline, this project has been in CDD since 2017. There were a couple of design reviews, and I believe Angie stated it very well. We thoroughly vetted this project. We kind of took it through the paces, but it was complete in 2020. It was ready to go before you, but unfortunately, this is the earliest that we could bring it back before you. Just some other high points that I would like to point out that I didn't hear, or that I would like to reiterate, that this project is very low impact. There will not be any grading for the tents. They will be put on those wooden platforms, and as Angie pointed out, they are CAL FIRE and National Fire Standard ratings. There will be no removal of trees. When I went out on site, we walked the site a couple times, well, very thoroughly, and we pointed out how the trees will be respected, because the tents will be sited in such a way so that they do not impact the trees. They'll, you know, try to find a flat spot between two trees, so to speak, something of that nature. And we also pointed out in the initial study that we would try to avoid placing the trees under drip lines of the oaks. Again, there was a lot of attention to detail to making sure that we are respectful of the ecology out there in the environment, and that you can really just enjoy the beautiful nature that's out there while still being encouraged to explore Lake County. As part of the findings, the general plan, we had to determine, did it meet the general plan? And one of the general plan policies is the encouragement of economic development. Utopia, through talking with their staff and the project submittal documentation, they're only providing very minimum entertainment options on site outside of the Six Sigma Ranch. The intention is that visitors will be encouraged to either go out and explore the County of Lake, or that partners will come into the campground and entertain the guests. But really the idea is, this is really just kind of like the lodging. We're encouraging you to come to the county, and as you all know, we don't have too many lodging facilities right now, and this is just another opportunity, and that they partner with the Six Sigma Ranch, which is already an assisting facility. So the real intention behind that and the spirit of this project is to really encourage people to come see our beautiful community, and give them a nice, safe space to stay in, and kind of like, I like to call it sleep in nature. But really the emphasis will be to go out and explore the community. There will be some amenities that will be on site, but again, the real emphasis is going to be on getting outside and enjoying the community. Grading will be minimum. As they pointed out, we will try to use as much of the existing infrastructure that already exists. There's the road that enters into the property, and then when it was explained to me when we reviewed the documentation, it really is the intention to have a walkable campground, and that you will have to park and then either get a hand cart, or for some of those who might be mobility challenged, there will be some motorized vehicles. But again, the level of detail to respecting the environment is just so evident throughout this entire project, because they look for motorized carts that are electric vehicles. That was explained to me. And so just to kind of round back to that point, try to use as much of the existing roadway structure. There will be some parking areas, so there will be some minimum grading. But again, they've been very intentional about trying to use what's out there and highlight what's out there. Some other points that I would like to point out, again, just to reiterate, a traffic study was conducted by W-Trans, and they determined that Spruce Grove Road is already at a level of service A. I know the county, the CEQA purposes no longer goes by level of service, but when, and we prefer to use vehicle miles traveled now to be respectful of the new CEQA guidelines, but when this traffic study was completed, it was concluded that the Spruce Grove Road operates at level service A, and that the proposed trips that will be associated with this project will not impact that level of service. So it will still be at a level of service A. Some other points that I'd like to point out. Again, I really don't want to just go too deep into the details because we've had some very extensive proposals, presentations given to us, and we have all of the documentation in front of us. The staff report does have some of my internal notes, so that is my mistake, but this is the final staff report. And tribal consultation was concluded, but Utopia and Six Sigma, to my knowledge, reached out to the tribal partners and concluded their own agreement outside of the county. And so with that, I'll go ahead and wrap up the presentation, and I am available for any questions or clarifications, and I believe Marilyn is also available as well.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank staff and everyone for the report. Super thorough. I think you guys covered all the bases. Super excited for this project.
If there's no questions, we'll open.
I do have a couple questions really quick. I had some just questions using the existing roads, but also 4290, and I couldn't quite find it, so I'm sure it's there, that the roads, I saw it and I read at one place that they will go up to 20 feet. I noticed going out there I had to pull over about 5 times for other people coming in, so I don't think it is up to par. The bridges, not about the bridges themselves, but pullouts on each side of the bridge, if if it needs to be constructed in a certain amount of time. But that was, I mean, I loved the place, but my only issue after reading the complaint was, fire standards, and it's something we have to be aware of. So we have to make sure that if there is a fire, that people can get out of there in a timely fashion, and because of campers and stuff that are quite wide. So I'm assuming that this is scheduled to be a 20-foot road, and it will all meet all the 4290 specs to exit.
Angie, I'll let you speak to that. That's a very technical question.
Yeah, that is correct. It does meet the standards. We've had local fire out there in the past. We've had county staff out there in the past that demonstrate that it met that standard. I'm not sure, Lance, if you're referring to Spruce Grove Road or the driveway, the actual ranch driveway itself.
I'm not referring to Spruce Grove. I'm referring to the property itself that we drove in, the 2-mile shot. I don't feel comfortable on that road.
Yep. So for the first half mile and a little beyond that is the access to Utopia itself, and that does meet the standard.
Okay, so the first half mile.
Yep.
That's correct. And then there was something, there was a second part of that, Commissioner Williams. Did we answer all your questions?
Yes, it does. I'd like to hear it from the other commissioners that they feel that that met the standards.
With it just being half a mile in, yeah, I'm gonna let that sit in my brain for a moment. So I'm gonna pass this to Commissioner Hess.
Sure. I think anybody who makes the trip out to Six Sigma notices the nature of the road once you get off of Spruce Grove. And in some ways, I consider that part of the experience. On the other hand, in terms of additional traffic on the road, once Utopia is up and running, does Six Sigma have any concerns about use of the road not necessarily to Six Sigma, but to Utopia? I mean, Six Sigma has left it the way it is all along, and it sounds like improvements will be made at the point where Utopia begins. But is there, for example, we had a conversation earlier today about a shared burden between the applicant and the property owner in terms of better mutual maintenance of the road. Is there some basis for a conversation like that?
Yes, that's one of the things that we brought up to the Almonds previously and that we're working on together. We're going to work on an agreement in terms of the maintenance of the shared infrastructure, because obviously there's the road and there's a couple of other things that we'll be sharing, the fencing, a couple of other things like that. And there's space in the lease to work that out as well in lease wording. And so that's something that we've addressed with them already and are very like, I think we won't have any problems coming to an agreement on sharing that responsibility, because it's something that we've already started discussing with them. And they're, you know, they've been so great through this whole process. And I think we have such a great understanding, and we have a good, you know, business relationship as well that ensures that we can get those points addressed.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would like to add, you know, I'm in the same place as John. I enjoyed the slow ride in and being able to look at the environment, look at the surroundings. So in a matter of an emergency, if the road is going to be up to standard, which you guys are detailing it is, I don't have any concern with the road. So let's go ahead. If there's no further questions from the commission, let's open this up to the public for public comment. And we'll start with the Zoom room. Do you have any hands raised?
Currently, at this moment, we don't have any hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, do we have anybody
Mr. Chair, there is no one in the chambers.
There is an e-comment though.
Okay, let's.
And we just had a hand raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, if we can go to the raised hand first, and then we'll go to e-comments.
All right, so the hand I have raised is from Melissa Fulton. Melissa Fulton, I have given you permission to talk and unmuted you, or asked you to unmute.
Yes, thank you. Melissa Fulton, CEO of the Lake County Chamber of Commerce. I've been involved with or following this project since its inception. And from the beginning, the Chamber has supported it. I know you have an e-comment from our president today. But back when this project came to Lake County with the original North American manager, I'll call it that, we embraced the project. It is something that Lake County needs. And certainly this developer is not just well thought out, but very, very thorough in their approach to how they are presenting this project, their sensitivity to our environment, and the quality of what they are presenting is exactly what we need. So thank you. I came in a little late to your presentation today, but I heard a good portion of it, and it certainly has lived up to the original expectations. So we are in full support and certainly appreciate the the Planning Commission's attention and all of the thoroughness of the Planning Department for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other hands in the Zoom room? If not, we can proceed with the e-comments.
Mr. Chair, we do have one more e-comment from Michael Rivera. Looks like Rivera, apologies for butchering your last name. And I think we're trying to get him to unmute right now. We're trying to work through that.
It looks like he did lower his hands. It's back up. Okay, so I've giving you permission to unmute Michael. All right, looks like you're unmute. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yeah, hi, Michael Rivera with Middletown Rancheria Tribal Historic Preservation Department. I just want to make a comment. I think that this proposed project is good for the community, and I look forward to working with Utopia Six Sigma on the efforts during all ground disturbing activities to protect our cultural resources. But yeah, I think it's a good thing. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can proceed to the e-comments.
Yes, sir. The first e-comment is from Bobby Dutcher and was received today at 7:50 a.m. and is in support. The American public is increasing their desire to enjoy outdoor activities. This project will allow many people to come to Lake County and enjoy camping in a controlled setting. This seems much safer than having them try camping on their own and increasing the risk of wildfires from escaped campfires or poorly operated stoves. Glamping will definitely expand in the future nationwide, and I'm glad to see Lake County taking a big step forward in this form of recreation. I strongly support this project. Thank you, Bobby Dutcher. The next comment is from Richard Knoll. It was received April 7, 2021 at 7:48 p.m. This e-comment is also in support. Lake County Planning Commissioners, the Utopia Six Sigma Ranch Glamping Resort, as well as other Utopia resorts in Canada, Europe, and the USA will incorporate an eco-design approach with a light development footprint that will minimize impacts on the environment and preserve many of the natural features of the Six Sigma Ranch and Winery site. There will be an emphasis on privacy and on maximizing space in between lodging sites. This project is a great fit for Lake County and will be a showcase facility that will attract visitors to the area and create positive economic development. I support approval of the major use permit for the Utopia Six Sigma Ranch Glamping Resort and hope that the Planning Commission will too. Sincerely, Richard Knoll. The next comment was entered on behalf of Warren Sharon. That comment states, it is incredible to me that at this late date, educated people entrusted with the public welfare and encumbered by precaution and common sense will risk human life and make a deteriorating situation even worse, purely for development, in quotes. The promise of jobs and profit. Last year was likely the worst wildfire season in California history, or at least the worst yet. The 60 by 40 mile wide LNU complex fire burned to within a mile of this proposed glamp ground, in quotes. 1 mile. Over the last 5 years, more than 60% of this county has burned. The Valley Fire, the Rocky Fire, the Jerusalem Fire, the Clayton Fire, the LNU Fire, and many, many others have destroyed thousands of homes, structures, vehicles, animals, hopes, and far too many human lives. Look at the county website wildfire map. It is glaringly obvious that the fires mentioned above, plus several smaller fires missing from the county tally, miss incinerating the proposed glamping site only by pure chance. Spruce Grove Road is the sole public ingress and egress to Six Sigma Vineyard, the instigators of this glamp ground, in quotes. Vineyard workers, owners, and now probably several hundred glampers, in quotes, will depend on it and only it to escape the wildfire. Spruce Grove Road is also the sole north-south ingress and egress to all of Lake County when accident or wildfire block Route 29, as happened just last week and which happens regularly several times a year. The road is almost wholly rural, badly maintained, serpentine, narrow, has no painted center line, and a 55-mile-per-hour speed limit for most of its length. There are no guardrails. There's typically no place to pull off the macadam, no gravel apron for accidents, turnarounds, animals, bicyclists, or pedestrians. And worse, now it seems the county is allowing landowners to erect wire stock fences directly on the roadbed, making it roll into a chute. Just like fences the people who burned to death running from wildfire couldn't climb over in Paradise, 80% of them over 60 years old. Spruce Grove Road was an old stagecoach road. It winds roughly 9 miles uphill, so steep that my truck needs second gear to climb them. Along hillside cuts, up and down ravines, and over coals, all the worst possible places to be caught in a wildfire. Places where even trained smoke jumpers burn to death. To my knowledge, no section on Spruce Grove Road has burned in 80 years. The fuel loading is enormous. Walk 100 feet uphill from the Six Sigma entrance on Spruce Grove Road for a typical example. The land where I'm building my home lies directly uphill from the proposed Six Sigma glamp site, end quotes. During the Valley Fire, hundreds, if not thousands, of terrified local people diverted from Route 29, or from Hidden Valley Lake, or from Jerusalem Road, and from Spruce Grove Road itself. Escaped north in their cars and trucks on Spruce Grove Road from a wildfire that was advancing upon them at a rate of 80 football fields an hour, roughly a brisk walk. The traffic was stop and go, bumper to bumper, all wide eyes and white knuckles on steering wheels. At my gate, nobody let my truck into the traffic stream for 4 minutes, an eternity in a wildfire. 5 minutes later, and 600 yards north at the entrance to Six Sigma, and within sight of the proposed project, 4 trucks from the vineyard were attempting to enter the traffic stream just like I had. Nobody in approximately 25 vehicles in my view let them in. I allowed 1 truck to exit to the line and got a 10-second horn blast from the vehicle behind me. Now, instead of 4 vineyard trucks trying to squeeze into a mile-long solid line of panicked drivers, imagine an extra 200 terrified glampers, end quotes, vehicles trying to squeeze in. What are you thinking? Utopia's Chief Development Officer has assured me in writing that Spruce Grove Road has been adequately studied and fully up to handling excess glamping, end quotes, traffic. I am skeptical. The evidence of my senses says otherwise. Corporations will say anything for profit, anything for permission, anything to get a foot in the door. And once the profits start rolling in, they revert to their bottom lines. Watch. Jobs? What kind of jobs? What do they pay? Who gets them? How many people really in Lake County can afford to go glamping, end quotes? Why should I or my neighbors burn to death just so a huge vineyard can add to its coffers? What enforceable guarantees do we actually live here that get fine promises will be kept? And that no happy glamper, end quotes, from here to attorney will ever flick a lit joint into the bushes and fry us all. Signed, Warren Shearing, 13714 Spruce Grove Road. Okay, let's see if there are any others. And there's one more from Mr. Michael Colbruno, submitted April 6, 2021 at 8:52 a.m. This comment is in support. I strongly support the glamping proposals submitted by Six Sigma. I'm just down the road from them on J grade, and their property is visible to us from the north end of our parcel. Six Sigma is a vital part of our community in the Spruce Grove area. They are not only an outstanding winery with incredible events, but they open up their property for recreational uses like hiking, walking dogs, camping, mountain biking, or just exploring nature. They provide amenities to the public like a guide to wildflowers and books on the local history of the area. Six Sigma sets the standard for how a business should operate and what it means to be a good neighbor. They have taken an area of Lake County that was once considered isolated, and some would say even dangerous, and turned it into a community resource for all ages. This proposal has my enthusiastic and unquestioned support. And that concludes all of the e-comments that are available to me right now. I just refreshed, and there were no more that came in.
Takara, what was the name on the previous comment you read?
That was from Mr. Warren Sheeran. That's the one about the long one, right?
Yes, correct.
Correct.
So we'll go ahead and I don't know if Marilyn or Ange wishes to address any of the negative comments. Majority of the comments are in support. If you care to do that, feel free to.
I'll keep it short because I think that you guys probably saw all of the measures that we're already planning to control the wildfire risk. It's something, obviously, when we started doing our due diligence on this project and when we started looking at it, obviously it was front and center, and it has been since the beginning of the design of this project. And I would say, fortunately or unfortunately, we have a little bit of experience with sites that are high fire hazard sites. A lot of the campgrounds in the south of France are actually in very high fire risk areas. And obviously the site that we're opening this summer in LA County is actually in the Angeles National Forest and was actually right next to the Bobcat fire. And so we take hazards, local hazards, very seriously, and we do our homework. And I can assure the board and the community that we take this very seriously, and we will work with the local officials to fully vet all of our evacuation plans and all of our emergency plans. and that we have, like Angie spent a lot of time explaining during the presentation, we have thought this through in the design, integrated some design elements, but also we take the operational elements of it very seriously as well. And yeah, that I'm not going to take any more of your time to explain that, but I would just want to reassure everyone that it is something that we are very aware of, and it is a reality of the area, and we are ready to be there and make sure that we collaborate with everyone in the community to ensure that our guests have a safe and enjoyable experience.
Thank you. So we can bring it back to the commission for any final comments. I do have a few comments I'd like to make. If anybody on the commission would like to proceed first, please do. And then I can follow up with my comments.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I thank the county staff, Marilyn, Angie, and all of those who were part of the tour that we received recently. It was very, very thorough, as was the presentation today. Frankly, it leaves me with no questions. I live, you could say, a long stone's throw away from the site in question, and I can scarcely imagine a more ideal kind of project going into a location like that. I think it's a perfect fit for the amenities, natural amenities Lake County has to offer. I think it's a plus for the local economy, and I'm planning to support this enthusiastically today.
Thank you.
I don't have much more to add to that, but yeah, it's nice to see something like this come to Lake County, and I feel like it's an ideal location for what you guys have planned, and yeah, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I really enjoyed the site. I've been mountain biking for 30-some years, and I'm very appreciative for something like that coming, as I made it well known yesterday. I mean, I think it's perfect for the county. It's what the county needs, and I hope more of the people in the county go to check it out. But that being said, I just would want to check. There is enough votes to pass this, because I'm going to have to say no. Unless that is a 4290 road all the way down to the tasting room, I had to run. I lived in Lower Lake, and I ran from the Valley Fire, and I barely escaped. I heard the trees exploding. So unless that whole road all the way down is 4290, I love the place, but I mean, I was there yesterday watching track teams. If there's a fire and anything happens, I can't have that on me. So to me, it's kind of shocking. Cannabis, we're making them do 20-foot roads, and they got maybe 20 people, 10 people, and we're talking about, you know, if there's a lot of people there, they have events there, that's like 300 people that need to get out of there. So, I mean, I love it, and again, my vote changes as soon as it's fixed in 3 years, 2 years, but I can't live with that. I mean, I just can't do it. But again, I mean, I never thought I'd be in this position, because I just assumed it would be 4290 and compliant. I was on the 4290 committee with all the fire chiefs. I've been studying 4290 and safe roads, and I mean, it getting choked up because I didn't think I'd be in this situation. So I think you have enough votes with 3-1. But yes, I love the place, and I'm just so happy that it will be coming here.
I appreciate my colleagues'
and I would like to say, just, you know, before we entertain our motion, that you know, when I went out to the site, I myself had to experience the sulfur fire in my community, and I think we've all had to deal with that. And unfortunately, that's a reality in Lake County. And I shared this with Ange on my site visit, that the historical land use of Lake County is a result of why a lot of the wildfires are happening, in my opinion. I know for thousands of years, tribal communities maintained this land by prescribed burning. And so again, that's a matter that's come up in several discussions with CAL FIRE, trying to gather information and study that type of prescribed burning to make sure that we're not in the situations we were in the last 5 years. To lay that burden, I think, on the applicant is a lot. I understand where you're coming from with the Six Sigma Road, but the Spruce Grove Road itself is, you can't lay the blame on that road to be fixed.
I think one of the things I'm thankful for is that the environment was considered in the forefront of this project. I've lived in this county all of my life. My ancestors go back in this county 20,000 years. And we have seen over that time period the land use change. And I have to take into also consideration my elders who taught me and told me about this land. I shared with Ange a lot of the biological resources I identified on site and their traditional uses. And so to see those preserved is a plus. And I've seen other projects not take into consideration the oak trees and not take into consideration biological resources and cultural resources. And so it's with gratitude that I thank you for that consideration. And I acknowledge that, and that's important. And so a lot of times, part of me taking this position is to address those concerns. I've come across, and I've shared this many times, as a community member, as a tribal member, as a tribal chairman, to address the concerns with land use and the removal of oak trees and the protection of cultural resources and sacred sites. And today we have on the checklist, item 18, tribal cultural resources. And that includes those resources that I talked about. And so I am sympathetic and understand, what the fire has done. The fire we experienced, I had to enter my children into counseling just to deal with the thought and process of potentially losing your life, losing your livelihood. And so with that being said, I acknowledge all of those points that are made. I'm sympathetic to your concerns as well, Commissioner Williams, but I would like to see this project move forward. And so I'm going to support this project, and I would like to, if there's no further comments, entertain a motion.
Again, I appreciate everything you've said, and I believe that they are doing everything right. But just for road standards, I can't do that. And it has nothing to do with Spruce Grove. It has to do with, again, past their sites to the main tasting room. Other than that, no, I think they're perfect. I mean, I don't see any issues with them. They're not using pesticides. They're not removing trees. I think they are the perfect applicant in all means. But again, I cannot ignore the fact that there was no passing space past that half mile at the bridge. There was no, again, 50 with the cutouts, 100 foot on both sides. A trailer came up, and it just wasn't there. And so I never would have expected a project going this far to actually not for commercial standards, to not even put that in, because it is a whole, when you look at CEQA, you'll look at the whole project. We all know that. So, but I think everyone I met there was great. I think they've done everything perfectly. I just wasn't expecting this. And then again, I always have to listen to the public, and there was that one letter, and I think the only way, again, addressing it would be that. But I know that they will pass, and again, I think they are great stewards of the land, and I just wanted to make sure it has nothing to do with Spruce Grove. It's just that, that bridge, those standards, we're doing driveway standards. And unfortunately, we don't have a fireman here today, as I've asked earlier. So that's it. But again, I know that they will pass, and I think everyone out there, and I think it's just a plus for the community.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams.
And does the applicant have anything to say about maybe possibly taking into consideration maybe extending those road standards, maybe to even the first parking lot of where the guests will be arriving?
This is kind of catching me off guard just because I wasn't aware. I thought that because we designed all of the additional road to be up to standards for the local, in collaboration, and we had consulted the local fire officials. So that sort of issue is a bit catching me off guard, I have to admit. I don't know, Angie, Praj, did you guys want to address that?
This is Tokar Thomas. I'm gonna jump in real quick. And, it's catching me a bit off guard as well, because 4290 standards, when we look at the project that's in question, this project is cited to stop before it gets to the winery. So, we really, when we reviewed it and when we set it out for RFR, everyone kind of looked at Spruce Grove Road and the tunnel road up to where the project stops. So
yeah, the only thing I would add to what Takara is saying is also, you know, our lease line discussed with Six Sigma, that's sort of where the project area stops, right? Because at that point, our guests will actually turn around and, well, I mean, like, some will go visit, right? But they won't actually stay there. They're going to be parked in our area and then turn around and go back on Spruce Grove Road. So I don't know, is that clear?
That's correct. And then also just to kind of finish up a little bit, I have put in a request to see if the full road that leads to the winery is already 4290 compliant. If it's already meeting the compliance standards of 4290, then it's might be a little bit of a moot point. But when we did review this project, we only really looked at the road leading up to it. So I'm trying to get that information just so we can have the full story. I do hear the concerns and the standards, and I think if I'm hearing it correctly, the concerns are coming up because there would be patrons at the winery already, and then so combined with the patrons from the campground, we're just concerned that that full road is not fully 4290 compliant. But again, we really just reviewed this project and the lot line adjustment, as Marilyn pointed out, so the project area for 4290 compliant standards. But I think it is a point that bears researching to see if the full road is 4290 compliant. Staff would not necessarily recommend having Utopia, this project applicant, be responsible for the full road, as that is a bit outside of their project area. But it sounds like, and Marilyn, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you already mentioned that you are going into some kind of maintenance agreement with the owners of the Six Sigma winery. So maybe this conversation could be expanded to include that as well.
And I think that, yes, it stops at that half mile. I just think that when I looked at it yesterday, I really believed that it would be all encompassing in many different ways, those trails and the trail systems. So that was my only concern. My only thing here is, again, I want that to be the best it can be. And I really see that it has so much potential and it's already doing so well. But again, when I'm just looking at the amount of traffic there, it just, to me, again, that was the only concern. And again, I love that whole project, but I'm looking at it just as the whole thing. There's other things that they can go to. When you've done these other projects in other countries, and the national forests and stuff, people would use those forests and the trails. And so I just, again, made the assumption that it would be overall. If there's any events, will they be there or will they be down the road? So I was hoping that we would just have some type of agreement to give a time frame to make sure those other roads are truly up to standard. And again, when I had to pull over at a bridge, I had to pull off the road. I had a four-wheel drive, so that wasn't an issue. But again, I think that the whole project, just for the county, because again, I think everyone here really truly loves it. And I haven't really found anyone who doesn't like it. And I'm just bringing up a very small point that it's the whole thing to me. And if you have a lease, and again, unfortunately, maybe we can't do anything about it here. But it's something that because again, it stops at that half mile. But again, I believe that, going there, if there's nothing we can do about it, then that's it. It's just my one vote. But again, we're putting something in there saying that, all the roads that are accessed by people using that would have be 4290 standards. Maybe there is no way to do it. And again, I guess that's one of those things. But again, not talking about the county road, just again about the road system there, and keeping it there. But again, it is a lease situation. So again, if there is no way to put that in there, then there is no way. It sounds like there might not be a way to do it.
And is it okay if this is Angie with North Point, is it okay if I say something to this effect? I guess that's a yes. So,
yes, please do, Angie.
So the application you have in front of you is the planning portion of the application. This site still has to go through full design and get approval, get sign off from Lake County Planning Department, which will be associated with this use permit, Public Works Department, Environmental Health Department, and CAL FIRE before HCD will process the permit for building and construction of this project. So there are still sign-offs that have to happen on this project. Unfortunately, Hitopia is only responsible for the access to and through their project. Once it gets beyond that, that is the responsibility of Six Sigma Ranch and Winery. But I did want to let you know that this project still has to go through that design and sign-off process before it's approved for construction, and that includes Public Works and CAL FIRE. So that would assure safety access to the site for the guests and those driving from the entrance road through the Hitopia parcel. So I just want to clarify that that action still has to happen after planning approval.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. I do appreciate that. So there is some checks and balances left.
Okay, with that, are we ready to proceed with some action?
I believe so. Give me just a moment. I'm prepared to make a motion. Okay.
Thank you.
I move that the Planning Commission find on the basis of the initial study number 18-24 that the major use permit UP 18-24 and lot line adjustment LLA 20-04 as applied for by Hitopia Six Sigma LLC will not have a significant effect on the environment and therefore adopt the mitigated negative declaration and associated mitigation monitoring reporting program with the findings listed in the staff report dated November 24th, 2020.
Second?
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion's are carried.
Furthermore, I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 18-24 applied for by Hitopia Six Sigma LLC on property located at 13372 Spruce Grove Road, Lower Lake, California 95457, APN 012-012-69 does meet the requirements of section 51.4 of the Lake County zoning ordinance and approve the major use permit subject to the conditions of approval and the findings listed in the staff report dated November 24th, 2020.
Second?
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion's are carried.
Okay, I'd like to note the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. Appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted at 5 p.m. on and before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to our 9:40 a.m. item. Continued from March 25th, 2021, public hearing to discuss and consider the zoning text amendment, AM 21-01 to Article 27 of the Lake County zoning ordinance pertaining to the cultivation of commercial cannabis. The applicant is the County of Lake.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. This is Tokara Thomas again, Deputy Director of Community Development. As the Chair pointed out, this is the continuation of the zoning text amendment. This is the final item remaining for this zoning text amendment. If you all recall, during our last meeting on March 25th, you all reviewed and discussed several items and submitted a written recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for those items. Those items were colloquially referred to as the grandfather language and the sunset language and the vegetation screening. You all directed staff, and the outdoor screening along highways. So those 4 recommendations were submitted to the Board of Supervisors in writing, and the board is currently processing those recommendations. The last remaining recommendation that we discussed getting back in February and then March 25th and then filing out today was the requirement of the buffer between gardens. And I'll just read that out for us to make sure we have it all on the same page. Let me just make sure I navigate there. And that was the final recommendation for outdoor cultivation of cannabis should not be less than 500 feet from a neighboring parcel with farmland designation from garden to garden. You all directed staff to bring this back to you all for final review and discussion and consideration. And with that, staff is available for any questions. And I will end there.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for staff?
When this was going to be brought back, I guess the question that I had was, how many people would be affected by this? I've been contacted by quite a few people that we have the farmland protection zones currently, and now this is just prime farmland lots and setbacks. It's now getting into April. I believe that talking to one supervisor and many constituents there, that right now I would like to either see a smaller setback, or because we don't know how many people this is going to affect and how many projects we could just stop. But I was asked that maybe we could have this dealt with the zoning ordinance revisions when they come up. I would hate to start anything else, any other problems, because I think that right now at the Board of Supervisors, they are still working with the grandfather language. Also, we do not have the lawyer, and Nicole was very helpful last time on that. And watching the Board of Supervisor meeting, they had 3 different options of what deemed grandfathered, and they seem to be edging more towards if your application was deemed complete and actually put in, and that it had been accepted by the department. So to me, this seems like we might be getting into something, but I would want to open it up to the public because I would like to see if Steve or Brenna is available, because I think that would be the only person that might have some issues with this. Otherwise, the way I understand this, that this would stay status quo, and how we already have it, and there is a lot of setbacks we already put through last commission meeting. So I don't see that we'd really have a lot of things here. I just don't want to all of a sudden stop some projects by saying, well, now you have to have this setback. And so that was just my feeling. So either a smaller setback or really seeing how many projects are really affected by this. And I think there's been some confusion between the farmland protection zones and the prime ag lots. So that's all I have to say right now. So I don't know if we really need to deal with this, but again, thoughts, and maybe should we see if the public has something to say?
I agree with that.
Okay, let's go ahead and open up to public comment. Do we have anybody in the public, in the Zoom room or in the chambers?
All right, so we did have one hand come up so far for the Zoom room. I have Julia Jacobson here. Julia, I have sent you permission to speak and asked you to unmute. Looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Hi, this is Julia Jacobson from Astor Farms. Thank you, Planning Commission, for the time to speak. I just have a question of clarification. When we have sent in amendments to our applications or our licenses in the past, we have been told that it is approximately a 6 to 8 month period to review and approve those amendments, as well as a $4,700 fee. If changes are made that affect properties, will we need to go through that process, both paying the fee for the amendment and also waiting that timeline for the amendment? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm here to answer any questions if that's your pleasure.
If you'd like to, that would be fine. If there's other people that wish to speak, maybe they have the same question.
It looks like we do have one more hand raised, so I can wait to respond to questions if it's your pleasure of the plan.
Yes, yes, please. Thank you. So the next raised hand, Jake.
All right, the next hand we have up is from Joseph Gustafson. Joseph, all right, looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Joseph Gustafson.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of state on the same thing as I think if we keep changing rules over and over and over, we won't be able to get on path to what we already got going. I turned mine in. I have multiple use permits turned in, but just for instance, like I turned one in 14 months ago and in just now getting to go to a hearing. So I know it takes so long and people have so much money invested and I mean, escrows closed and things like that. And then just to have the rug pulled out for a quick change, I think the changes should be a lot longer thought out. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, do we have any more hands in the Zoom room?
Looks like that was our last hand in the Zoom room.
Okay, anybody in the chambers?
Excuse me, there's nobody here. There's nobody here.
Thank you. Okay, Takara, if you can provide some information.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So just as a quick, kind of like a high-level overview of the permitting process, it takes, on average, from 2 to 3 years. That's if everything is perfect and there are no design changes and no changes to the permit application, things of that nature. Per our zoning ordinance, Article 60, if you are issued a permit application and you would like to make any changes, whatever review authority that heard that initial permit would have to rehear that permit application again if you make any amendments or changes to that permit application. So during the pre-application meeting, which is so integral to the process for submitting any kind of really any development permit application, but even more for cannabis, we try to go over that and try to give you like a sense of what that timeline is and really encourage applicants to kind of shoot for the moon, if you will. Think of everything that you can possibly have or everything that you possibly want so that during the environmental review, the permit review application, you can really consider all of that. One caveat with that is you are able to phase out your projects. So you can permit application.
In the shop, you go, Bubba. Yeah, this way. Yeah.
You can, over time, as whatever your process looks like, if it's a tiny issue, if it's a monetary issue, you can make those changes over time without having to come back to the review authority. Now, to drill down a little bit further, I believe the question on the table is what would happen for these projects if we make a change to the ordinance and they were already permitted. If you don't make any changes to your project and you already have a permit, you're kind of essentially frozen in time. But if you're still moving through the permit application process, which is the conversation we kind of had last week and is continuing with the board, if you already issued your permit application, you're quote unquote fine. If you are not issued your permit application and is still being processed, it would have to come, up to what the new ordinances are, whatever is the rule or the law at the time of your submission of your permit application. Unfortunately, sometimes rules and laws change and you'll have to come into compliance unless you already have your permit application. But that was the point of the conversation that we had 2 weeks ago on the 25th where we submitted those recommendations to the Board of Supervisors to include what we're colloquially calling the grandfather language. So putting that time in place, a date certain that if your application was complete and was ready to go before the review authority by that date, then you would have kind of still beholden to the old rules. Anything after that date, you have to come back into compliance with the new rules. And that is what is still making its way through the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna, there's no more public comment. We're going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for my colleague, Commissioner Williams. I understood your comment, your opening comment. What do you have in mind when you refer to smaller setbacks?
Maybe 200 feet. I've tried to look at some gardens in my district, and they said, "How does this affect me?" And they're close to some ag properties. So whether it's farmland of local importance, so 500 feet, they might have to change their whole plan. Or if they've already got their garden set up and they were early activated. So there's some things that have now kind of been brought up, like, what do you do? Does this mean I stop everything? Do I just take that space out? So I think we would really need to look at certain things to see, again, how many are affected, you know, and look at each. I mean, it's a deep dive into these projects, really. We probably have to look at like 40 projects that are next to these ag zone properties that are currently active, and then set up those setbacks. So so I was thinking something smaller, and we did not hear to see if anyone from the ag department had anything to say. I did talk to Steve last time about when we made the decisions, and he let me know that he was more concerned about what we passed, and he was happy with that, but he wasn't as concerned about this one. Unless he comes on, I mean, that's the direction, again, preferring just to kind of go, is to push it down with no date, and then maybe this can really, because I don't want to affect any other projects. And it's going to be really, it sounds like it could be expensive, or it could put them so they could not grow this year. And again, as long as they had paid their taxes, and I think they were good actors and doing things the right way, I think that, you know, I just hate making any more changes because we just don't know how many are changing. You know, is it 10? Is it 5? Is it 1 that could be affected by this? And so that was it.
That makes sense to me. We talked briefly in previous meetings too about the trade-off between what you're growing indoors versus outdoor acreage. And it's always seemed sensible to me that why not allow a person to grow just as much indoors in terms of acreage as you would have been growing outdoors. That's something that is negatively affected by this as well. You don't have that option currently to just simply convert it to a similarly sized indoor grow.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why that would make any difference. If indoor is required, why can't they produce this on the same number of acres as they would have outdoors?
Yeah, and I think it should be as well. It's a different CEQA requirements is what it seems to be coming down to. And I think the Board of Supervisors and the CDD are trying to figure this out about, you know, that would be more of a transition, the whole thing of how to transition it. I think looking at this, I mean, I just assumed that it would be easier to transition a certain way. But if the transition takes building permits and these processes take forever, that, you know, I would really want to see the projects in my own district. In other words, I mean, I could look at them and go, okay, this is next to this, how does this affect, and then add up the timelines. I don't know if our staff really has the time, and I don't want to pull the staff off of trying to get these permits through. And that would just, you know, if one person is not able to grow, to me, that seems like an issue. And again, the other things that we've already dealt with seem to have caused their own issues and they're still in process. I just would hate to say, here's another one, and have fun, CDD. I mean, I just, so I just think that, that right now, I think we've got enough in play. And there's already people that they're working with and trying to figure out how to deal with. So until, and I think that we could kind of find out there's so many projects, let's say 40 or 45. I think last time I must have misheard something, but I thought there was 45. There were an issue with the zoned of the protection zone, but I think the numbers might have gotten, maybe I got them wrong, maybe it's 26, maybe it's 46. I really want to be exact, and then I would want to look at these projects in my district, because these are real people, and I want to just go, okay, how does this affect before I even make this vote? I mean, I feel like I'm kind of playing darts in the dark, and I don't want to do that.
To me, a smaller setback sounds reasonable.
I will go ahead and echo that. If making somewhat of an umbrella adjustment on the setbacks to something a little bit smaller would have a less of an impact, of course, but not so, help me out with the word.
Destructive.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like it would, we're still setting the boundaries, but it's not so detrimental to the ones that are currently working.
Yeah.
So I'm open to discussing or moving forward with a smaller setback.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Williams is right. It was requested of staff to provide some additional details, and my apologies in my initial oral report for forgetting to bring that up. So thank you for that reminder. Unfortunately, I was not able to get any details about the existing agricultural uses that are already out in the county. Apparently, that level of detail is not being captured. CDD only captures permits and land use. So if you come in for a land use permit application, we do track that, but if you're still in existence or not, or if you're still in active agricultural use, we don't capture that information. We do kind of rely on GIS and, the applicants and neighbors to help us with that. So with that said, going through my records, which I do have, we've gone from 160 permit applications to 147. 5 of those 147 permit applications that we are currently actively processing, 5 are located within the farmland protection zone. 3 of those 5 have completed their CEQA, either being an initial study or a categorical exemption.
Could you say that again, Tokara?
I can do that. So we have 147 current permit applications. 5 are located within the farmland protection zone. 3 of those 5 have completed their CEQA, either initial study or categorical exemption. 64 applications have some form of farmland designation. So either they have local, state, prime, or they're split. So if they have any kind of farmland designation, I've counted them as farmland designation, and that's 64. Of that 64, 9 have completed their CEQA. Again, CEQA being either initial study or categorical exemption. It was also requested of staff to look at the EA permits from last year, and we went back from 2019 to 2020. I can go through that if that's helpful, or we can pause there and let that digest.
Thank you, Takara. I think that sways my decision that there's 64 lives that we have in our hands that I don't want to, there's just not enough information. And if they have that designation, then we go back to, if we don't have our usual counsel, grandfathering, because we would have to then make this decision and then figuring out grandfather, which they're currently, I'd feel safer with the Board of Supervisors saying this is the choice they're going to say. for the grandfathering of them in. So for instance, some of these are on farmland lots. Some of them actually have farms or vineyards or, whether it's pears or the walnuts. And there's also then a question of, there's some ones that are like right next door to each other. So how do you make that determination today, Do you have to, there's been a question to me, I'm like, hey, do I have to be 500 feet away from my own stuff that is not being sprayed? So it gets really quite complicated.
Yeah.
So I would rather, again, put this off with no date and do that. And again, just because we might not think we're doing anything, but, yeah.
Well, if this, as you say, Commissioner Williams, is a last piece of something, but everything else we've done already has created enough forward motion and given enough guidance to the Board of Supervisors that we can continue this item. I just wanted to understand, but not put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I think the thing that the supervisors put in, and Takara brought up, the zone, the farmland protection zone was voted in. We cannot control that. The 1,000-foot buffer is there. But then what is still going on is these designated prime farmland lots. And there's 4 different types of prime farmland. And it just really seems to muddy the waters. And some things that weren't thought about, again, if you are right next to your neighbor that's okay with it, it gets really complicated. And what we learned was that, again, if they have to be, and it got brought up again, how many are CEQA complete? That can go into something in itself, because the CEQAs are usually almost complete right before they come, or they're complete, then they'll come to us. So we know that we just don't have enough folks in that. So then there is no way to change their fate once we if we were to make a decision on that 500 or 200, we'd really look at that. And I don't see how we can really go into the grandfathering language without Nicole there, because again, I again, when I had talked about it last time, was saying that once you've spent $9,000 and you've given your application in, and the 30 days has gone by that time frame, that to me is deemed complete. And I think that the Board of Supervisors is currently looking at that, and that's up for the debate. And I really would like to ask council certain things. Again, we put certain things off that I kind of thought were like the BLM and stuff. I think that, if we're going to do certain things, I want to make sure I have the usual person that can give me an answer that we can always stand by. And so that's my opinion there. And I think that it's already set in stone, again, that currently it's the farmland protection zones, those 4 zones, that's there. But when you start looking at individual parcels, and that's what this is, it could be RL, APZ, but then it could say prime farm, it could say farmland of local importance. And again, that seems to be something that, it could take a long time, and yes, we could make a mistake. And that's where I'm just kind of going, I think that there needs to be a revision in the ordinance that has been talked about to be done maybe in the next 5 to 6 months, and then let that deep dive go with more public comment when people really know about their projects, or again, alerting these 64 people that they are in this and that they're being affected by this. We only had a couple comments, again, when I start looking at those percentages and numbers, 2 comments out of, and it sounds like, out of 64, that doesn't seem like people are really there or aware. And I see we have 23 participants. We do have a participant now.
What information, are we giving planning staff a deadline by which to get us information so that we can move beyond the point where we're continuing today? In other words, if we set a date certain, what do we want to know by that date certain? And Nicole also said at our last meeting that, there is a certain inherent risk
Yes.
in this, and that's not our job to eliminate all risk. And I don't think we necessarily are responsible for making every single person whole. I think that's aspirational, but I'm not really sure that's practical. I mean, it's not our job to make everybody who decides to apply, perhaps early activate, eliminate all risk for that party.
Sure, and I think that was, that was said, that there is an inherent risk, but then we go back to, at what point in time, is it a year in the process, 2 years in the process? Some folks are,
right.
They grew, again, what came out last time was that they grew under early activation if they paid their taxes, and we're gonna make some changes, how fast do they have to switch over?
But Nicole also made the point that early activation is kind of a unique beast, and that's a 6-month picture. And then after that, all bets are off.
Yes.
So I don't think that's a reasonable marker by which to make everybody whole.
Sure. Now, I don't know if we can open it back up. I'd like Steve to be able to speak.
So I think the part of it, for me, it's kind of the same thing. We need to come to some type of timeline. If we extend this 6 months and we're still in the same place, it doesn't do any good to keep extending if there's going to be no outcome. And so I again, taking into consideration your comments, Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Hess's comments, there were some things clearly stated by council. And again, the inherent risk is something that I would hope that every applicant understood when they applied for early activation or decided to come to Lake County to, start a business here. And so I do agree, it's, the numbers again are a little bit, for me, still concerning. But at what point, can we satisfy everybody's need? Because we're not going to be able to do that. And I think that's the reality. And so is there, public comment is closed. If you three would wish to open it up, I'm open to that as well. If there's anybody who has significant input, I think it's important to be heard.
Yes, I don't know if you can see it, but Steve from the Ag Department is here, and he definitely has something to say.
Okay, yeah, I cannot see the room other than you guys, so if we're in agreement, I'll open up public comment for this last round of comments.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I was trying to get on for the last half hour. Couldn't make it, so drove here. I feel strongly about the 500 feet. I'm Steve Page, Lake County Commissioner, sorry. I feel strongly about the others. There's 3 things I feel strongly about, just so you're aware. The 500 feet, the farmland protection zone, which is the grandfather clause, and the other one, which is mute because it's already been to the board. That's important. I can care less about the trees. That's useless. That's like sprinkles on a cupcake. So if we're going to lose those first 3, the trees don't matter.
We've already made the decisions, like the zone, just so the zone is set in stone.
Okay.
So the zone is there. And so the zone is done, the buffer zone is done.
Okay.
The only thing today, though, is what we're looking at, and some of the problems, and you walked in here, is that we're looking at that 500-foot buffer and how to deal with that. The issue I think we're running into, and you understand farming, is that we have 64 people that projects could all of a sudden be halted, and we don't have the information about if they're going to be halted, all 64, 20, 10, or 1. And so we did make a request to see how these projects, where they are. We do know that they are on farmland designated, so prime farmland lots. And so the stuff that you had asked for has already been done. It's really just trying to figure out right now, and again, we did vote on everything, but again, this 500-foot buffer, and we just don't know. It could stop some projects putting it through. And so I'd also put out there, either to stay this and to deal with this in the ordinance, or to lower that from 500 feet, because we don't know. we don't know how it'd be affected. I mean, and again, yes, there's inherent risks, but it's April. Everyone is ready to plant. And so, but everyone knows that you can't plant currently, and they're going to figure out the grandfathering in those zones, the 4 zones, and that buffer. But I think it does get a little scary that we're being told there's 64 people that can be affected today, and we just don't have the information.
Okay.
So sorry, so I kind of cut you off, but I wanted to get you up to date.
No, that's
so,
fine.
Yeah.
Good, I cut in towards the middle of the conversation because I was doing something else, and then I heard the conversation, tried to get on, couldn't get on. So, okay.
So I guess maybe can I ask you a question? That we have, again, it says you said you felt very strong about the 500 feet. Mm-hmm. And before you came in here, we discussed maybe something smaller.
I know 200 feet.
Yeah, the 200
I heard
feet.
The conversations, it's I'm fighting the tide here.
Yeah.
But
again, from a farming perspective, right now we have those zones protected.
Which zones protected?
The prime farmland zone. So that would be the Kelseyville. That would be the.
I don't agree with that, but that's okay.
You don't agree with it?
No, as long as you let those other people in the area, then you let Swiss cheese. So I don't quite agree with that, but that's at the board level now, not at your level.
Yeah.
The plant protection zone that the board was talking about previously on Tuesday, they had concerns about how many people should or would be let in basis on how far along they are in the process. If you let those people in my opinion, Swiss cheese. And what gets me is if you allow them to get in for the sunset clause, I believe it's for 3 years. I may have this incorrect, so if I am, you just let me know. So if they're allowed to go outdoors for 3 years to get ready to go indoors, that's absurd if that's the case, because they're not going to grow indoors. They're going to go outdoors. They're going to say, oh, look, I have no problems with my neighbors. There hasn't been spray drift. You tell me why I can't grow outdoors anymore. Well, the law says this, but logic says this. No, if I have that wrong, let me know.
Well, again, I think that what you're referring to, again, it's not what we're dealing with currently, but I would say that, again, the zones are created. Again, something we don't know about each individual project, and we talked about that, is that we don't see these projects. How many are really outdoor? How many are going to be in greenhouses? So we can't, I'd like to try to bring that up, but again, that's what I'm saying is that at least it's going through the process. And again, my whole thing is that, again, we're looking at a 500-foot buffer, and again, I don't mind staying here and maybe doing a lunch and coming back and trying to figure out what we would say for grandfathering, what we would say if you own a prime farmland property or prime ag, and what gets grandfathered in. You had certain letters that were out there. I think that should be taken into account. It gets very complicated, and again, and we're going to catch a lot of the problems here. But again, we've already voted on the screening, and it's already all there. So,
well, just saying.
Okay, what I want to ask is if Mr. Hajek has any comment remaining. You still have about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to comment. And let's just keep it to your comments and not a back and forth if you have any remaining comments.
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Takar, you had your hand raised. Do you have any?
I do still have my hand raised. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What was my comment? Oh, staff would like to respectfully request that this be continued until after we get through the permitting season, which is right now. As I pointed out at the beginning of my oral report, we have 147 current open permit applications, and staff is scrambling to get those out. I've, pretty much been very, very strong with staff that our top priority is getting these cannabis permits out the door to meet the growing season. And unfortunately, there just isn't the information available about existing current agricultural uses. I did reach out to the ag commissioner and asked them if they had a list, but unfortunately they don't keep a list of that to that level of detail. So staff was unable to provide that to you all. The best I could do is to provide the list of applicants and their farmland designations, and where they're at in the process. And there are about 64 that are, could be potentially impacted by this 100-foot buffer. Unfortunately, I just could not bring that full level of visibility to you all because it's not available to me.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to allow one last comment. Blaine, I see.
Oh, we have another.
So Jake, if you could unmute.
Are you looking for the hands that are raised here?
Yes, for any hands raised.
Okay, so I think, I do think we have a phone 0217. I do think that was Steve Hadjick trying to comment earlier. Because I believe that is his phone number. I'm going to move on to Julia Jacobson here. And I have asked her to unmute.
Hi, Planning Commission. This is Julia Jacobson again. Thank you for the time. I just wanted to give some context on the record to the comment about switching from outdoor to greenhouse. It is astronomically expensive, both on a CapEx infrastructure level, as well as in terms of the tax implications at the local level to grow outdoor versus mixed light. And so by allowing these cultivators who already have applications that have been deemed complete to spend 1, 2, however many years it is growing outdoors, that allows us revenue that we're then able to turn back into the projects to turn them into mixed light and greenhouse. When you've already gone into a project with a financial budget set that doesn't include that, it's very tricky to switch. So I just wanted to give a little context from a cultivator on the financial and timeline implications for why that grandfathering is really important to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to close public comment and then bring it back to the commission. And
yeah, Mr. Chair, a comment I was going to make. Again, I think we shouldn't make perfection the enemy of the good. Even a change to a smaller setback won't necessarily capture everyone that could be affected by this. So it becomes a question of, do we decide that the number 10 is okay or 30 is okay? I don't think we're really here to play God in that way. But if we continue this, and it's already April, doesn't that continue to put growers in a difficult situation?
No, that means they can continue as it is. So I guess one of the questions would come up then is, if you are on one of those 4 and you're on a setback, does that mean you can't grow? I mean, I'm not too thrilled about interpretations, and you know what we say here and what happens somewhere else could be something completely different. Right now it stands at, I believe, in trying to figure this thing out, is that there's like 64 projects that are still kind of on hold, but if we release them, they're not on hold. Again, we could put a smaller setback. Steve would like the larger setback. I think that we can get the larger setback once there is an ordinance revision and once we have these projects in front of us. Again, currently, the way the farmland protection zone was set up is that if you are in those 4 zones, you are going to be in a greenhouse from now on. There's no more questions about that. The other people, they're going to decide. But then it comes down to these different ag zones that are, whether it's grazing land, prime farmland, and whether, again, ag land of local importance. So the question really is currently the way this is set up, as I understand it, is that you, as a grower, now can grow there, not in a greenhouse. I don't want to force those people into growing in there. There's just different interpretations that could definitely happen here. And again, I had requested certain information, and we don't have it. And I don't see, again, it is April. And again, I just don't see why we're going to create more work for that planning department. I know that they've been trying to search for more planners. I just don't see, what we would be doing that would be positive in it. And it sounds like, we had brought up the fact is that they are going to look at this ordinance again.
So Commissioner Williams, when you say release the 64, what are you specifically referring to?
So we were giving the 64, I don't think, while this is kind of in limbo, I've been told that some of these projects have been told they can't really go forward until we make a decision. If we make a decision to not make a decision and to say we are going to put this to an ordinance revision, then maybe they can go forward. But I've gotten contacts from people in my district stating that, look, I am next to Prime Farm, I am I'm on prime farmland, but I'm not in the protection zone. And so they're wondering, they're kind of, what can they do? We have ones that are just still dealing with the prime farm zone and the buffer area that they are about to be decided. And I'll let you know, I know of a couple ones that then, after they get through all that process, then they are next to, again, they're right next to an ag zone 2. So they're going to get through this one thing, and then they're going to have another one. They still might not be able to grow. And some of these projects are 2 years old, or they might have to change their whole project again. Does it cost $4,000 to change it? And then, yeah. So that's where I see some definite issues. I know that with the revision of the ordinance, I know that they're going to have the ag commissioner there. So he is making sure, and he's made it very clear, he wants 500 feet. But again, I think throwing anything right now in, we would just be where we were before. And we did pass a number of things, 2 through 5, making certain statements. What was brought up about trees, we have setback, shading from the highways. So we really have done quite a lot. And again, it did get through. But this is why I didn't want to vote this thing in, because I finally found some specific projects. We were not allowed to talk about it here, but in my district, I've made some more site visits. And then I went, wow, okay, this one would be affected. That means that this one would not be able to grow, and it's April. And I think pulling the rug out from, they should know by December, January. But right when they're saying what's going on, and they've been asking for 2 months, 3 months, can I grow this year? I just don't feel that that would be the way to conduct business. I think that we have shown that we have a tax rate that is fair, and we will treat you fairly. And I really feel that this is one of those situations where right now we're told there's 64 people that will be affected by if we decide to take this on today, just to some degree.
Well, these are recommendations that we are submitting to the board. It's no action we take today has immediate effect on a grower.
Yes, but again, if we recommend that, again, then I believe, and again, maybe Takara can answer, maybe there are no projects on hold. Maybe I've misunderstood this.
Or do we include these comments in our recommendations to the board so they understand where we are conflicted? The board is looking to us for recommendations and counsel, not for a final recommendation. Yes. And maybe the board needs to know that we're thinking about a smaller setback versus other ways to capture as many of these 64. If we don't tell them that's the issue we're wrestling with and just continue it, then we're not really fulfilling our mandate to the board.
Okay. So, I mean, if there is a way to put in there, again, it sounds like maybe a smaller setback, but we have heard from the Ag Commissioner 500 feet.
I think it's fair to say that we did not, we were not able to conclude everything in our deliberations. And one of the things that we are still struggling with is this question of a setback or a smaller setback, and some of the things you mentioned. Takara can correct me, but I think that might be more helpful to the board for them to understand, just where we're wrestling with things.
What we're actually working on, what we've accomplished.
Because nothing we do today becomes something that the public can immediately appeal. It goes on for the board for consideration of final.
That is correct. So the purpose of today's agenda item is a discussion for written recommendations to the board so that it can be implemented into the zoning ordinance if the board agrees with your written recommendations and implements them, or the board could take your recommendations as a starting point and expand upon them. So that's correct.
But I mean, it's okay if we tell the board we have not been able to come to a conclusion about this particular item, and we understand we're making recommendations, and on this issue, this is where we're still conflicted. I don't think.
And you know, yes, but also this is not agendized for the board yet. Basically, the board is waiting for the planning commission to review it and make that written recommendation. So there's no time frame on it. The planning commission could hear it today, make the written recommendation. You do have 10 days to submit your written recommendation to the board after you make a decision. Or if you continue it to another date, it's just continued for another date. Some of the commentary that I've heard throughout the discussion from you all is surrounding the actual setback of 500 feet. Should it be 200 feet from an existing agricultural use? And the difference between 200 and 500, you know, staff kind of feels is, you know, 6 and 1/2 better than the other. I think the bigger part of is just making a decision about whether or not you're going to have this setback. Period. Staff doesn't have any energy around the actual size of the setback.
Okay, thank you. And you know, one of the questions I have too is Commissioner Williams' area the prime area for the applicants being impacted? Because I've not received one call from anybody in District 3 around this area with any concerns other than a few people who have come and submitted comment during public comment period. And so that's kind of one of the things where I'm trying to really understand where the impact is really coming from and whose district is it coming out of.
Yeah, it is my district. It really is, because I'm the ag district, whether it's the Red Hills, whether it is
proper Kelseyville,
proper. It's all happening right there. So I'm going to these projects kind of going, I only have certain answers. And I took this on. I didn't really think about that I was going to be in the ag district. And so there is a lot of things coming up. And yeah, you pointed it out. I didn't even think about that. It's really affecting my district and the people in it.
Yeah, it's not something that people stop me in the street about, but I absolutely understand what you're saying.
I mean, 64, I think I probably have 50 of them. So in terms of, they're being affected, and a lot of it's in the Red Hills. So it's the Red Hills, but again, most of that's now been decided because of the protection zones. Mm-hmm. So, but there are people that are on the outskirts, just outside of the protection zones, that can be affected by it. And so I'm dealing with more outskirts. But there are obviously, there is prime ag everywhere in the county. In some places you wouldn't see it. But I don't think a lot of people are aware of it. And so, yeah. And that's, again, where I just want to make sure, I'm fine saying, a smaller setback, the same setback at 500 feet, just as long as there is someone, if they have already early activated, that they're good to go. I just want to make sure that nothing is going to affect this season at this point in time, because I've looked at some projects and there's some questions that have not been answered. Again, I went out into something actually in Upper Lake, and there was a vineyard right next to a grow, and they said, is this going to affect us? Well, currently it doesn't. It's on their own property. But, so I think that we could say that, this could be 500 feet, 200 feet, but again, that we have to have some waivers, or again, I know that Steve had looked at some projects. I'm getting some projects that some of the farmland protection zone was, dealt with originally. So again, I mean, I say that, I think we're all on the same page. I mean, it sounds like I think we're okay with some type of setback, but I think making sure that the Board of Supervisors knows that we don't want any projects truly stopped for this year. At this point in time, it is April. By the time they get it and make a decision, that's May. And I think that is kind of, they're going to be paying taxes in June. So a lot of folks are getting ready, but it is, I'm a heavy district where this is happening. But I do get some questions about, is there like letters for, in hemp, you could get a letter from your neighbor. Do I still need this setback? Does this apply to, again, people who don't spray, who are organic? Most people are like, oh, it doesn't bother. So it is complicated. And again, we could start going, we could maybe work through it, take a break, and then kind of look at certain issues. But I think that right now, again, one thing that was put out there by Takara was that, they want to get these permits out. And again, this is something that, again, I think the whole community really has to speak out on. And we are going to do an ordinance revision. And currently, as I understand it, it would stay the same. They're going to decide the farmland protection zones. If you are in these 4 types of prime ag, what this means is it's now isolated. And so it's already, this was kind of designed to fix what was an isolated area. But there are some things that I don't know if we can, take on. But again, I mean, I think we can make a couple recommendations. But again, my recommendation would be not until the Board of Supervisor gets it, to each look at these projects and see how they're affected. So that's what I'm saying, is that for me, it's hard to make a decision. I don't have access unless the people contact me for each individual one to see these projects. And again, we only had 2 people comment so far. Those are in my district, I believe, or one is right on the border of my district. So
I respect those comments, but it's not the job of a planning commissioner to approve or not approve individual applications. And in that sense, what we're doing is more general. I mean, even a discussion of 500 to 200 is general because it's not going to capture everybody. And I fundamentally don't believe that my role is to guarantee everybody's individual application.
no, and I don't think guaranteeing each individual, but
we're getting down to numbers that are very granular, like 64.
I agree, but again, 64 out of 147, so we're going to deal with over a third of the applications, and we know nothing about them. That was all. So again, I would say I would want to see a 200 setback, or again, if I knew more, I could say 500, but I would want that grandfathering language in, and that was also on there, of if your application was deemed complete and we'd taken the money, then that was the deadline. So at least we had something. But again, we ran into this before where we were told that, the CDD felt more comfortable with CEQA being a deadline. And again, I don't think I don't think any of us agreed on that. So there's some certain recommendations I would want to make sure that they do carry forward too, that because they're dealing with some of this grandfather language currently, and they're back to back in many ways. So again, I could easily vote for 500 feet, but if your application was truly deemed complete and the county took the money, that you have a certain amount of time to do it. And again, that's just me.
Yeah, and I think, realistically, the risk was known going in, and I think, there's no way we can look at every individual project until it comes before us. And one of the things that I would say is, I have 2 upcoming site visits to cultivation projects. Those are only 2 I've received this year. or last year. And so, if there's a concern, I'm not hearing it, other than what's been stated in our previous planning commission meetings, the public comment that we did have, that's what I'm taking into consideration in this decision-making process. And so I think for myself, when we sit here, I don't think we can guarantee everybody's going to get their application and be able to grow. That's just the reality, and so, how do we pick and choose who's that going to be? And so for myself, again, if there are people in my area that you're visiting, I would hope you would extend an invite, or maybe ask them to contact me, because I definitely want to get and meet anybody who has questions and concerns with upcoming projects they have. And so to this point, there's only been 2 people that have contacted me. And so for my district, I don't see this as being a big issue. And so moving forward, we have to find out how we're going to move forward. And so I think that's kind of where I'm at. And if you have recommendations specifically that you want to make, I would go ahead and make them and then see what we think about it.
Okay, and again, my recommendation again is that setback 500, 200 doesn't really matter, but if an application was deemed complete by the Streamlining Act at 30 days and stuff after accepting the application, that is kind of where this goes. So there is a certain way to grandfather those ones in, and so that's my only thing, is that I don't, at a certain point in time, and again, this is part of the discussion as well, what do we feel, again, that grandfathering in? So again, we're not making more work for CDD, and we're not shutting down any projects that some currently have state licenses. And I understand, I have asked people to reach out to Eagle in your district, and it might be some of those spots. In your district, there is, again, you only have one ag zone. That would be the Upper Lake that's the farmland protection zone. And so then you also have some ag that is done with the wineries and stuff. So, but again, I have asked people to reach out to their particular supervisors and planning commissioners. But again, a lot of people are not aware of it. But again, I have so much flat land and so many vineyards there that were used, and they're being transferred over.
May I ask you another question? And it's not to put you on the spot, and it's a hypothetical, but let's say we continue this and staff does a deeper dive and comes back to us with more detailed numbers, and the bottom line number is not 64 but 40. I mean, is that a number you could live with?
Well, I think that, again, there was talk at the Board of Supervisors to simply open up this ordinance, because we had agreed every year to open it up, and it really hasn't been gone into.
Well, the ordinance is severable. I mean, one can take up this piece of the ordinance without having to open up every other piece of the ordinance.
Yeah.
But there is an annual ordinance review, yes.
Well, yeah, so again, so when you say the 64 and then the 40.
No, I'm just wondering, is there a number you can live with at the end of the day? 'Cause
Well,
we're
if
not
I
gonna
saw
make
that 40.
We won't make everyone whole.
We can't catch them all, is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah, and I don't think we would, but let's say it's 64 and then 40 are approved. A lot of this thing comes down to, again, my recommendation is based on the grandfathering in language that we were told, again, that CEQA complete. Some people deem CEQA only complete, actually, after we've made that decision. So that's a complete use permit. And so, I don't think after, that's 64, so we know 64 people there aren't CEQA complete, depending on how you look at the definitions.
Only 900.
Yeah. So that's all I'm saying, is that I could easily put down there to say 500 foot, but application deemed, because again, that's what I feel, or 3 months after being deemed complete. That they've sat there and they've obviously spent money. I think I brought that up. When someone buys a property in our county, to me, that means that they've spent and really believe in this, and they've, going through the process You know, I had my pre-app meeting. Okay, they said, do it. You know, this looks good. And then I got my project ready to go, and then I applied with my use permit, you know, and then it was deemed complete. So, I mean, you know, and by that time, that could take 6 months. Currently, your pre-app meetings, I think, are out till September. So they're going to wait till September, then get do this thing. But you see, it takes 8 months. So at what point in time, when we are saying, come to our county and, you know, come here, or if you are local to work here, you know, at what point in time? And I think that that's something that right now that they're still looking at, and it seemed to be, again, more towards the fact. So again, I have no problem putting anything through, but again, my recommendation would be not CEQA complete. And I believe that, again, we have the Ag Commissioner here. If he wanted a 500-foot buffer, I think that that's fine. But again, I just really would want to say what is deemed complete, and just kind of go from there. And I don't think that, you know, I know that there are certain risks, but I mean, telling a farmer that has been planning and getting their soil and getting everything ready right now in April, that there's going to be even more changes. One of those things.
I just don't see any way to eliminate risk from the equation. I mean, you could be hired to pick pears for a season or work in a vineyard, and all of the soil amendments and expenses could have been made up front, and then your packing facility burns down, or something happens on the vineyard and...
Usually they're insured.
Well, my point is that things happen, not just in the cannabis growing business, but with grapes, pears too. The bottom falls out of the walnut market, and they're not worth anything more per pound or per ton. And that affects who gets employed or who was brought on to work and then is let go because there's no profit in it. It's equally unfair to those individual people who came to the county to work with certain expectations as well. But it's not our job to fix it for everybody. We're planning commissioners. I don't mean to sound insensitive. I understand your point pretty well, I believe. And I've always wanted to create a level playing field for the cannabis community as well, you know, vis-a-vis regular agriculture, so to speak. But I feel like we're really caught on a point here that I feel we're not performing our due diligence or our duties to the board by continuing this, as opposed to making a recommendation, which they're perfectly free to reject.
It's just a recommendation at that point, correct? So my thoughts are maybe let them know how we feel about, you know, like you said, whether it's 500 feet or 200 feet, not a big deal. If we could shed some light on giving them the green light if they've been deemed complete and their application is complete, is if there's a way that we could open up the floodgates in a way and let the ones that have already gone through the process and paid their fees. Would that help out staff in any way as far as processing applications and what you guys have on your plate? If we were to look at something like that, as far as the statute of limitations on timeframes and them being deemed complete, letting them move forward, and then making that recommendation to the Board of Supervisors?
And this is Tokar Thomas, Deputy Director again. So let's back up a little bit. So we have two things that are kind of like impacting the time frame, well, three, the timing of getting permits out. Number one is the Permit Streamlining Act. So Commissioner Williams is correct. There is language in the Permitting Streamlining Act that says that within 30 days, an application has to be deemed complete. But then as you continue going on, there's also, it kind of backs out a little bit because you still have to be responsive to CEQA. And you're given up to 108 days for CEQA compliance, but CEQA is not compulsory. So what that is, staff's interpretation is if it takes a little bit longer, there are still some protections for staff. So we kind of have some competing language even within the Permit Streamlining Act itself. So it's not staff's recommendation against using the PSA timeline for completeness because of that. What staff is hesitant about is as we get into the details with these projects, and they might have been deemed complete, but then the biggest roadblock we are seeing right now is when we go to do the CEQA analysis and we're looking at the biological assessment. Bar none, across the board, the biggest issue we have with projects and being able to advance them is that their biological resource assessment has not been done correctly, which means your application is incomplete. And what that means is you have to have, per the state protocols, at least a minimum of 2 surveys completed in floristic season. Some other counties do 3 as a minimum, but 2 is the state recommendations from the state protocols. And as we, so we'll get these applications, we'll review them initially, do that initial review, and we'll get into them, get the details, and we're like, oh wait, this permit application does not have their biological done in season. So then that kicks it out as incomplete again. And that's a learning opportunity for staff, and we've been working on it as part of the review the actual studies and documentation and ensure that they're sufficient and complete. But as we're going through and we're processing them, we almost always come up against that. Or another issue that we'll have is that an applicant will be projecting to remove oak woodlands. Oak woodlands are a protected species by the Public Resource Code. That is a voluntary measure though, but it still is, it's a big thing. So it's little details like that, which is why I can't confidently recommend across the board that 30 days from submitting your application is complete, because if we do, then as we get into the details, we can't move forward with processing the application, and that throws everything haywire. And it kind of, to be frank, it feels like a bait and switch, especially since over the years, previous administrations have not been as strict as the details, and following the guidelines and the Permitting Streamline Act. And then here I come and, encouraging staff to be, to follow the zoning ordinance, to follow CEQA guidelines, to follow the Permitting Streamline Act. So it kind of slows things down a little bit, but not necessarily. So a long-winded way of wrapping that up is saying staff does not recommend using the 30-day completeness as a determination for moving forward with these applications, because it could backfire.
Understood. Thank you, Takara.
Would you guys mind looking at the sample motions that were prepared in that memo?
Is it the recommendation?
Right. Meaning, is there, do we see a place to insert language in number 1 that in a way that we could express our ambivalence or lack of certainty to the board? I think a legitimate recommendation is to say, we've wrestled with this and we've narrowed it down to 500 versus 200.
Yeah.
These are the areas where we're still conflicted. Perhaps the board wants to take a deeper dive in that, and they'll decide. They're the deciders.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I don't want to stop the whole process.
Right.
I just really want to make sure.
And I mentioned item 1 simply because that does refer to a setback of 500 feet. Takara, is it possible to work with us to craft language so that we can, in fact, be responsive to the board, but insert some of these questions we have? I don't believe a recommendation always has to be conclusive and affirmative necessarily.
That's correct. You could recommend to the board that you wrestle with it, you thought it over, but you want the board, you feel more comfortable with the board making that decision.
For certain reasons.
This has zoning ordinance amendments have to start with you all as the planning commission and then finalize with the board, depending on the type of ordinance amendment that is proposed, is because the board has delegated land use decisions to the planning commission. So that's why this is starting with you all. Certain other types of amendments, if they don't have any land use applicability, the board can go ahead and make. And the board has done that over the last year. but then the board delegated this decision back to the planning commission because this is specific to land use. That said, you could make that recommendation and something to the effect, Board of Supervisors, the planning commission has reviewed and discussed it. This is the best that we can come up with, is a recommendation to continue the conversation about 200 to 500 feet, and this is our recommendation. In matter of fact, the Board of Supervisors took the recommendation for the other decisions that you made during the last planning commission meeting and have expanded that language. So long story short, I'm sorry, I'm a little long-winded today. I think I've had that third cup of coffee that's hit me. The long story short is, yes, you can make that recommendation to the board to continue the discussion at their level.
I don't think the board would think any less of us if we made it clear that, we have continued this 3 times and really wrestled with it, and these are our conclusions. We didn't want to delay feedback to the board any longer, and they can in fact turn around and say, thank you, go back to work on it. They're free to order us to continue to come to a more definitive recommendation. But I don't think it's, bad
Mr. Chair, I want to share again that staff's recommendation is that we do not make any more changes, because again, it extends the time frame out, and there are projects that are on the board that are hanging in the balance for this ordinance amendment. Staff recommends continuing this or recommending to the board that this discussion be held after, till at least we get through some more of these permit applications. But again, the staff's recommendation, it is up to the planning commission to make that decision.
Does that not freeze people in place?
No, that's what I'm saying, is it keeps everything open, so this can really be looked at.
Right. I just want the board to get that feedback from us sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, I would hate, I've seen it happen where sometimes we don't make it, I wasn't here, but no decision, it would go back and then come back. But I think that it would not freeze things up. And again, I know that there's some projects that they're saying, well, if this 500 foot does come in, then they might hold them a little longer for an early activation, because they're like, oh, well, it's almost decided. But if we say we're not going to decide this right now, then that goes. The good news is, again, I mean, I think we're all on the same page. 500, 200 feet. I really liked what Takara was saying, is that, we could put some grandfather language in, but again, we don't have to make it set in stone, is that I think that, the second biological study and the archaeologist study is there as well, so we know that there is there's no sensitive areas that are being disturbed too. Because to me, that's when a CEQA is truly, close, where we, as a county and as people of this county say, then you can go forward. But I don't want any sites disturbed. I don't want any plants destroyed. And so that's, to me, and again, I think that's why I was saying, I didn't really feel like, that 30 days. But again, that 30 days, but then most of the time, they should have a complete. But I think what Takara was saying is that it was known that some of these ones were done off-season and no one had caught it. So, I mean, but that's something I think that if we put that in there, we're seeming to be in agreement, we're going to see some of these things come up again. And again, for me, I could care less if it's 500 or 200. And maybe putting in there something that there can be some exceptions, that it's up to, there can be some exceptions that could be looked at per the CDD. I mean, if we have it just one rule, I mean, that's where I think we run into problems. So if they have it within 500 feet, it's still up to the discretion of CDD as well, because they know some of these things. And I don't think they're just going to willy-nilly something just let it through. But I think when we make it so strict, or we recommend it and it gets lost before it gets to the Board of Supervisors, and then all of a sudden they've put something through. But again, that's where I would say that, again, listening to at least one supervisor, again, that there was the speaking of, we've got this thing going, that people, up at the CDD know certain projects are sitting there and they're on borders. I mean, and again, I won't name any specific ones, but I think that that is there. But I think we're there, that we feel that, there should be a setback. Because again, that was what was decided, that there should be some kind of setback. So yeah, so I don't know. I was looking at what you said, number one, and I think that there is maybe a way to put that in there. So.
Well, it's certainly not number two.
Yeah.
Speaking as one commissioner, I would much rather act today rather than continue. And I can still look at myself in the mirror and not worry that we've let the supervisors down by giving them our honest assessment of things.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I think that we still do have, again, that buffer that we already decided with the plants is what we recommended here. So we do still have that. This is, again, it was just pointed out to me that, again, 500-foot garden to garden is where some things definitely come into play. But again, that's why I would want some discretion on that, unless it's under, and again, I think the discretion should be the CDD, and that would also encompass, well, look, we know this project has been in this pipeline for that long. So I think we're pretty much there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I am back. I did miss about 5 minutes of the discussion. I did come back at 2:52, so go ahead, John, any recommendation, comments?
I was wondering what you think about moving on items 1 and 2 here and perhaps taking a break so that additional language for item 1 could be created and added?
I am open to that. How much time are you thinking? It's 3:04 now.
Takara, what do you think?
Guide the situation, the discussion along. Staff would like to request a 15-minute break, partially for, just like a bio break, and another partial just to get some of this language together.
Okay, it's 15 minutes, that's what I heard?
Yes.
Okay, we will come back at 3:20.
Anyone can hear me? We're at 3:21 p.m.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. It may be somebody, maybe.
Okay, staff is back.
Thank you. Do we have all of the commissioners back?
We're here, Mr. Commissioner. You can't see us, but we're here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Hi.
Thank you.
Jake, are we ready?
Yes, I am all ready.
We are ready in the chambers.
Okay, thank you. Call meeting back to session. Takara, do you have some information for us?
Yes, so I did a very quick search of our partner counties and how they're handling the situation and could not find anything conclusive. And I'm specifically referring to the buffer between existing agricultural uses and proposed cannabis cultivation uses. They don't really have anything out online to speak to this. Also looked at our bylaws and some recommended motions that we have, just some language that we have printed up to help us with preparing recommendations and motions. And then I also looked at kind of the separation between hemp and cannabis, just as kind of like a primer to kind of prime the discussion. And just for your all's information, there is a buffer between hemp and cannabis to prevent the cross-pollination between hemp and cannabis. And I'm just sharing that as an FY that there is a precedent for separation of uses to something to this effect. And if you can't hear me, please just let me know and I can speak louder. So based off of all of that very high level review of information that I came up with and a direction to come up with some recommended language to the Board of Supervisors, I was able to put together this language, and I'll share my screen and I'll also read it out for a motion for the report and recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. I move that the Planning Commission report to the Board of Supervisors that the Planning Commission has thoroughly reviewed and considered the Board of Supervisors zoning proposal for the Planning Commission to discuss, consider, and submit a written recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. This discussion has occurred over several sessions, the February 25th, March 25th, and April 8th Planning Commission meetings. The Planning Commission submits its written recommendation to the Board of Supervisors that the Board of Supervisors consider and make a decision on the proposed zoning text amendment. The Planning Commission has thoroughly reviewed the proposed language and defers the decision about the implementation of a 500-foot buffer between proposed cannabis cultivation and existing and active agricultural uses back to the Board of Supervisors. I just want to know, I did not have a chance to review this proposed language with County Council.
Okay, thank you.
Is council on right now?
I do see council.
Can you hear me, commissioners?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry, I think my mic was, something happened to it. Yes, I am present. I think if the commission has some concerns about perhaps the exact wording back to the board, but also not wanting to set it out so far and it's in sort of indeterminate future, perhaps delaying it to the next commission will give time for CDD to liaise with my office to perhaps come up with better language that might meet the desires of the commission.
Okay, thank you. So any comment from the commission regarding the language?
Mr. Chair,
Recommendation.
this is John.
Yes.
I don't want to overload the language, but I wish it could reflect in some way why we have decided to defer that decision rather than just say we've deferred it. It doesn't seem to me to reflect the good faith effort we'd made to consider a lot of permutations and come to the point where we are kicking it up to the board. I suppose if we continued this and let council and CDD staff work on language that we could look at right away at the next meeting, by continuing it, we wouldn't delay anybody who wants to get pots in the ground. And we might be able to come up with, okay, oh, here, I see there's new language here. Sorry, I'm just looking at the new language. That gets closer.
Okay, so based off of the conversation that I've heard just in the last couple of seconds, this is the new language to amend that. The planning commission is deferring this language,
Referring.
this zoning text amendment discussion back to the board of supervisors due to the lengthy amount of deliberation that the planning commission has conducted and is ultimately unable to reach an agreement on a cohesive decision.
So my question to you, Takar, does this help the CDD out? In other words, is this going to make it so there is a path forward, or will you then be waiting on their decision? I think that's because then I feel, and I think everyone has made it very clear, that then they feel like they haven't done their job, and then I've kind of obstructed it. I think that we want to make sure that we go through this and that we are doing our job. So does this help your department continue to move forward, or is this going to be, stopping things? That's what I think the final thing in my mind is. Again, we want to do this, but obviously you had recommended that the CDD has said to make no decisions on this, and then let the growing season continue. And again, I've heard that from people and a supervisor. So does this do what needs to be done?
And I'm quiet because I'm trying to process my thoughts, right? I've sat with this for a couple of days since our last planning commission meeting, and even during this planning commission meeting. So bear with me as I get my thoughts together. I actually think that the vegetative screening that was approved by the planning commission and was recommended to the board of supervisors might help mitigate some of the issues. If we strongly encourage that parcels that are designated as farmland designation, not farmland preservation zone, and that they are not attached to a lengthy, and they're isolated from the other parcels. And if they have a vegetative screening, that might be okay. I believe that the vegetative screening might help with some of the issues, because it's my understanding that all of this came up about pesticide drift. And the Planning Commission did approve the vegetative screening. And we talked through fast-growing vegetation to help with that. And really it's just to help, this 500-foot buffer, to my understanding, is to help provide an additional layer of protection for everybody. So that said, I think that deferring this back to the Planning Commission, or deferring this conversation to after growing season, would not necessarily prevent the movement forward of processing permit applications. And I'm very, very careful to choose my words, because again, as I've stated, there are other things that could slow down or prevent a permit application from moving forward. But I think that the inclusion of the vegetation screening could help defray any potential issues. What this all is hinging on is the original interpretation of the farmland of local importance, and whether or not parcels were isolated. But I think with all of the other measures that were implemented, kicking this back to the Board of Supervisors would not necessarily impede permit processing. Does that make sense?
It does. I just really wanted to make sure that, this wasn't going to put a hold and we were going to hold more things. I also would wanted to say that I think it's the spray, but it's also what we've heard from some of the people, whether it's true or not. Again, the smell and selling grapes. So I think we've all agreed that we really want to make sure, and I think we feel strongly about it, that we have that vegetative screening. I also believe that we could say any new applications must be, because I think we all agree, any new applications, I really want them 500 feet away on something like that, any new applications. So we do make some decisions that maybe are set. Sorry to throw that in there, but unfortunately this is not as easy as it is, but I kind of want to make it easy when it does get the Board of Supervisors too. So I just wanted to throw that in there. And then there is some definitiveness here. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But again, my main thing is that obviously I don't want them holding up any applications. Obviously they are supposed to do the screening. And then it could be any current applications, and upon review of CDD, any new applications, and then any current applications, that the CDD could make that final call on. Because I know that everyone wants to, I don't want to kick anything down the road. But I also want to make sure that, again, CDD saying, they don't want any new changes. And again, so just want to throw that out there. I wish it was just so easy.
Do we have any additional comment from commissioners?
I don't have anything to say.
Well, I just wonder, based on Tokara's comments, Mr. Chair, if we shouldn't simply report to the Board of Supervisors that we have continued this item indefinitely. That doesn't prevent anybody from moving forward with their work now.
Right.
And I think we could spend another hour picking this language apart, and sure. I'm not sure that's all that productive at this point in the day. But we are informing the board that we intend to deliberate more seriously by continuing this at some later point, and say nothing more in terms of a recommendation.
Yeah. And I agree with that. And then again, people can get going and they can do what they need to do. And I think putting it that direction, or again, we are going to deliberate it, or again, it's going to be in that ordinance opening up once the end of the growing season.
For the
is there.
review?
Yeah, for the review too. Because again, obviously we don't want to create any more work for people that are struggling right now. And so, yeah, so I support that.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Any thoughts on that?
I'm in agreement. I think you made a good statement, and I agree with where Lance is going. So I'd like to take some action.
So just to be clear, if we do table this, it would be with an indefinite date. We wouldn't have, we don't technically have to identify a date to bring this up again
No.
right now.
That is
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
The reason why when you do want to continue something with a definite date is it helps with legal noticing. If you announce during the meeting the time and your intention for when you want to hear a continued item, that just helps with the legal noticing in the Brown Act. But if you table it indefinitely, it would have to be legally noticed again and agendized. But that's just standard.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just not sure we're all on the same page in terms of continuing versus, or does the recommendation to the board consist of informing them that we have decided to continue this item indefinitely so as not to delay the season, and in order to come up with better recommendations to the board in the near future, something like that.
Mr. Chair, may I step in?
Yes, please.
It is well within your planning commission's purview for what type of recommendation would you like to make. This is presented before you all in the way the zoning ordinance is set up. You have to review it and then submit a written recommendation to the board. As far as what that written recommendation says, it's up to you based off of your discussion. So I'm hearing a couple of things. One, submit the written recommendation that the item is continued indefinitely. One is submit a written recommendation saying that the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission is deferring to the Board of Supervisors to make this decision. And then the third one that I've heard is that we continue this item and bring it back for discussion at the Planning Commission and then continue the process after that.
My thought is that by continuing indefinitely, we don't increase the burden on you currently, Tokara, but it is something we are committing to getting back to and responding to the board about.
That would be staff's recommendation, to continue it either indefinitely or until at least after the season is over, especially based on the fact that you all did submit the written recommendation for the vegetative screening. I am hesitant, as you can see, to tell you one way or the other definitively of whether this change will impact the impact processing, because anything can happen. I can say, no, it won't impact it, and then the world blows up tomorrow, and then things come to a screeching halt, and, kind of got painted in a corner. Or I can say, yes, it will impact it, and we're able to crank out everything overnight. I just hesitate to kind of give you the definitive answer. So long story short, again, staff's recommendation would be to at least continue it until after the growing season.
I'm in agreement with that.
Fine with me.
So am I.
Yes, so am I.
All right, so if you give me a second, let me draft up some language so someone can make a motion.
If you type it up, one of us can make a motion for sure.
Okay, I think I have something, and I'm going to share my screen, and then I'm going to read it for the record, and we can workshop it. The proposed language for the motion. I move that the Planning Commission report to the Board of Supervisors that after thorough consideration of the Board of Supervisors' resolution of intention to the Planning Commission to consider and discuss AM 2101, item number 1, implementation of a 500-foot buffer between proposed cannabis cultivations and existing and active agricultural uses, that this item be continued until the earliest December 2021. The Planning Commission is deferring this zoning text amendment discussion due to the lengthy amount of deliberation that the Planning Commission has conducted and is ultimately unable to reach an agreement on a cohesive decision and the desire to not further impact permit application processing.
I like it.
I think that, excuse me, I think that covers a lot of the concerns, and it's worded very well.
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, you know, I'm going to pat myself on the back.
No, it is well worded, Takara, because it's important, to me anyway, that the board understand that we've actually really grappled with this.
And it's an important topic, and yeah, I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the compliment. I joke, but it really was a workshop effort from listening to you all's discussion and trying to just parse it down. And it's 3:45 and I get a little punch drunk.
Hey girl,
I'm a little
so
silly around the end of the day.
So there.
I'm hypoglycemic.
Okay, thank you, Takara. Does anybody want to entertain a motion?
Nope. Okay. Yes. I move that the Planning Commission report to the Board of Supervisors that after thorough consideration of the Board of Supervisors' resolution of intention to the Planning Commission to consider and discuss AM 21-01, item number 1, implementation of a 500-foot buffer between proposed cannabis cultivation and existing and active agriculture uses, that this item be continued until the earliest December 2021. The Planning Commission is deferring this zoning text amendment discussion due to the lengthy amount of deliberation that the Planning Commission has conducted and is ultimately unable to reach an agreement on a cohesive decision and the desire to not further impact permit application processing.
Second?
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
motion so carried.
Okay, we'd like to note the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. Appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Okay, that brings us to untimed staff update and office news. Do you have any office news or updates?
Oh, sorry, I was talking, but I was on mute. This is Deputy Director Thomas again. I've said this a couple of times and I just can't say it enough. I want to give a special shout out to every single teammate in the Community Development Department. They have just been rolling with the punches. We've been under immense stress and, you know, we're in the middle of a global pandemic and we have not missed a beat with continuing to serve the public. Even when I've made some missteps, like the phone tree, that was a misstep. And my team tried to tell me, but I didn't want to listen. But, you know, we learn from those things and we learn the lessons, right? Chief lesson number 1, listening to my team. But that said, you know, we've not missed a beat with providing stellar customer service to the public. I will admit, you know, and just put a fine point on it though, that we do have a lot of permit applications. We've gone from 160 to 147 And staff has just been cranking them out. We've implemented overtime. We've implemented some other administrative changes. We've implemented updating the website to provide more clear information. We've implemented the cannabis inbox and the planning inbox to provide additional customer service and other avenues to reach a staff member relatively quickly. At the end of the day, though, we are still working really, really hard to process permit applications. My directive to the planning division is process cannabis applications. And as you see, we had several on today for cannabis commercial cultivations, but we're also still processing other permit applications too, because we, purview of the community development planning division, we have to process all our permit applications. But I think the planning commission will be pleased, at least some modicum of pleasure over the next couple of planning commissions. I think we have about 12, either 12 or 10 permit applications that are commercial cannabis coming before you all. So we're coming out with a good clip. Having the consultant is very helpful. And really it's just getting into the details of those supporting documentations to push out the initial studies. That's the last hurdle. And staff has just been nose to the grindstone and pushing them out. And I would ask you all to help me in thanking staff in getting these permit applications out. I can't sing enough the praises enough of community development department. And I know it's stressful times, but we are working so diligently and extra hard to process out these permit applications. One other thing I would like to point out, I've been updating the cannabis website, and I will show my screen just to help provide that visual. Just as a reminder, we have a cannabis section of the website, provide more information. That's FAQs. We have Article 27, top of mind, the different license types, a high-level primer about when can I plant, a procedure about I do not grow, and then we also have the newly created subpage about known environmental consultants. And then if you click on this page, it provides more information about the new process that we are still using on a case-by-case basis. Every day we're learning, it's a learning opportunity, but the main thing is we are now accepting initial studies from outside prepared consultants, but you have to follow the process first. The application must be deemed complete. The RFR process must have concluded, which is 30 days. AB 52 consultation must have concluded, 30 days. The biological assessment must be followed completely. Oh no, I'm sharing my wrong screen. Sorry. Sorry about that. The application must have a completed biological assessment that follows the state protocols, and a CEQA determination must have been completed by staff, whether it's initial study or categorical exemption, before the initial study can be submitted to CDD. Just a reminder, CDD is the lead agency for the initial studies, and this is the process that we will have. Essentially, it behooves applicants to wait until staff gives you the go-ahead to prepare that initial study, because if you submit an initial study without staff's go-ahead, that could slow down your permit processing application, because those other steps must have been completed before the initial study stage can begin. We also have a list of known environmental consultants. This is just a list for information purposes only. CDD does not make any representations about the consultant's workload or qualifications. This is just a list of consultants that we know of that are providing these services. Essentially is buyer beware. And again, I can't stress enough, do not engage with the consultant for an initial study until staff is giving you the go-ahead, because we do not want to delay the processing of your application. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I don't think I have any other, one last thing, grading must be done in conjunction with your permit application, not before. Meaning you cannot grade a mountaintop and then come in and submit your permit application, there are some ramifications that go along with that. So just a gentle reminder, grading has to be done with your permit application process, the review for a grading permit. And you cannot grade until you get that go ahead. Again, just to wrap it up, staff has been cranking out these applications. I know it's slow, quote unquote, but staff is just working so hard over time to get these permit applications out, and I really can't thank them enough for that. And I think the Planning Commission and the cultivation community, sorry, my words failed me for a second, will be pleased to see the level of permit applications that start coming out of the CDD. And that concludes the staff update that I have.
Thank you to Cara. Definitely thank you to all the staff and the Community Development Department. Just want to thank you for all your hard work, and also acknowledge the staff and give a big thanks to them from us. And also to, I want to thank my colleagues, the other commissioners, for their time today, all the valued input. And if there's nothing else, any final comments anybody wants to make? If not, I'm going to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you, staff, and thank you, Eagle, and to my colleagues. It was a long day, but I feel like we're just chunking away at whatever they throw at us, so I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Good day.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we'll adjourn the April 8th, 2021 Planners Commission meeting. Thank you.